Nintendo has created countless unforgettable video games. From platformers and puzzles to single-player adventures and iconic multiplayer experiences, when Nintendo is at their strongest, they are creating best-in-class experiences that redefine their entire respective genres. That is why it is a downright impossible task to try and rank their best titles, but well, we went ahead and did just that. In our biggest video ever, we went ahead and came up with our list for the top 100 Nintendo games of all time. A couple of points before we begin. What even qualified for this list? Well, we've been working on this video since April of 2024, so no games that released or got substantial DLC updates after that are in contention here. We also defined Nintendo games as titles either developed in-house by Nintendo or one of their development partners where the game is still entirely owned by Nintendo. For example, Rare's Donkey Kong Country games are eligible, but Banjo-Kazooie is not. Lastly, a game can only make this list once. When it comes to remakes or remasters, we've generally combine them into one slot unless the specific port or remake has added so much additional content, in which case we'll only talk about what we consider to be the best version of that game. Last thing, until we jump into the biggest project we have ever worked on, this is our list. You guys might not know this, but I get every comment sent to my phone. Unfortunately, we can't respond to every comment anymore, but we're gonna be down in the comments below a lot on this video, defending our picks and providing even more reasoning than what was in this massive video. We are far more likely to respond to your comment if you bring up unique points as to why you disagree with our choices rather than just saying we're biased. Of course we're biased. This is our list. We're not saying this is the list, and ironically enough, out of the 5 of us who worked on this list, I don't think any one of us agrees 100%. This list is a culmination of our 5 views and our 5 views only. If you're looking for a video that doesn't have some crazy hot takes, this video is not for you. We'll be putting a bunch more information and answering frequently asked questions in the pinned comment down below, but with that all out of the way, I am so unbelievably excited and proud to present to you all SwitchStop's top 100 Nintendo games of all time. Barely making it onto this list, yet entirely deserving to be here, we're starting things off at number 100 with Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. This game is a spin-off from Super Mario 3D World's Captain Toad levels and features these bite-sized diorama stages where the camera is as important of a character as Captain Toad himself. Rotating your viewpoint constantly reveals new paths to the star, new collectibles, level gimmicks, Easter eggs, and so much more. This game is the perfect example of how limitations breed creativity. Most of the levels fit on one screen. There's limited enemies, power-ups, and you can't even jump. Despite all that, Nintendo jam-packs creative puzzles and inventive level design into every inch of this game. Graphically impressive and sporting catchy music, this game also has extremely high replayability. Every level features 3 collectible gems, a deceptively fun additional objective, and a hidden little pixel art Toad. Add on the fact that the Switch version features local co-op and these genius Odyssey levels, plus an extremely high quality DLC campaign if you're into that sort of thing, and it's clear this game is just an incredibly underrated gem from Nintendo, entirely deserving of the 100th spot on this list.
Not only does Luigi's Mansion 3 improve just about everything from the other 2 games, like taking the great gameplay and spooky setting and cranking it up to 11, but oh my gosh, this game is gorgeous. The cutscenes in this game literally look like a Pixar movie at times, and even the gameplay looks stunning too. It's no bombshell that the Switch struggles to run some of its games. Age of Calamity, I love you, but what's going on here? But Luigi's Mansion 3 feels like it's running on the Switch too. 5 years ago. All the animations are silky smooth, with such great little details that you can appreciate once, then find something new right after to gawk at. Except for the slam move where it looks like this. It's weird. But anyway, I got no idea what voodoo sorcery Nintendo was up to when they made this game, but oh my goodness, Luigi, you look good. Now not only does Luigi get a ton of new moves like slams, jumps, and Gooigi, but the way that every new move and gameplay change is utilized throughout the game is straight up masterful. Luigi's Mansion 3 strikes that perfect gameplay balance where you feel like an absolute genius when you solve some of the puzzles, but it telegraphs what to do subtle enough so even people like me with caveman brains can still understand it very simple. Overall, Luigi's Mansion 3 is one stellar game, with my only main complaint being, where is the 4th one?
If this list was ranking the top 100 historically significant Nintendo games, I don't think there would be any debate that the original arcade Donkey Kong would come in at number 1. The whole reason we are here today to talk about Nintendo games is because of how successful this game was. But it's not here just because of that. It's arguably one of the most influential, innovative, and downright fun games of all time. This game introduced jumping. Yeah, jumping. A mechanic so integral to games as a whole that there's a whole button purely dedicated to it. This game, while old, unsurprisingly still holds up incredibly today. The joystick controls are snappy and responsive, and the arcade buttons are nice. Even if you're playing on the NES version or an emulated version of the game, the controls are great because controllers were literally made to control this game. It was that popular. A few other innovations often overlooked were the introduction of fall damage in 3 different level designs. For a 40-plus-year-old game, Donkey Kong hardly feels dated and stands the test of time. There truly is no greater feeling than grabbing a Coke, inserting a few quarters, and going to town on a good old Donkey Kong cabinet.
Wii Party might seem like a weird game to put on this list, but ND Cube's me-centric party game is more than just a generic Mario Party ripoff. While modes such as Board Game Island, along with the 80-plus minigames, would certainly say otherwise, this title carves out a niche for itself with its pair and house party games. These modes, while each not having too much more content than the Mario Party-style minigames, are far more replayable due to how social these games are. Whether you're testing if you're a good or bad pair in Friend Connection, or literally hiding a Wii remote under your couch in Hide and Hunt, these games are some of the most unique video game experiences you can ever have. And in the script I put quotes around video game as these modes often de-emphasized even looking at the TV screen. Instead, it felt like Nintendo was simply trying to facilitate interesting social experiences with those around you. But all these experiences come off with such a distinct Nintendo flavor that Wii Party stands on its own as one of the more interesting titles Nintendo has ever published. I also just want to point out Spot the Sneak, which is a social deduction game letting 4 players run through Wii Party's various minigames, with one player being the sneak and essentially being able to cheat and win the game. The sneak also wants to avoid suspicion though, as to not be voted the sneak at the end of each minigame. With the rise of social deduction games, Spot the Sneak being an unlockable side mode in a popular yet somewhat forgotten game from 2010 means it never got the flowers it deserves, but even compared to more recent social deduction games like Among Us or Jackbox's Push the Button, Spot the Sneak remains my personal favorite stab at what now seems to be a party game staple.
The original Donkey Kong arcade title is one of the most iconic games of all time. Not only did it save Nintendo financially, but it introduced the world to Mario, who is gaming's largest icon. For its time, it was certainly a masterpiece, but in retrospect, the controls aren't too fluid, the game can seem unfair at times, and with only 4 unique levels, it can get pretty repetitive. A much better game, however, is Donkey Kong 94, an entire remake of the original arcade title for the Game Boy. At the start, the game is essentially the same song and dance. Sure, the visuals are better and there's a few new movement options, but you're playing on the same levels as the 1981 arcade version. Except after you defeat DK, he suddenly gets up and takes off with Pauline. That's when you realize that this isn't just a remake as much as it's an entirely new game. Donkey Kong 94 boasts an additional 97 levels across 9 different worlds, and the gameplay has been completely changed here too. The game becomes a puzzle platformer, where you have to perform tasks in a precise order while still dodging enemies in the process. The puzzle elements are also enhanced by the game's mechanics, since you can now pick up enemies and objects just like in Super Mario Bros. 2, which is a great change of pace. While the level design isn't always perfect, it is usually pretty creative, and with an amazing moveset at your disposal, swinging, climbing, and backflipping your way through various environments makes everything all the more fun. Overall, this game is a great tribute to the Donkey Kong series and a great addition to the more traditional Mario games. In fact, this game even ties its story to that series, as it concludes with Mario using a mushroom from the original Super Mario Bros. After almost a decade-long hiatus, DK94 was the perfect game to bring Donkey Kong back into the spotlight, and it was clearly successful, inspiring several sequels and spin-offs and becoming easily one of the best games on the Nintendo Game Boy.
Metroid Samus Returns isn't just your classic remake of Metroid 2. Samus Returns takes the bones of the original Game Boy game, including story and overall map structure, and shakes up the core gameplay with more movement options and attacks. This game feels much more fluid as a result. A major contributor of this fluidity are the Aeon abilities. One of these includes the Scan Pulse that scans your immediate surroundings for secret paths. This directly counters that unfair feeling we all have when a secret is just so cryptic and hidden that we would have never found it without a guide. Also, Phase Drift slowing down time is just so fun to use. I love any game that allows you to slow down time like this. This is the perfect example of how you do a remake right. It changes up the gameplay just enough to where all the old clunkiness of the original is shaved off, and what is left behind is all the fun meat from before. It doesn't feel alienating to new players because it's too hard, and it doesn't feel alienating to old players because it's too easy. And it's got just enough new content that old players would want to come back and play. The only flaw was that it was a 2017 3DS game, and nobody cared about it during the directs. But if you didn't care then, you should now. Metroid Samus Returns is a top-tier Metroid game that I believe everyone should play at some point or another.
Nowadays, a lot of people forget that Nintendo even has platformers other than Mario. And by people, I really just mean Nintendo. Wario Land is one of these dead series, and I honestly couldn't tell you why. Nintendo developed several Wario Land games in a pretty short amount of time, and with each game, the series established more and more of its own identity. I mean, the series' debut was subtitled Super Mario Land 3, despite really not playing anything like Super Mario Land 2, or 1 for that matter. Personally, I think Nintendo was afraid that the game would flop without some sort of tie to Mario, but ironically, the more the series deviated from the traditional Mario formula, the better it became. Through introducing more charm and personality with each game, Wario Land began to actually feel like its own franchise, while also offering some incredibly unique gameplay that was undeniably fun. And Wario Land 4 is kind of the perfect amalgamation of everything that makes this series so great. You're tasked with exploring a pyramid in hopes of finding hidden loot as you go level by level. Dashing, slamming into the ground, and chucking objects to break blocks, it all makes for a satisfying moveset. But the game really shines with its abilities. Instead of Wario, you're now a balloon, a zombie, or an out-of-control snowball. Admittedly, this game is just straight up weird, yet that's where a lot of its charm comes from. Wario is such an obscure yet fascinating character, and he's also disgusting? Like, not just his appearance, he's also a completely self-centered jerk. The game opens up with him speeding through an alley and almost killing a stray cat. Wario wants his treasure, and he will quite literally stop at nothing until he gets it, even yelling at the player to hurry up as you begin each dash animation. It does feel kind of weird helping a selfish jerk reach their goals, but with such interesting level design and fun bosses, you're really too distracted to care. Wario Land 4 is the pinnacle of Wario Land, and it's even inspired a new generation of Wario likes, which really shows that it might be time for Nintendo to give the series a second chance.
Yep, I'm doing it. Welcome to the worst selling game in the Zelda series, Four Swords Adventure. If you don't know about this game, let me catch you up to speed. This game was released in 2004 for the GameCube, and also kind of the GBA. To play the game, you don't necessarily need a GBA, but for the full experience, you kinda do. You see, how it worked was each copy of Four Swords Adventure was bundled in with a GameCube GBA link cable that allowed you to use your GBA as a controller. With the GBA, you basically got a second monitor that would allow you to see what goes on off screen. Almost kind of like a proto Wii U gamepad, except here, every player had one. This game is all about multiplayer. Sure, it can be played in single player, but you sure as hell won't be getting the same experience. The game has two modes, Hyrulean Adventure and Shadow Battle. Shadow Battle is a PvP mode where you can battle it out with your friends, while Hyrulean Adventure is your classic 2D Zelda adventure. However, when playing in multiplayer GBA mode, the game is a little bit different, and it has more multiplayer puzzles for you and your friends to traverse. The transition between GameCube and GBA screens are surprisingly smooth. What this game was able to do was genuinely an incredible feat, and very much a product of its time. This is peak couch co-op era gaming right here. Part of the fun of the game is just the setup itself. Four friends taking on a Zelda game, each of which with their own GBA in hand. It is one of the most unique gaming experiences that there's ever been, but altogether, that's over $500, and just not that realistic, as explains its commercial failure. But this list isn't about sales numbers, it's about video game achievement, and Four Swords Adventure, when all the pieces are put together, is truly a magical achievement in gaming.
At first glance, Kirby Air Ride's simplistic controls and basic racing gameplay admittedly don't do much to stand out against Nintendo's other local multiplayer titans, but the unique attributes it does bring to the table more than warrant Kirby Air Ride's spot on this list. The core racing is a mix of Kirby's floaty yet precise mechanics from his 2D games and director Masahiro Sakurai's visceral momentum from the Super Smash Bros. Series. No matter how you feel about Sakurai, his games just have a certain flair, and a lot of that was introduced in this title. Bold outlines on symbols and items, challenge tables revealing rewards, funny training videos, hell, this menu even looks and sounds like a Smash menu. Menus aren't the only thing lifted from Sakurai's most popular series though, as this game also lifts the physical feeling you get from landing a sick combo in Smash Bros. And places it straight into the game's only button input, boosting. Pressing the A button slows down your star to a halt while allowing you to reposition your direction swiftly in 360 degrees. Then by releasing the A button, you catapult your cart in a new direction. I can't really explain how fun this mechanic is in words, and trust me, I've tried, but the best way I can is by saying that just like a Super Smash Bros. Combo, it is so damn satisfying to pull off. Almost instantly slowing down the cart while immediately starting to build up boost balances Kirby Air Ride into a far less drift-heavy game like its immediate comp Mario Kart, which will often require you to counter hop, aka drift in the other direction to straighten out your cart. Charging up your boost and repositioning your car to move in a new direction all while the cart's slowing down makes boosting almost function as a time slowdown mechanic. At least I feel like time slows down as I'm pinballing around decently narrow maps with plenty of sharp turns. This extremely satisfying boost mechanic is paired with Kirby's floaty driving to make for a uniquely singular experience, as successfully taking a ton of turns super tightly in rapid succession genuinely feels like you're pulling off a combo. Due to the uniquely singular experience of only having to worry about the analog stick and one button, the boost button will also double as an item button or a swallow button, allowing you to either use items or transform into new copy abilities. This is combined with the ability to attack other players by quickly wiggling the control stick, and these are fun mechanics, if not occasionally hectic and confusing. But don't get it twisted, the fast-paced nature of needing to constantly slingshot around your star as quick as possible to preserve momentum is definitely the star of the show here. This core gameplay is significantly altered by the game's many vehicles, all of which control extremely differently. Some completely max out your speed to the detriment of your traction, one removes the boost feature of boosting, turning the A button into a glorified handbrake, and some basically just let you fly. The 9 maps in the main air ride mode are so well made, with branching paths, exhilarating turns, and extremely fun set pieces that I can't help but wish there were more of them. This would go extra for the game's top ride mode, which only has 7 maps, but considering the bite-sized nature of that game mode, its stunted replay value means top ride fails to be much beyond a standout Mario Party minigame. Kirby Air Ride's crown jewel, however, is undoubtedly City Trial, a large open map featuring a forest, cave, volcano, the aforementioned city, a damn amusement park, and more. You drive around collecting upgrades, jump into one of the many new vehicles scattered around the city, or try to build one of the legendary air rides. While you're trying to upgrade your ride, there are random events that can happen ranging from falling meteors to UFOs and everything in between. This game mode is hectic and wild, as you and 3 other racers compete to create the best ride and also sabotage others. However, the best part is why you're trying to upgrade your ride within this 5-minute limit. At the end, players face off in a challenge to determine the winner, but this challenge changes from game to game. These could be one full lap on one of the game's courses, a drag race, a brawl, or more. While hard to explain, the core gameplay loop of City Trials is an absolute blast that always keeps players on their toes. With hundreds of achievements, unlockable tracks, cars, and characters, a killer soundtrack, the flat-out fun boost mechanic, and the local multiplayer triumph, which is City Trial, Kirby Air Ride is a quality racing game carried to excellence by its addictively brilliant local multiplayer.
The Legend of Zelda is a legendary series in gaming, and despite being often forgotten, the Minish Cap does not disappoint. Developed by Capcom, this game's art style is just incredible, and it pushes the GBA to its limit. With fluid animations and vibrant environments, Hyrule looks as stunning as ever in 2D. The main villain of the story is Vati, who shatters the Picori blade, turns Zelda to stone, and releases a bunch of monsters within just the first bit of playing the game. What a menace. And now, it's Link's job to find the Pokori and restore the Pokori blade to free Zelda. Along the way, you meet the Minish Cap, which allows Link to shrink down to the size of the Minish people, which creates never-before-seen gameplay within the series. Solving puzzles, exploring dungeons, and collecting gear utilizing the size-changing mechanic is super fun. But you know what's not fun? Hearing this dude complain every 5 seconds. I mean, for a hat without hands, he's a little too handholdy for my liking. Similar to the size of the Pokori, this game's campaign is short, although completionists will have a field day with this one, as if you're collecting everything possible in the game, as well as completing all side quests, you're looking at hours and hours of extra gameplay. The Legend of Zelda The Minish Cap is a hidden gem in Zelda's catalog, often looked over for other grander Zelda adventures. However, with its innovative gameplay mechanics, unique puzzles, and a great story, it solidifies itself as another absolute banger and a franchise chock full of some of gaming's greatest accomplishments.
Masahiro Sakurai is notorious for making games that completely redefine their respective genres, and arguably no game is a better example of this than Super Smash Bros. Super Smash Bros. Was an entirely new take on traditional fighting games. Rather than using a health meter, you go further the more damage you take, and if you fail to stay within the invisible box, you die. It's a bizarre, yet revolutionary concept, and pairing this with 4-player multiplayer, tons of unique items, and an array of maps to play on, it all makes for a fun and exciting experience. Now, I could point to the game's mechanics and say that is what truly makes Super Smash Bros. An amazing game. I mean, the entire platform fighting subgenre wouldn't even exist without it. But let's be honest, the mechanics are not why Super Smash Bros. Is so popular. As the story goes, Sakurai originally began developing Dragon King the fighting game. It was a cool concept, but it did have one glaring issue: no marketability. The characters consisted of generic polygonal models, which didn't really make the game too appealing. And that's when one of Sakurai's co-workers suggested that he replace the simple characters with Nintendo icons. After a complete repackage, Nintendo surprisingly greenlit the project, leading to the largest crossover in gaming. It cannot be overstated how cool this was at the time. Seeing Mario, Link, Pikachu, and Kirby all in the same game was a collaboration like no other. Not to mention, this was a fighting game, and Nintendo really wanted you to know it, creating an entire marketing campaign around their most iconic mascots beating the crap out of each other. Through creating a roster of the biggest faces in gaming, it made for an experience that anyone could enjoy. And even if you didn't know what a Jigglypuff or a Captain Falcon was, you were still having an absolute blast, with some of the most chaotic gameplay that honestly represents the N64's multiplayer to a T. So while Smash 64 is often overshadowed by its successors, there's really no denying that it's one of the most important games in Nintendo's history.
In Pokemon-like fashion, The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons were released simultaneously in 2001 for the Game Boy Color, which were developed by Capcom just like the Minish Cap. These games were created to be complementary to each other, whether that be areas looking one way in Seasons, while looking another in Ages. Oracle of Seasons has a stronger focus on combat, while Ages was more puzzle-driven, which genuinely makes these games feel somewhat distinct, despite obviously being deeply similar. There are two key items between the two games. Oracle of Ages has the Harp of Ages, which allows you to time travel between the past and present, while Seasons has the Rod of Seasons to change, seasons. One of my favorite examples of this mechanic are the dungeons, which are so damn unique. Navigating your way through them while utilizing something like the switch hook from Ages, where you can swap places with objects, or even the magnetic gloves from Seasons, where you can manipulate magnetic objects, is a flat-out blast. This again made these two games distinct, but also in the same breath one and the same. The two games have their own endings, and no pun intended, when you link the two games together with a password, you unlock new side quests, extra content, and most importantly, a new final boss battle versus Twinrova and Ganon. Oracle of Ages and Seasons are unique entries into the Zelda franchise, designed to offer distinct gameplay while also remaining connected with their stories. It's an unprecedented great set of games that'll be remembered forever.
For some people, Xenoblade Chronicles 1 isn't just a game. It's an epic, sprawling journey that put JRPGs back on the map for Nintendo fans. To some, it is a masterpiece. Not us though, not even close, but it is really good. Released on the Wii back in 2010, Xenoblade Chronicles 1 pushes a console with such limited power like the Wii to its absolute limits. Vast, open landscapes, dynamic weather systems, and a day-night cycle that makes you feel like you're part of a living, breathing world. What makes this game so great though is how it redefined what an RPG can even be with its unique take on the combat system. The battles require careful planning, timing, and positioning, making you feel like a genius when you finally nail a perfect combo or take down a massive enemy. But the gameplay here is just half the appeal. Its story, characters, and emotional weight are on another level. This isn't just a simple hero's journey. Shulk's story delves into themes of destiny, sacrifice,
And way too many cat girls in the later games. Monolith, what were you thinking?
Super Mario Kart may have been the first Mario Kart in the history books, but Mario Kart 64 brought party racing games to the main stage and created some of the most iconic courses in the entire series. Calamari Desert, Yoshi Valley, N64 Rainbow Road. Hell, 15 of the 16 tracks in Mario Kart 64 have returned as retro tracks in future entries. Let me say that again. 15 of the 16 tracks in this game were remade because of how fun and iconic they are. I really wouldn't say there's a dud track in this game. Sure, some tracks drag on a little too long, but even Nintendo recognizes this, as they made N64 Rainbow Road a segmented track in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The controls, while not holding up as well as some later Mario Kart entries, are night and day with Super Mario Kart. Drifting got a much needed update, and now gives a player a mini turbo if you're able to hold it long enough. And not to mention, this game introduced the Spiny Shell. But you can't talk about Mario Kart 64 without talking about Battle Mode. Sure, Battle Mode was in Super Mario Kart, but Mario Kart 64 is where it arguably peaked. 3 balloons, unlimited timer, no respawns. Unless you count the mini bomb carts, which arguably makes it even better. It's a shame Balloon Battle was nerfed so hard in later entries due to finite timers being needed for online multiplayer, because the battle to be the last man standing in Mario Kart 64 is what made Balloon Battle what it was. You could even say it was the first battle royale. I'm kidding, but Battle Mode in Mario Kart 64 was incredible. However, I think what made this game stand out was that it was the first in the series to introduce 4-player multiplayer. Something that seems trivial as of now was a groundbreaking feature for the series, truly allowing this game to become a game night staple in the hearts of many. And that's what this game represents to me. It's a pretty basic Mario Kart all things considered, but what it did was solidify what it meant to be a Mario Kart game. 4 Grand Prix, battle mode, and local multiplayer with friends. Sure, Mario Kart titles would perfect what it means to be a Mario Kart game, but Mario Kart 64 defined it.
When Super Metroid released all the way back on the Super Nintendo, it was an instant hit. And it wasn't just popular. It completely defined, if not created, an entire genre of video games. Sure, you could say that Metroid did this years ago on the NES, but just look at these two games next to each other. One is obviously a lot better. And while Metroid on the NES might have started off the series, Super Metroid is what cemented it as one of the greatest series in gaming. With that being said, how do you follow up a game like Super Metroid? Well, you could of course point to a game like Metroid Prime, yet another genre-redefining title, this time in full 3D. However, this game did not put 2D Metroid to rest. In fact, Metroid Fusion, a completely new 2D adventure, released on the exact same day as Metroid Prime. Having this game for the Game Boy Advance, it was kind of perfect. In a lot of ways, the GBA was functionally a portable Super Nintendo, with games like Super Circuit and ports of Super Mario World and A Link to the Past. So did this game do justice to Super Metroid, capturing the same amount of charm and creativity that game had? Well, while I definitely wouldn't say it was even close to as impactful, it still ended up being a pretty good successor. In a lot of ways, it's very much what you would expect from a Metroid game on the Game Boy Advance. And making a game for the GBA specifically was one of the main challenges of the development team. Not only was this game released 2 console generations after Super Metroid, but the Game Boy Advance had a generally younger audience. Because of this, some of the difficulty was stripped away, and instead of the open-ended, figure-it-out-yourself gameplay of Super Metroid, Fusion adopted a more linear style, with the game often telling you exactly what you need to do next. While this definitely takes away from the experience since you don't feel the same level of satisfaction as you would solving a puzzle on your own, I definitely don't think it ruins the gameplay. Fusion is still a Metroid game, and a successor to Super Metroid at that. You still have cool weapons at your disposal, exciting abilities, epic boss battles, great music, and of course, the same eerie similar vibe you get when playing any other Metroid game. I also think the visuals are purely amazing. This is some of the best sprite art I've seen on a Game Boy Advance game, and the color choices are just so vibrant and beautiful. While Metroid Fusion can get overlooked and isn't considered to be one of the best Metroid games, it's still a pretty good Metroid game. After all, when you're trying to follow up one of the most impactful and important games of all time, even if you fall just a little bit short, it's practically impossible to end up with a game that isn't great.
New Horizons put Animal Crossing on the map. But Wild World was the only reason there was a map to begin with. Wild World was the first Animal Crossing game to break 10 million sales, and truly got the ball moving. The series was still trying to find its footing, and for the second entry, they decided to move the game to handhelds, a move that would go on to be a brilliant idea. It just so happened that the DS would go on to become Nintendo's best-selling console ever. That meant with an install base of over 150 million people, more people than ever were being introduced to the Animal Crossing brand. Although having all those people playing your game is great, what Wild World seized from this opportunity was the ability to play online. Such a massive part of what makes Animal Crossing so popular today is its social aspect. Wild World introduced the ability to travel to friends' towns and play together. But even if you wanted a solo experience, that was fine too. Wild World, like all Animal Crossing games, is just so relaxing. It's the epitome of what it means to be a cozy game. This game introduced much more customization from the first game, even allowing players to customize their haircuts for the first time. But going back to handhelds, there's just something about playing Animal Crossing on a portable console. They've gone back and forth over the years, eventually not even having to make a decision. However, the portable factor of Animal Crossing is one that I think goes understated. Animal Crossing is a game that is played in real time. Time moves in and out of the game. Having Wild World in your pocket any time of the day to fall into is something that makes the game shine compared to other early Animal Crossing entries. You really had a whole world at your fingertips, and sometimes that's all a game needs to be.
Paper Mario was a risky title for Nintendo. Taking Mario and drastically changing his art style wasn't a guaranteed hit, but oh man, they struck a gold mine here. Released in 2000 for the N64, this game combined the beloved turn-based battle system from Super Mario RPG and gave it that now well-known Paper Mario charm. One of the best things about this game was the addition of badges into the battle system, as there's around 60 plus badges in the game for you to collect. Want to gain more flowers than usual after battles? Equip the Flower Finder badge. Want to slowly regain HP in battle? Equip the Happy Heart badge. And this game just aged wonderfully. The paper-like art style visually is so appealing in every way imaginable, and it's clear as day to why Nintendo keeps coming back to it. Compared to Super Mario RPG only introducing a few new ally characters, in Paper Mario, each chapter you dive into, you eventually gain a new partner. Using your partner's abilities outside of battle to solve puzzles was a unique way to progress through certain areas in the game, and sometimes find an item along the way. It developed a whole new layer to Mario RPG storylines. As each chapter you go through, you learn that partner's story through that charm and witty humor we've come to love from the Mario RPG games. Paper Mario wasn't guaranteed to be successful, but it turned out to be one of Nintendo's greatest decisions for Mario, as the series has gone on to have a mostly successful run of 20 years and counting. There's a reason that fans still clamor for the new games to revert to the gameplay style of the first two Paper Mario entries. They just nailed so much off the bat here, which is why this game has undoubtedly stood the test of time.
In 2016, because of the poor sales of the Wii U, Nintendo decided to completely change their marketing strategy. Instead of trying to make good games, they decided to make bad games instead. And frankly, this was ingenious. You see, everyone always attributes the success of the Switch to Nintendo's recent rise. But no, it was actually Star Fox Guard and Metroid Prime Federation Force that saved the company, each selling 10 billion copies. I mean, what's the point of taking 10 years to create a masterpiece like Breath of the Wild when you can make Yoshi's Woolly World in 2 weeks and make the same amount of money? Nintendo was killing it with the bad games. Paper Mario Color Splash was so bad that Nintendo stopped putting colors in any of their games. Mario Party Star Rush? That game wasn't even real. They even put bad games on the phone. Fire Emblem Heroes is a game where you gamble on PNGs and it made $1 billion. Wait, what? Everything was going great until some stupid development team clearly didn't get the message and released Kirby Planet Robobot. This game completely ruined Nintendo's 2016 strategy because Nintendo accidentally published one of the best Kirby games of all time time, Planet Robobot was kind of the conclusion to 3 amazing modern Kirby platformers, and you can tell that even with a new format, a lot had been improved upon in just a handful of years. The Robobot armor specifically is an extremely fun and unique mechanic, which contrasts the super abilities or supernova from the previous games, which I always thought felt like glorified cutscenes disguised as gameplay. I love being able to merge this armor with a ton of unique abilities to create the ultimate mech, and honestly, the abilities themselves are pretty great too. Of course, you've got some new power-ups like Doctor, Poison, and ESP, but you've also got the return of some fan favorites. Now, of course, at the end of the day, this is a Kirby game, so you can also expect things like various worlds, collectibles, great music, and epic boss battles. Between Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, and Planet Robobot, I consider these games to be sort of the modern trifecta of the Kirby series, with each game building on top of the previous one. I think it's completely fair to say that Planet Robobot is the best Kirby game in this era of Kirby's legacy, especially if you just want a single-player experience. But at the very least, this game was certainly a great send-off to some of the best Kirby titles we've ever gotten.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3 takes the franchise's best elements, expansive world building, redefined combat, and more catgirls, and pushes them to a whole new level. If you thought the first game was impressive for the Wii, you haven't seen anything yet, because this is somehow running on a chipset from 2015. Truly mind-boggling. The combat in Xenoblade 3 is also a huge step up. Unlike past games, you're now managing 6 different allies, each with their own unique abilities. It can be a bit daunting at first, but once you get the hang of it, it just feels right. And if you thought that wasn't complicated enough, there's now the introduction of the Ouroboros forms and interlinking. They let you combine with other characters to deal insane damage while taking none in return. It can be a bit broken if you master it quickly enough, or look up 100 different guides before playing like I did, but regardless, it is a super fun gameplay addition. Overall, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 isn't just a great RPG, it's a truly grand adventure that pulls you in from the start and keeps raising the stakes. Whether you're new to the series or a longtime fan, this one is a must-play if you can get over that anime weirdness.
Who wants to know how babies are made?
Wait, what?!
Before the new Super Mario Bros. Series became overexposed through repeated new entries that didn't change up the formula enough, New Super Mario Bros. For the DS was the change to the formula that we needed, and was able to revive the 2D Mario and honestly the whole 2D platformer genre as a whole. New power-ups like the Mega Mushroom, Mini Mushroom, and Blue Shell completely change up gameplay, and all maintained that because Nintendo was still discovering what the new Super Mario Bros. Style would become, this first entry has by far the most varied level design in the series. Levels like an underground sewer maze completely change up the gameplay in ways we never really saw later on in the series. This game also introduced many 3D Mario moves that are now staples in 2D, such as the ground pound, triple jump, and wall jump. In terms of presentation, this game's music and visual style single-handedly defined how Mario would look for the next decade plus. And being able to unlock different backgrounds for the bottom screen of the DS using star coins is such an awesome addition that adds mountains of replayability to this title. Not to mention they brought back the electric minigames from Super Mario 64 DS, some with added multiplayer, and they introduced Versus Mode, which is an absolute blast with a killer soundtrack. New Super Mario Bros. DS can often be overlooked as the series it spawned grew tiresome after repetitive future entries left fans wanting more. But in reality, this is an incredible return for 2D Mario that did pretty much everything right. Equal parts an homage to Mario's past and accessible, New Super Mario Bros. For the DS nailed so much off the bat that Nintendo decided to pretty much copy their own work for the next decade plus. I truly believe this to be one of Mario's finest two-dimensional outings.
Yoshi's Woolly World is a game bursting from the seams with creativity. From the gorgeous art style that really mastered the crafted aesthetic right out of the gate, unique transformations that turn you into a motorcycle, umbrella, and even a Mega Yoshi Exploshi, or the, in my hotly contested opinion, best Yoshi soundtrack out there, dear goodness, this game is a gem. The tight, snappy controls return from the original, and with such creative and tightly knit levels and platforming, this was one of those games that when it came up, we all unanimously agreed that it needed to be on the list.
Okay, I fundamentally disagree on dumbass games like Yoshi's Woolly World.
It really is that good. Always introducing you to a new enemy, creative transformation, or silly gag that just makes you go, yup, this just feels right. Yoshi's Woolly World is one of those Nintendo games that just feels nice to sit back, get cozy, and play. The entire world could be falling apart around you, but dang it man, Yoshi's made of yarn this time around. Oh yeah.
As I mentioned before, while Metroid on the NES kicked off the series, Super Metroid is really what made that series what it is today. Now, to Metroid's credit, a lot of its flaws are due to the limitations of the NES, and it's still a pretty good game nonetheless. However, many of these flaws were completely absent in Metroid Zero Mission, a complete remake of that game for the Game Boy Advance. Obviously, there are graphical improvements with an art style that is equally as gorgeous as Fusion's, but the actual gameplay is far better too. While Fusion is often criticized for its more linear gameplay, Metroid was arguably not linear enough. It's not hard to get lost in this game, especially without the presence of a world map. Zero Mission, on the other hand, makes the game more accessible. This time you have a world map, and there's also a few additional hints in the actual level design, just in case you get lost. Like Super Metroid, you still have gameplay that doesn't tell you exactly where you need to go, but you'll also likely not be spending hours aimlessly walking around with no clue what you should do next. And obviously, there's some additional content as well. There are a few mechanics borrowed from some of the newer Metroid titles, in addition to some new items, locations, and sub-bosses, many of which were also taken from other Metroid games. The main new gimmick though is the addition of the Zero Suit, allowing you to play as Samus without her iconic power suit for the first time. This outfit has become iconic over the years, especially with Zero Suit Samus being playable in Smash as well. However, it is also a massive downgrade. Samus becomes more susceptible to attacks, and she also sets her laser from kill to stun. Obviously, this was intentional, and what it offers is a completely new form of gameplay while also managing to capture that intense feeling of isolation and vulnerability that Metroid is known for. As far as remakes go, Metroid Zero Mission is the cream of the crop, taking some of the best elements of the original Metroid and combining them with the best elements of Super Metroid. It feels very much like a modern game, and it also rewards you for continuing to replay it, with all kinds of unlockables, including a direct port of the NES version, and even hidden endings. For a game that was based off of an outdated ancestor, Zero Mission is simply amazing, and because of how much it offers to the classic title, if you're looking to get into the Metroid series, this is probably the best place to start.
Imagine if a game came out unpolished, unbalanced, hurt the player in real life, but overall had a good foundation. That game would be called Mario Party. The thing is, not even a year after its release, Mario Party 2 would come out. In today's day and age, this would have been a DLC update, but due to circumstances of the time, Nintendo took Mario Party 1 to the corner of the ring, gassed them up, and sent them out for round 2. This is the story of Mario Party 2. Everything that Mario Party 2 does right is what Mario Party 1 did wrong. It's like they A/B tested the first game, kept all the good stuff, and filtered out all the bad. Firstly, the boards in this game are so much better than the first game. The split paths lead to much more varied experiences compared to Mario Party 1's. The themes are great, and I love how all of the characters have costumes that correlate to each board. This game is much less sadistic, which, depending on what type of human you are, that could be a good or bad thing, but game design wise, it's probably a good thing. Next, they took out all the bad stick minigames. Not just because of the lawsuit, but also because they weren't too fun. This also might be the greatest collection of minigames in the series besides Superstars, which basically just steals all the N64 games. Personal favorites of mine are Hexagon Heat, Look Away, and Bowser's Big Blast. Yeah, that one requires no skill at all, but this is Mario Party. I don't play for riveting gameplay. I play it for the mayhem with friends, and that's what this game does well. Sure, Mario Party 1 may have been more chaotic, but Mario Party 2's chaos feels more fair. You're more in control in Mario Party 2 with the decisions you make. Whether it be buying items or taking a branching path, you feel like your decisions actually matter in this game. Do they? Who really knows? But that's Mario Party for you. Skill does not always have to equal success.
Although none of us are huge Fire Emblem fans, Awakening stands out as one of the best in the series, and not just for the great score, strikingly good visuals for the 3DS, and intriguing narrative, but the core of Awakening's success has to be in its combat. Like all the previous Fire Emblem games, battles are fought on grid-based maps, where positioning and unit management is key. But what really levels this battle system up compared to the other games is the introduction of the pair-up system, allowing two units to join forces, enhancing their stats, and unlocking new strategic layers. The pair-up system not only adds depth to the combat, but also strengthens the game's focus on character relationships, which some would say is the entire hallmark of this series. Also, that music.
Pokemon is often at its best when it comes to remaking past regions, and Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire is one of the best examples of that. Released in 2014 for the 3DS and set during the 6th generation of Pokemon, revisiting Hoenn is an amazing visual experience, especially compared to the originals back on the GBA. It was given a fresh coat of paint, improved upon many quality of life features, fixed up minor story elements, and completely redesigned some locations such as Mauville City. Diving into the game, we all know the iconic starter trio of Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico, but now their fully evolved forms all have Mega Evolutions, along with more Hoenn Pokemon in the game, which is a great touch as Megas were instantly loved by the fanbase when they debuted in X and Y. The Pokénav also got a huge overhaul inspired by some X and Y features as well, such as Pokéami, Wonder Trading, and Super Training. The DexNav also got a significant upgrade as now you can sneak up on Pokemon and possibly see what ability or egg moves it has before encountering it. Speaking on the Mega Evolutions, relatively early on in the story, you're gifted a free Mega Latios or Latias, which is super nice, and it helps introduce this new mechanic into these old stories. Near the end of the game, you're given the Eon Flute, which allows you to fly with one of the Latis and soar over Hoenn, which is so damn fun. When you reach the post-game, you can also encounter other legendary Pokemon from past generations by soaring. Honestly, this is one of the coolest mechanics ever introduced for a Pokemon game, and it's made even better by the beautiful music that accompanies your flight. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire have the Battle Resort, which might have been disappointing to fans as most were expecting the Battle Frontier, despite it being in Pokemon Emerald only. However, these games make up for this with other aspects, one of which is the Delta episode, which is a post-game event that heavily focuses on Rayquaza and Deoxys. You take a trip to the top of Sky Pillar to catch Rayquaza, and then later Mega Evolve it and ride on it to space to battle Deoxys, which for the 3DS era has amazing visuals. Epic set pieces combined with some exciting lore and new characters really makes this a great addition to the story, while also acknowledging the definitive version of the generation being Pokemon Emerald, unlike another game I know. Hoenn is one of the best regions in all of Pokemon, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire do this magical land justice by having some of the most riveting gameplay and content in the entire franchise. This is how a remake should be done. It's faithful to the original, yet full of surprises, and hands down one of the best Pokemon experiences you'll ever have.
Our first 3D Mario entry on this list should be no surprise to you. Super Mario 3D Land is often just regarded as the one on the 3DS, and yeah, that would be correct. But this is a 3D Mario we're talking about. The worst 3D Mario game is still leaps and bounds better than almost any other 3D platformer. And unlike the rest of them, this one is actually in 3D. But for real, let's talk about 3D Land. For one, it's the first portable 3D Mario game. Remember, this game doesn't exist. An outstanding achievement in its own right. The gameplay, however, doesn't quite resemble the 3D Marios of the past. This is where we were introduced to what us fans call 2.5D Mario. That's because while yes, we are in a 3D space, the objective of each level is linear. The levels in Mario 64, Sunshine, and even Galaxy to some extent were designed with exploration and discovery in mind. If you try and explore much past the railing in 3D Land, you'll be sent right to the respawn screen faster than you can say Mamma Mia. However, that's not what this game was designed for. Many fans discredit this game because it doesn't live up to the hype of all the other 3D Mario games that came before it. But to that I say, why try and compare them? Comparing 3D Land to Sunshine is like comparing lemons to limes. Sure, they're closely related and kinda look similar, but they accomplish two completely different tasks. 3D Land focuses on the quick level design and platforming, perfect for short spurts of gameplay on the go, while the sandbox Mario games focus on exploration and platforming. Very similar games with different executions. 3D Land's levels, like I said, are short, but almost all of them are expertly crafted. Most of them have a unique gimmick that comes and goes quickly to never make you feel burned out or feel like playing is a hassle. The linear format, in my opinion, is just the modern evolution of 2D Mario. During this time, Nintendo's 2D Mario series was becoming stagnant and repetitive. However, if you squint your eyes hard enough, you would see that it had just evolved into 3D Land and 3D World. The linear nature of 3D Land blends the best parts of the 3D and 2D Mario games. Flagpoles, collectibles, power-ups, it all works together to what, in my mind, encapsulate what a Mario game is. If I asked an AI to create a Mario game, this is probably what it would look like. and I'm not saying that to disparage 3D Land. What I am saying is that this is as Mario as it gets. 3D Land is the epitome of Mario, but even so, 3D Land still isn't the best 3D Mario game in the Crayon box. At times, you could say it's too easy and also a little lazy in its overall design. However, there are some fun things here, and it shouldn't just be overlooked because of all the other juggernauts in the series. It's a damn good game that deserves some respect on its name.
When the Pikmin series was first imagined, series creator Shigeru Miyamoto was certain it would become the next Mario. He was unfortunately incorrect, as its debut game on the GameCube had lacking sales to say the least. But that didn't stop it from instantly becoming one of the most unique and creative franchises to ever come out of Nintendo, essentially creating an entire genre of game with the release of Pikmin 1. And although you don't see many Pikmin-like games being made nowadays for some crazy reason, it's probably because they already nailed the formula its first try. Right out of the gate, the gameplay loop is immediately addicting. Seeing all of your Pikmin carry objects back to the onion is super satisfying. And once you get deep into the game, it can actually get pretty tricky, managing what type of Pikmin to bring, where to focus your attention, and make sure you get back before the sun sets. Pikmin 1 and 2 are the only games in the series I would say get genuinely challenging at times, because this game lets you make drastic mistakes that carry some deep consequences. Whoops, you forgot you brought along non-blue Pikmin in water? They physically drown. Don't fix your ship before the time runs out? Olimar suffocates and dies. It's not controversial to say all the Pikmin games are of superb quality, but something about the first one, with its isolation and somber vibe, gives it a distinct identity. It's the only game in the franchise to only have one character, with that being Olimar, and his mission makes it even more distinct. There's always been a survival element to these games, but especially in Pikmin 1, the main objective here isn't to save a princess or defeat an evil monster, but to literally just stay alive on this planet and fix up your ship before you run out of oxygen. Yeah, there's not many yahoos in this game. And this feeling of isolation is enhanced with the beautiful end-of-level sequences, where Olimar will fly up into space above the planet, journaling his experiences for the day. Not just going over how the events of the day played out, but will mention his wife, his daughter, and how he misses them. This sort of thing isn't required for a game like this, but it makes it all the better. So with such an immediate clear goal and super fun Pikmin management gameplay, this game keeps you locked in, and is very easily one of Nintendo's best.
Mario Party 8 is the absolute pinnacle of everything Mario Party stands for. As Hudson Soft's final Mario Party title, they made damn sure they'd go out on top. First of all, let's talk about the vibe. The Star Carnival is the absolute perfect backdrop for a Mario Party, as it feels like a grandiose celebration while still obviously being focused on fun beyond all else. The giant stage in the center announcing the winner of each game, individual game modes represented by big top tents, an original character MC Ballyhoo and his hat Big Top hosting every game, it's just perfect. Does any of this on its own even matter? No, not really, but when comparing this to this, which just looks like a fan game in comparison, and realizing that Mario Party 8 came out over a decade before Super, it just all comes together and screams that, hey, these guys actually cared about making a fun Mario Party. Moving on to the main game, the character roster is what you'd expect, with a pair of unlockable enemies, and then you get to this game's crown jewel, the boards. 6 brilliantly designed boards that all play entirely differently from each other. DK's Treetop Temple is your standard Mario Party affair with tons of branching paths, hidden secrets, and a purchasable star for 20 coins, which moves its location. Shy Guy's Perplex Express is a train packed with chaotic passengers where you race to the conductor for a star, and while the star never moves, certain event spaces will switch around the train cars themselves. Meanwhile, Bowser's Warped Orbit has no stars on the board, with partygoers instead stealing stars through a powered-up candy, which is this game's version of an item system, and it's way more balanced and just straight up more creative from a visual and gameplay perspective. Going back to the boards though, lastly I have to mention Koopa's Tycoon Town, which might just be my favorite board in Mario Party history. In this city, Koopas own different properties, which you can spend coins to purchase and upgrade to receive stars. However, you'll want to make sure you've invested more than your opponents in certain properties, as anyone else who puts even 1 coin more than you can steal all the stars this property provides. The gameplay ramifications of this are hilarious, and the funny bluffing or revenge moments that this board creates are single-handedly more fun than any Mario Party game we've gone gotten since. I seriously could go on forever, but I'll end this section off by talking about the minigames. I believe this is one of the most complete selections of Mario Party minigames there is, and the games with motion control enhance the experience. I know this is controversial, but straight up they do, as they lower the skill gap, which is exactly what a game like Mario Party needs to keep every game close, chaotic, and unpredictable. Tons of unlockables in the bazaar, a story mode with a final boss fight against Bowser, tons of side modes, the most varied collection of boards in the series. Everything about Mario Party 8 is solely designed for one purpose: to allow you and 3 friends, regardless of the skill gap between you, to have some of the most frantic and frenzied party game fun that not just Nintendo, but any video game company has ever managed to put out.
When Nintendo introduced the concept of Miis, these things were everywhere. Not only did they have their own series dedicated to them, but they would also constantly have cameos in other games, from Mario Kart to Wheel of Fortune. And the reason they were in so many games was likely because they could pretty much be slotted in anywhere. After all, Miis were essentially nothing more than generic avatars, and we never really got to see much of their personality. That is, until Nintendo released Tomodachi Life for the Nintendo 3DS. This was a social simulation game akin to something like The Sims, except with Miis. And while this may seem completely absurd, it kind of works. Each Mii has its own personality traits and interests, and you pretty much do exactly what you would expect. You go around to a bunch of different locations, make friends, and can even get married and raise a family. Okay, maybe this game's very weird, but that's just what makes it so special. It's your game and your experience, and you can do whatever you want, from performing your own musical to worshipping the Virtual Boy. This game is a complete acid trip, and Nintendo wanted everyone to know it. Just look at the Tomodachi Life Direct that was published before this game's release, featuring Miis of Miyamoto and Aonuma as they fall in love with Princess Peach and Zelda. Even just this direct alone had so much personality, and honestly, it's kind of a shame that Tomodachi Life didn't become an ongoing series. That being said, it's one of those games with a cult following. At this point, you can expect the name Tomodachi Life to be uttered just about every time there's a Nintendo Direct, and it's really no wonder why.
I love you too. I love you more. Wait.
Oh my god!
So here's the deal. This list, like we said at the beginning, is quite biased. However, when making it, all of us on SwitchTop sat down and brought our top 30 games to the table. From there, we debated and discussed what we thought the most fair and generally agreed upon list of 100 games was. It was civil, it was orderly, and most of all, fair. I'm just messing with you. It was utter chaos.
What's up to any and all members?
See, I got Mike Tyson Punch Out at 60.
It's not staying there, I promise. It's not staying there, I promise.
It is not the eyes that are blind, but the heart.
It has way better music. It looks better.
Go watch a movie.
I think
Luigi's Mansion is not that fun.
No, you guys been screaming like maniacs for half an hour. And we're back at the same spot of shit Punch Out!
Dude, why was that backspace so loud?
This guy hates Punch-Out.
You gotta be more chill about it.
Okay, I fundamentally disagree.
We're not f***ing doing that. Are you guys kidding again?
I haven't played all these dumbass games like Yoshi's Woolly World and Luigi Mansion. Personally, I would have rathered averaging our scores together and making the list a bit more scientific, but what do I know? At least I don't think Yoshi's Woolly World is a top 100 game like some people. However, one game time after time was brought up. That game was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is debatably my favorite game of all time. No other game gets me in the zone, feeling accomplished, and leaving me seething like this game does. But how can I justify this being not only a top 100 Nintendo game, but number 71 on this list? Well, let me break it down for you. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out on paper shouldn't be as highly regarded as it is. It's a sports game and a celebrity cameo game. That right there is a bad combination. It's also arguably an arcade port, and a less visually appealing one at that. But putting Nintendo in a corner only makes their creative juices stronger. Because the game had to run on the less powerful NES, Nintendo decided that they would just make all the fighters giant, and the protagonist, Mac, Little. This would be the only game in the series where Mac is not transparent, and I'm not sure why they ever went back. Little Mac being towered over by other characters like King Hippo and Super Macho Man makes each and every fight in the ring feel like life or death. Getting beat doesn't just feel like a loss, but an utter beatdown. Missing a dodge is genuinely terrifying, and trying to time your counterpunch on the bull rush is nerve-wracking. Speaking of the bull rush, I've got to give props to anyone who's ever beaten this game without the internet. Learning the different tells and strategies through trial and error is an accomplishment I could only dream of doing, but I didn't. Like many others, I've watched plenty of YouTube tutorials and read many Punch-Out blogs in my day. And when I say this game is deep, I mean it's deep. Waiting for the guy in sunglasses to nod his head, or even the 42-second Glass Joe knockout, are incredible Easter eggs that make this game feel endless. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. You can read how to beat a fighter. You can even know how to beat a fighter. But that doesn't mean you will beat the fighter. Boxing is three things: strength, stamina, and mental. The game simulates strength through damage dealt through punches. Stamina is simulated through HP and stamina hearts. But mental is all you. Have you fought this competitor yet? Do you know their tells? Did you come into the fight with a strategy? What do you do when that strategy is upended? All of this is at the root of Punch-Out. You start at the bottom of the worst circuit, fighting the worst boxer. After every single fight, you get stronger, you gain more knowledge, you gain more experience, and you move further and further up the ladder. You're fighting people from all around the world, taking on people twice your size for the chance at the belt. You cross paths with fighters from your past, and have to maintain composure and adjust to their new tactics. Towards the end, the other fighters don't scare you. They're just in your way. The grind led you to right here. The dream fight. The fight you only saw behind your eyelids as you drifted off to sleep. But here you are, stronger, smarter, and prepared. You could have just entered the password for the Tyson fight weeks ago, but you would have just gotten blown out anyway. Every fight led to this very moment. Except you didn't get any stronger. You're the same Little Mac from the minor circuit. You didn't get any stronger, your stamina isn't any different. Instead, you the player have changed. You overcame these challenges, and you are a different person from the one who booted up the game. This is your fight, this is your destiny. That's what this game did. Unlike all the other games in the sports genre, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out captures the beauty of sports. Like Herm Edwards once said, you play to win the game. You don't play to just play it.
This is what's great about sports. You play to win the game. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win.
Whether you're the Little Mac from the Bronx or a Little Mac from anywhere else, being an underdog is just an excuse to cause an upset, because I'd rather be an underdog than no dog at all. So there, if you don't agree that this is a top 100 Nintendo game, that's alright, but hopefully you can see the impact this game had on me. Also, I kind of made a deal to get it on this list, so if you are enjoying this video so far and you want to watch our unhinged debate on how we got to this list of 100 games, consider becoming a member. It's the most direct way you can support our content, and it allows us to take risks and make more videos we're passionate about, like this one. Alright, enough shilling, let's move on.
Metroid Prime is one of the most beloved series in Nintendo's lengthy history, and with the help of developer Retro Studios, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption reminds us once again why it is so highly regarded. Released on the Wii in 2007, this game took a massive jump from the previous games in the trilogy, introducing new, larger detailed environments as well as smooth 60 FPS gameplay thanks to the power of the Wii. This game turns the control scheme completely on its head, swapping over to motion controls via the Wiimote and Nunchuck, opposed to the last two games of the franchise that were housed on the GameCube. This works surprisingly well, as the Prime franchise has always had a lock-on aiming feature. The transition in turn was quite seamless, and it actually felt very immersive to freely look around with the Wiimote, so much so that Retro brought this control scheme to Prime 1 and 2 in the trilogy re-release. The game kicks off with Samus being called to the Galactic Federation alongside 3 other hunters to look into a possible Phazon attack. Dark Samus then pulls up like an absolute badass and knocks out all of the hunters. A month later, Samus wakes up now infused with Phazon in her blood, which we'll get to in a second, and is now tasked with stopping the spread of the Phazon's corruption across space in the franchise's most ambitious story yet. While Samus was asleep, she was outfitted with a device that helps channel the Phazon power imbued from the attack into an enhanced power called Hyper Mode. Sacrificing energy in order to use it, you can use a stronger power beam, missiles, and more, which find themselves especially useful in puzzles and boss battles. Combining the game's main gameplay gimmick narratively with the the game's plot made Hyper Mode a standout feature of this game for me. Metroid Prime 3 pushed the Wii to its limits, taking a noticeable jump in visuals from the previous entries in the franchise, blending world building with epic combat, exploration, and collecting old and new upgrades through your journey. This is a must-play in a trilogy of already amazing games.
Kirby's Return to Dreamland is a return indeed. Apparently, this game went through development hell, being announced in 2005, pushed to an entirely different console, cancelled, and then released in 2011. But boy, was the wait worth it. There's several playable characters, new copy abilities, 4-person multiplayer, and an all-new type of ability called a super ability. Yay! Yeah, this mechanic is admittedly not that great, especially in multiplayer. Everyone is left to essentially just watch one player play the game, and all they're really doing is triggering a cutscene each time. I'll be the first person to admit that the Robobot armor is cooler, but where Kirby's Return to Dreamland really shines is through its cooperative experience and just the amount of content in general. The multiplayer is awesome. You have the option to choose between King Diddy, Meta Knight, Bandana D, or another Kirby, and if you're like me, you pick the Kirby because the copy abilities in this game are sick. Not only does each move feel incredibly fluid, but the amount of unique moves that each copy ability gives you is frankly absurd. There's even combos to perform moves that you would have never considered. And if performing random button combinations and seeing what works isn't really your style, you can always just look at the action guide. There's also several hidden secrets, an even harder mode where the enemies become stronger, and all kinds of cool minigames. For being the revival of the traditional Kirby format, Kirby's Return to Dreamland is just about everything you could ask for.
When the GameCube hit shelves in 2001, it was the most powerful console on the market by far. But it wasn't the only thing that hit that year, because bundled in with it was Luigi's Mansion, the wackiest launch game Nintendo has ever had. First, Luigi's Mansion may not be as graphically impressive as 3 on the Switch, but what it makes up for in high-fidelity Ouija is sheer replayability. Although the third game has more interconnecting mechanics and intricate levels, the first Luigi's Mansion aims to be a simple, spooky game about sucking up ghosts, and it hits it out of the park. It's such a simple gameplay loop, but man, it is just so fun to flash the ghost with your light, then scoop him up with the poltergeist. And what could have been a safe, shallow tech demo meant to show off the GameCube's graphics packs a stupid amount of personality. Literally, this is the game that gave Luigi his signature "Mom, come pick me up, I'm scared" personality. Before this game, he was more so just a clone of Mario, meant for the second player. But Luigi's Mansion stood him apart from his older brother, making him more timid and scared. So much so that the main button on the GameCube controller does this. And it's not just the big L. This game made King Boo the main antagonist for the first time, had portrait painting ghosts for boss battles, no don't think about the fact that a baby's one of them, and even flipped the script and had Mario needing to be saved instead of the other way around. And shoot, obviously 3's graphics are far and away more impressive, but the style from the first game is so unique, not only compared to the other Luigi Mansion games, but any other Mario game. The dust physics alone took 6 months to program. If that's not dedication, I do not know what is. The first game goes for a more realistic, lived-in style, compared to the other game's wacky, cartoony style. And although its subsequent sequels still go for a quote-unquote spooky theme, there's still a certain sense of isolation and unease that the other 2 games still haven't recaptured. And I think because of that unique vibe, simple yet replayable mechanics, and exploration, makes this game easily an all-time Nintendo classic.
Super Mario Strikers was Mario's first dive into soccer, and it was an absolute smash hit. This game dropped smack dab in the middle of the Mario Sports Series Prime and fit in that era like a missing puzzle piece. Super Mario Strikers thrives in combining the aspects of real soccer and, well, Mario. In this game, there's only 5 players per team and a much smaller field to play on than, real life. From the menu, you can choose to play grudge matches versus CPUs or with/against friends, as well as cup battles as you unlock all of the stadiums available in the game. Each team has your typical run-of-the-mill Mario character to choose from for your captain, then you choose sidekicks to fill out the rest of your squad. This game just screams fun. In Mario Strikers, there are power-ups that you can use to hit other players on the field. Whether it's bananas, big shells, or bob-ombs, it can lead to some chaotic and hilarious gameplay. You always need to be aware of your atmosphere, as each stadium is covered in electric wire, so that anytime you tackle an opposing player into it, they're electrocuted and lose the ball, which is an amazing feature. Now, in terms of goal scoring, there are a variety of ways of doing so. Whether it's a straight up power shot into the net, crossing the ball to your sidekick in front of the net and seeing that satisfying slow-mo before the goal, or scoring a super strike with your captain, netting you 2 goals in the process, the possibilities are endless. Super Mario Strikers isn't your typical soccer video game. Combining Mario's signature power-ups, special moves, and exhilarating gameplay, it's truly like no other.
Pikmin 2 is pretty much everything a sequel should be. Unlike the first game, the devs didn't have to spend a ton of time figuring out how the game should play since they already had a solid format. So what did they do with all this saved time? They added a bunch of cool stuff that wasn't in the first game. Right from the opening, you can tell this is a bigger game. Sure, there isn't voice acting, but there is a more coherent story. This new goober Louie has forced the company you work with to go into debt, and now you've got to collect some random space junk to pay it off. But don't worry, your pal Louie is here to help. As annoying as he may have been in the story, I actually kind of like Louie. Just like Olimar's name is a reference to Mario, taking the letters, mixing them around, and adding an L, Louie's actually named after Tom Selleck. Anyway, as you collect all these treasures and trinkets, you'll notice that a lot of them are based on real-world objects. And it seems that Olimar wasn't the only one who needed to pay off some debt. Look, I respect the hustle, but I have to wonder how many people were playing Pikmin 2 and realized that they needed to go to the store and buy shoe polish. Alongside these collectibles, there's some new Pikmin as well, including these beefy purple Pikmin and the poison Pikmin, which enhance the game's puzzles since there's more variety now. There's also a ton of new areas to explore, making this a much bigger game than its predecessor. A massive addition is these caves, and they're cool, but some people also don't really like them too much. They're very linear, often redundant, and can be a bit of a pain at times. I don't hate them, but I understand why they're so divisive. When comparing this game to Pikmin 1, I've always kind of viewed the original Pikmin as a Pikmin fan's Pikmin. If you're a massive fan of the series, you might prefer the fast-paced gameplay, day limit, and the difficulty, although a bit arbitrary sometimes. And I can understand finding that game to be more replayable, but Pikmin 2, especially with its amount of content, is just the better game.
On a console which brought so much doom and gloom for Nintendo fans, Splatoon was a bright, colorful spot that immediately catapulted this bizarre post-apocalyptic squid-themed world to amongst Nintendo's most beloved franchises. Living in a world where Splatoon has immediately seen multiple sequels, paid expansions, and arguably more promotion and merch than any Nintendo series not named Mario or Pokemon, it's very easy to forget what a pre-Splatoon landscape looked like for Nintendo. I remember initially seeing this game revealed and just being entranced by how striking everything seemed to be, with nearly every single clothing item, background graffiti, character design, or weapon catching your eye. Then I played the first global test fire, Nintendo's version of a beta weekend, and everything just clicked. All aspects of Splatoon were an immaculate balance of intentionally weird and weirdly intentional. Nintendo's newest, most off-the-wall franchise was also an immediate competitive success, which is extremely rare to see in the industry. While certain aspects of the game were slightly underwhelming looking back, such as the amount of modes and maps at launch, certain broken abilities like damage up, and a completely forgotten, for good reason, local multiplayer mode, Splatoon 1 nailed so much right off the bat that those slight misfires are completely forgivable. Yes, it's incredibly unfortunate that the servers are down, but due to an engaging single-player campaign culminating in one of Nintendo's best boss fights ever, an instantly iconic world filled with lore and a charming cast of characters, and everything else that has made this one of Nintendo's biggest series despite not even being a decade old, Splatoon is more than deserving of a spot on this list.
Kirby is one of the most iconic characters in Nintendo's lengthy history. With a plethora of different genres in his catalog, there's one place that Hal had never gone, until now. Kirby and the Forgotten Land released on the Nintendo Switch in 2022, and developer HAL Laboratories' first dive into 3D platforming was a massive success to say the least. Seeing how other games look significantly worse after jumping to 3D, Forgotten Land defied that logic, and it quite honestly is the best looking Kirby game to date. This game blends the vibrant and colorful charm of your typical run-of-the-mill Kirby game and a dystopian Forgotten Land, making it so memorable as no Kirby game has gone this route before. The gameplay, like the graphics, is arguably better than its 2D counterparts. Going through short 3D linear levels is an incredibly enjoyable time due to the sheer quality you encounter through the entire event. This game innovates on the core Kirby gameplay we all know and love, and now lets Kirby be a vending machine? Yeah, this was super random, but Mouthful mode was a blast from start to finish. Whether it's flying through the sky with Archmouth Kirby, or enjoying a roller coaster with Coaster Kirby, on top of the pre-existing copy abilities we all know and love, the possibilities are endless, and truly there's never a dull moment while playing through the amazing levels this game has to offer. One of my favorite parts of Kirby and the Forgotten Land has to be its new hub world, Waddle Dee Town. As you progress through the game and rescue Waddle Dees, your town expands, unlocking shops, most notably a place where you can upgrade your copy abilities, a fishing spot, a coliseum, and even seeing inside Kirby's house, which has some nice nods to past games of the franchise. There's so much to do here, and as the town grows, it's super fulfilling to just explore around. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is a game to be remembered forever for the franchise, having a successful transition into 3D. Jam-packed with incredible gameplay, visuals, and charm, it's a must-play for any Nintendo fan.
With a series as successful and mainstream as Mario Kart, it's nearly impossible to imagine Nintendo switching up the core gameplay to this degree, but that's exactly what they did with the fourth entry to the series, Mario Kart Double Dash. With this game's iconic two-character karts, this is the only game in the series allowing two players to race together, with one in control of items and the other in control of steering. This allowed for mechanics we've simply never seen again, such as the titular double dash or a slide attack, which allows racers to steal items held by other racers. Speaking of items, Double Dash introduces special items where certain character combinations can unlock specific items such as the Chain Chomp, Bowser Shell, or Giant Banana. By far the most unique Mario Kart game, Double Dash also introduced choosing a kart beyond just the standard go-kart, was the first entirely 3D game in the series, as 64 used 2D sprites for racers and items, includes the most players in a race in the game's history with 16 players if using the GameCube's LAN adapter, and it featured an electric lineup of 16 tracks. While obviously that's not a lot looking back, the tracks that are here are incredible, and it feels like variety was one of the core pillars developers focused on when designing them. Unrelated, but this game was Toadette's first ever appearance. She was created for this game, which is kinda nuts to think about given that now she's popular enough to be playable in mainline Mario titles. All in all, Double Dash is one of the few entries in the Mario Kart series you can still argue completely holds up, because nothing else has even come close to replicating its hectic main gimmick. Whether it's the now small but still stellar track selection, or arguably the best battle mode in the series, all the content in this game works in tandem with the 2 racers per kart mechanic to carve out its own weird local multiplayer niche within the Mario Kart franchise, and what a fun niche it is.
Mario Kart DS makes this list for having the crowning achievement of being the first handheld Mario Kart. That was good. The task was simple for this one. Make a proper 3D Mario Kart that runs on the DS and didn't look like whatever this is, and call it a day. But they went above and beyond, giving us kart customization, kinda, 3 more cups than Super Circuit, with retro cups taking courses from across the franchise, first-time characters like Dry Bones, Shy Guy, and even stinking Rob. Yeah, I completely thought this was Wally as a kid for some reason, but on top of all of that, a brand new mission mode with unique boss fights and challenges, a mission mode, mind you, that still hasn't returned in any Mario Kart to date? Yeah, this game packs a serious punch, and with wireless multiplayer compared to whatever sorcery this was, Mario Kart DS brought a lot to the table. It may not be the flashiest game in the series, but the fact that it brings the addicting gameplay loop to handheld with a much more accessible multiplayer and a boatload of content, Mario Kart DS is more than deserving of being in the top 100.
Alright, this is definitely a weird game to rank. For one, it single-handedly created one of the most important series Nintendo has. But on the other hand, this game hasn't aged well. Zelda has gone on to become Nintendo's 3rd best-selling series, just behind Mario and the Wii games. And time after time, they have put out groundbreaking entries that exude creativity and innovation. These games are some of Nintendo's most polished and content-dense they've ever put out. However, This is what it started from. The Legend of Zelda for the NES is a game all about exploration. Miyamoto once stated that he got the idea for Zelda while reminiscing about the times he had as a child exploring in the woods, making up stories and having adventures. What makes this game stand out for the time it came out is its lack of structure. You could literally go in any direction at the start and explore to your own desire. Also, instead of passwords, The Legend of Zelda was one of the first games to save progress to the actual cartridge, allowing the player to actually find new items and not have to remember long convoluted passwords. In the game, you're placed in the world of Hyrule and must explore the world's landscape and dungeons to restore the Triforce and save Princess Zelda. Sound familiar? The gameplay is about what you'd expect from an NES game. The combat is fun, and the difficulty scales with your progress. Exploring the world feels like a wild adventure, just like the one Miyamoto describes. However, almost 40 years after its original release, the game has some glaring holes that make it almost unplayable to a modern audience. For instance, some secret rooms are practically impossible to find without a guide. Like, really, am I supposed to just bomb every single wall until something magically happens? There's legit no hint for this in the game. However, what this game did do was create a blueprint for future Zelda games that would come later, and for that alone, this game stands as one of the most influential games of all time.
In 2007, Kirby's 15th anniversary rolled around. Despite Nintendo not bringing any attention to the actual anniversary, HAL Laboratories started developing a remake for the SNES's Kirby Superstar, and when it dropped a year later in 2008, we were in for a treat. Kirby Superstar Ultra sets itself apart from other Kirby games, having many returning and new different game modes. Starting off here with Spring Breeze. Being a simplified remake of Kirby Dreamland itself, this is your typical run-of-the-mill 2D Kirby experience, but it's a great one. It's always a joy to play through anytime I go back and revisit this game. Beyond Spring Breeze, as you complete different game modes, more unlock, featuring Dynablade, the Great Cave Offensive, which we'll get to later, and the fan favorite Meta Nightmare and more. There's so much content here that you won't want to put the game down. Kirby Superstar back on the SNES was the first game in the franchise to feature multiplayer. Moving to Superstar Ultra, it took a once limited mode and now allows you to play multiplayer in every mode featured in the game, even utilizing the DS's download play, which is so damn fun. And like I mentioned earlier, one of my favorite parts of this game is the newly enhanced Metroidvania-like mode, the Great Cave Offensive. Offering a new game mode concept that wasn't seen at this point in the Kirby franchise, you dive into this massive cave where you can find treasures, defeat enemies, and explore all the Great Cave has to offer. Oh yeah, and speaking of enhancements upon the original, something that's often overlooked is the backgrounds of the levels you're on. Now, I know this sounds really strange, but hear me out. They seriously look stunning, and I think it really adds a whole new depth to your gameplay. So much so that I wish we could have explored these backgrounds in and of itself. And I can't forget the music. The Kirby franchise is well known for having charming and fun tracks riddled throughout the game, but Superstar Ultra is one of my personal favorites. Featuring bangers like Mask Diddy, Big Boss, and even some chill tracks like My Friend in the Setting Sun, they just couldn't miss here. Kirby Superstar Ultra took a great Kirby game and made it even better when coming to the DS. Introducing cutscenes, new copy abilities which can now aid you in solving different puzzles, new levels, bite-sized enjoyable game modes, and a ton of new content, this whimsical Kirby adventure has earned its rightful place in the top 100.
Earthbound. This game is for all the kids trapped in adult bodies. It taps into our childlike innocence and makes us question where the time has gone. It makes you want to simultaneously run back to your mom and give her a hug, and also leave home and go on an adventure. Earthbound is the story of this adolescent dissonance. Everything about this game is downright incredible. The contrast between the cozy game aesthetics of the early game to the makes you feel scared, but in a way we know all too well. It reminds you of your time as a child when everything felt normal, and then slowly over the years, society started crumbling away. You see the evil in the world for the first time, and you think, how could they do this? How could adults be so evil? As you progress, you learn that the evil didn't just appear one day out of the sky. It's been here all along. It's our job to fight it. The game's presentation, while at times simple, uses the facade to lull you into a state of security. Like I said, this game is weird. Some sections of the game are so unique and different, including, spoilers, a section inside the mind of Ness himself. Even animations inside side battles feel engaging, like the odometer HP counter and the insanely trippy visuals. This game is just insanely fun. Talking to the NPCs really is one of the highlights of this game. The gags and jokes add so much to the atmosphere of this game that once you're back to following the story, it feels like a living, breathing world, one that you have to protect at all costs. I love Earthbound. It's a game about growing up and learning to accept the evil in the world, but not letting it control you. It's a senseless fight, but one worth fighting.
F-Zero GX is no Mario Kart. Instead of bombarding you with items, your entire focus is on going fast, and in this game, you go really fast. This game is hard, and you'll learn this quickly just by loading into a Grand Prix. Even if you've been staying on top of each race and you're almost guaranteed to win the whole thing, you can just end it all by making one wrong turn and flying off the track. Retired? Buddy, that is more than a torn ACL. That dude is dead. Almost as dead as... never mind. Yeah, it kind of sucks that this game was essentially F-Zero's last hurrah, because it's just straight up sick, and don't expect it to get any easier. Believe me, some of these levels are absolutely insane. It's like Super Monkey Ball with cars. There's also a surprising amount of content. In a lot of ways, it feels like an arcade title, but there's also a ton of characters and tracks, and even an entire story mode with its own cutscenes. These are awesome. Okay, the acting isn't that great, but look, Captain Falcon has hair! In all seriousness, F-Zero GX is the type of game that you can immediately pick up and start having fun, even if you suck at the game like I do. I cannot overstate how wild the gameplay is. Being able to reach ungodly speeds and even take out your opponent, this game is really cool, and it's really disappointing that we may never see anything else like it.
This game needs no introduction. Super Mario Bros. For the NES, the one that started it all. Maybe the most recognizable game of all time. What this game did for the video game industry itself could propel it to the top of many lists. But legacy isn't the only thing bringing it up this high. The game is genuinely fun. This game was the gold standard for what every 2D platformer going forward would try to accomplish. Running around feels extremely natural, the power-ups are super fun, but aren't OP, and the level design is top-notch. Sure, there aren't any save states, but if you're well knowledgeable about the game's secrets, there are warp zones that teleport you to later levels. The game just feels so ahead of its time. There aren't many games that hold up 40 years after launch, but this one does. Everything from 1.1 to 8.4 feels so well thought out, and the game just works, which is saying a lot for a game from the 80s. It may not be the crowning achievement of gaming it once was, but it was the first domino that came tumbling down this Mario timeline, and one I would gladly go back and play any day.
Back in the early 2000s, Mario RPGs were in a bit of a weird spot. Sure, Paper Mario managed to revive the concept, but the fact that the first ever Mario RPG had any chances of a sequel immediately killed by Sony collaborating with Square Enix, it definitely complicated things. However, we would soon see the Super Mario RPG redemption arc in the form of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. This game was developed by Alpha Dream, which may seem strange at first given their history at the time. You see, Alpha Dream was known for creating games like Tomato Adventure and Hamtaro Rescue Ranger, which definitely don't scream, give this studio the keys to the biggest icon in gaming. However, arguably no company was more equipped to make a new Mario RPG because this team consisted of many former Square employees, many of which had worked on Super Mario RPG years prior. However, Superstar Saga is very different from Mario RPG. In fact, it's practically unrecognizable if you compare the two, which I would argue is for the best. That's not to dog on Mario RPG by any means. Rather, I think it gives Superstar Saga much more personality. You have a completely new world and a lot of completely new characters too. The game can be serious when it wants to, but there's also a goofy undertone. The opening cutscene starts off with Mario waltzing around in his underwear as he realizes there's a disaster happening at Peach's castle. Princess Peach can now only communicate using exploding text. Characters like Popple, Fawful, and Prince Peasley help to bring this goofy world to life. Even Bowser is kind of a joke, and for most of the game, he doesn't even remember who he is. This story's frivolous nature is a major part of its charm, but the evil Cackletta helps to keep the stakes high. What I think truly makes Superstar Saga special, however, is its gameplay, which is incredibly fun and engaging. Being able to control two characters at once, perform bros attacks through precise input combinations, and counter enemy attacks, all of these contribute to one of the most unique RPGs of all time. There's never really a dull moment. Instead of waiting for your enemy's turn, you have to constantly be on your toes. These battle mechanics really make you feel like you're playing a Mario game rather than just an RPG. It's honestly kind of difficult to even describe this type of gameplay. Obviously, it's turn-based, but it's also more than simply selecting the right moves at the right time, since you have to perform precise input combinations whether it's your turn or not. This game is essentially a real-time turn-based RPG, and I don't really think there was any other game like this before Superstar Saga. I'm so glad that this game became a series because the concept is so perfect. Over the years, we've gotten to see so many new characters, worlds, and stories, and we really only have Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga to thank for that. There's something truly special here, which is why it's so awesome to see this series continue on, even with a few hiccups.
Pokemon Black and White introduced us to the region of Unova in 2010, which internally to Game Freak was supposed to act as a reset for the series, featuring over 150 new Pokemon. It gave us one of the best stories Pokemon has ever seen. Yet in a shocking series first reveal, 2 years later we got a sequel. Welcome to Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. Visually, this is the best 2D Pokemon has ever looked, especially in battles. The animations of the Pokemon are some of my favorites in the series, and Game Freak really knocked it out of the park. With a blend of 2D and 3D elements, it's really appealing to play through. Running through places such as Castelia City and seeing your perspective change from 2D to 3D is so smooth and satisfying. Game Freak pushed the DS to its limits, and gave us a sneak peek to their vision for Pokemon's later transition to 3D 2 years later. These games take a 2-year time jump, giving us a new protagonist and having us start off at the other end of Unova in Aspertia City rather than Nuvema Town in Black and White 1, which funnily enough is the last town you visit. In this game, we get introduced to a polarizing character in Colress, who is one of the main bosses and part of Team Plasma's attempt to take over the region. Team Plasma is split down the middle, one half being loyal to N and protecting Pokemon, and the other half being the former. By the end of the story, it gives a very satisfying and heartwarming ending to N's story arc and perfectly closes off the Unova chapter. A lot of Pokemon fans have hoped that Game Freak will revisit Unova and complete the trilogy of games, but in my opinion, it's perfect as it is and it doesn't need to be disturbed. Past the story though, there is a ton of content in this game. Whether it's playing Pokemon Dream Radar, collecting all of the medals, completing the National Pokédex, or even competing in the Pokemon World Tournament against gym leaders and champions from past regions, you'll legitimately be able to put hundreds of hours into this game and still find something to grind out and complete, which for a DS game is a testament to how incredible this game truly is.
Welcome to your island paradise. Animal Crossing New Horizons is such an interesting game to look back on, because so much of its identity is wrapped up in the time it was released. Back when we were all cooped up in our own little worlds, the Animal Crossing stars aligned to create the perfect cozy game to get us through that period of our lives. Firstly, New Horizons immediately stood out from past entries. This game is absolutely gorgeous. The HD graphics in the island aesthetic make the reality escape so peaceful and whimsical. From the seaplane to setting up your first campsites to eventually opening up Nook's Cranny in the Able Sisters shop. The fishing in this game was great as always. The customization, You could literally talk about the customization all day. Literally everything in this game could be customized. Your interior house, clothes, town jingle, flag, villager nicknames, etc. However, the one that changed the game here was terraforming. Terraforming completely changes the way you view your island. In past Animal Crossing games, you were just another villager helping the town the best you could. Then in New Leaf, you got more power as the mayor. But here in New Horizons, you are now the proud owner of your very own island, via the Island Getaway package. This basically gives you full control of the island and what gets built. Bridges, paths, and more are all up to you. Don't like a certain hill? Tear it down. Does it feel too flat? Build one up. The only limits in New Horizons are your very own. However, that's where it falters a tad. New Horizons beyond your creative limits can be a very stagnant game. After building the 2 shops, there's really nothing more to do than get a high island rating, have a KK Slider concert, and complete the museum. Also, things like the Dream Suite and the Roost wouldn't be added until free DLC down the line. These things came day one with New Leaf. Even the Happy Home Paradise DLC felt stagnant if creativity wasn't why you play Animal Crossing. I like completing tasks and progressing my island, but beyond a certain point, New Horizons no longer caters to that type of player. However, for the type of player where building an island from the ground up and flexing your creative muscles is your thing, New Horizons is the perfect game for you. The unlimited tools at your disposal allow you to make literally whatever you want of your island. Crafting added another layer of self-independence, allowing you to harvest resources for items, rather than just trying to sell things for bells. Nook Miles acted as meaningful achievements and allowed you to earn new tools and items through the Nook Stop. Tickets to new islands allowed you to find resources that aren't on your island without having to go find a friend who has those items. This game revolutionized Animal Crossing forever. This series will never be the same after this game. To some, this is a blessing. To some, it could be a step back. But Animal Crossing New Horizons will no doubt be recognized as one of Nintendo's most important games of the Switch era. It was the key contributor to its second bump halfway through its lifespan, raised a relatively smaller series to become a major system seller, and also became not just the second best-selling game on the Switch, but the 14th best-selling game of all time. Animal Crossing New Horizons either hit the launch day lottery or is a genre-defining game. Personally, I think it lies somewhere in between, but number 54 Nintendo game of all time? Yeah, I think that fits nicely.
When it comes to Mario sports games, Mario Super Sluggers is kind of perfect. The game immediately kicks off with a cinematic opening like no other, which shows off a bunch of characters and stadiums alongside a cool nod to the game's motion controls. And then Luigi gets punched, building up suspense as Luigi finally reveals that he caught the ball. Now this is storytelling, and in a Mario baseball game nonetheless. The opening is sick, but let me tell you, the gameplay does not disappoint. Practically everything that was in Mario Superstar Baseball is back and better than ever. This game's roster is stacked, and it's a massive improvement over its predecessors. Donkey Kong's team is a prime example of this. A team that was previously oversaturated with Goombas and Koopas now represents most of the DK family and also the Donkey Kong Country series as a whole. Seeing King K. Rool make an appearance in this game was awesome, since before Smash Ultimate, he was practically missing in action. My personal favorite thing about Mario Sluggers, however, is its story mode, which boasts a few cutscenes of its own. Bowser Jr. invades the island, challenging you to a match, and it's your job to visit each stadium, recruiting characters until you've built a roster that can defeat him. It's really fun traveling around and meeting a bunch of different characters, but a lot of the charm of this story is in the actual scout missions. These scout missions are each based on specific mechanics, and if you want to unlock every character, you're gonna have to master these mechanics. This system that forces you to become more and more acquainted with the gameplay is ingenious, and it certainly doesn't hurt that the gameplay is just about perfect. In baseball, a lot of the time it can feel like nothing is going on, but in Mario Baseball, it's quite the opposite. That's because all 9 characters on your team, every pitcher, every fielder, every batter, they're all controlled by you, and there's a ton of different options for all kinds of various situations. Of course, you have different types of swings and pitches, but even when you're on the field, you may want to perform a buddy move to steal a home run or throw a player out at second. Even when running the bases, you may get caught in a close play, allowing you to tackle the baseman, knocking the ball out of their hands. A lot of the decision making happens before the game even starts. Because you have all kinds of characters with all kinds of stats and abilities, you really have to think about where you want to position each fielder, or where each character should go in the batting order. Fundamentally, Mario Super Sluggers is a baseball game, but even if baseball isn't your type of game, Mario Sluggers just might be. With all kinds of fun characters and stadiums, a pretty neat story, and even a bunch of minigames. While I can't say it's the most revolutionary or important game on this list, what I certainly can say is that it's one of the most fun games on this list. I love Mario Sluggers because anytime I come back to this game, there really is never a dull moment.
The Nintendo Wii released in 2006, and it was a global phenomenon to not only video game fans, but even people outside the gaming sphere. Thanks to intuitive motion controls, you could play the Wii with your friends, siblings, or parents even, like no gaming console before it. Capitalizing off the Wii's success, Nintendo combined the mass appeal that the console had, along with their mascot Mario, and created a multiplayer experience we won't ever forget. Released in 2009 worldwide, New Super Mario Bros. Wii was the first 2D Mario game capable of local multiplayer and helped to define a generation of games that we now know as the New Soup series. You were able to play as Mario, Luigi, or Blue and Yellow Toad as, shocker I know, you go on a mission through 8 worlds to save Peach from Bowser. Featuring some of the greatest 2D Mario level designs to date, whether it's World 1's classic 2D Mario feel, World 3's snow and icy feels introducing us to new ice-based power-ups, or World 7's clouds, the possibilities were endless. Speaking of the worlds, there was a mini-boss standing in your way before every world completion, and those bosses were the Koopalings, who made their grand return for the first time since Super Mario World. New Super Mario Bros. Wii had a very unique control scheme, with you either having a Wiimote horizontal or having a Wiimote vertical with a nunchuck plugged in. This game made great use of the Wiimote's functionality, as when you shook the Wii remote, you did a spin jump, which was a great gameplay mechanic. Another new mechanic was being able to pick up anyone you were playing with, which led to some hilarious moments, as you were able to throw your friends into enemies to make them lose their power-up, or straight up just into death. Along with that, New Super Mario Bros. Wii introduced some all-time great power-ups. The fan-favorite propeller cap let you fly up into the air by shaking the Wii remote, which was super satisfying, the ice flower, and the penguin suit. Oh yeah, and we also had Yoshi, cause who doesn't love Yoshi? This game defined a generation. Multiplayer 2D Mario has been a Nintendo staple for over a decade now. However, it wouldn't be on that high pedestal without New Super Mario Bros. Wii introducing the world to this perfect blend of well-crafted levels and chaotic frenzied multiplayer.
Any piece of media launching a brand new IP is naturally incredibly important in establishing the tone, gameplay, story, and presentation of said new universe. But you could argue it's the first sequel that determines whether you're looking at a one-hit wonder or a new bastion in the entertainment industry. Splatoon 2 takes the 2015 original and bombastically proclaims, yeah, this is a Nintendo series now, instantly standing amongst the likes of Legend of Zelda and Mario. Splatoon 2 realistically could have just been Splatoon 1.5, and the success of the Switch would have helped it sell well regardless. But while it might have continued the series' tradition of launching a little light on content, it also continued the series' tradition of meticulous attention to detail. First off, this game is way more balanced than its predecessor, not just in the abilities and loadouts, but in the player's journey to unlocking said perks, which gives this game's multiplayer an insanely fun progression system. In addition to probably having the best post-launch support out of any Nintendo game, Salmon Run basically said, okay, y'all have been calling this Nintendo Call of Duty? Bet, here's Zombies, which is just a winning formula expertly adapted to Splatoon's funky mechanics. Clocking in for Grizzco's mysterious shifts with a few friends provides some of Nintendo's most fun and chaotic multiplayer gameplay, which encourages you to try again to master these arcade-style waves of enemies, bosses, and special events. Splatoon 2's single-player offerings are really just the cherry on top. Octo Expansion's bizarre vibe and bite-sized challenges make for one of the best paid campaigns Nintendo has ever produced. Full stop. It's an absolute fever dream with trippy moments, difficult challenges, and the series' best final boss. The only thing I dislike about Octo Expansion is just how much it overshadows Octo Canyon, the single-player campaign included in the base game. Hot take incoming, this is the best non-DLC single-player Splatoon campaign. It doesn't have the shock and originality of Splatoon 1's Octo Valley, or the open structure and final sequence of Splatoon 3's Alterna, but in my opinion, it has by far the best levels. The level design here just blows other campaigns out of the water. There are so many new mechanics that get built upon, thrown out, brought back, you never know what to expect as you're zooming around these stages. The highest praise I can give Splatoon 2's Hero Mode is that the levels are so damn well designed that I beat every single level with every single weapon and loved it the whole time.
When Mario Maker was first shown off, I remember watching reactions where people wondered if we were looking at a $5 eShop title. Then Nintendo kept showing off more and more and more, and eventually, boom! Super Mario Maker! Yeah, they're not messing around anymore. You can tell because the title has a super in it. The more and more we learned about Mario Maker, the more incredible it sounded. For Nintendo to give players this much control and input over Mario, it was clear that this wasn't some level editor you can find made in Flash on some website. This was a full-blown creation suite with more tools than any non-modder had access to prior. However, once the game launched, it became clear the magic of Super Mario Maker wasn't just the tools Nintendo gave you, it was how you were able to use them. them. Super Mario Maker has hands down my favorite implementation of the Wii U gamepad on the console. Being able to use this little tablet to create levels and instantly playtest them on the big screen was the best possible way for this concept to be introduced, and it showed. Super Mario Maker was a massive success despite launching September 2015, marking the beginning of the end for the Wii U's lifespan. This game also received multiple major updates, including new course parts such as the checkpoint flag, new modes such as event courses, and super expert mode for the 100 Mario challenge. And while that was all fun, the single most underrated part of this game is just how weird it all was. Right from the start, every single letter on the title screen does something new when tapped.
Okay? That bird that I hate.
Tapping random flies that appear on the gamepad while making a level lead to their own minigame modeled after Mario Paint. Random deaths can result in 20-second long sound effects of Mario falling, and there's also whatever the hell this is. I feel like Super Mario Maker in so many ways acts as a finale to Nintendo's weirdest and most experimental era. Does this mean Nintendo is playing it safe now? No, I definitely wouldn't say so, but the 3DS and Wii U were Nintendo at their quirkiest, funniest, and most off the wall. For a lot of people, this irreverent humor, these inside jokes, became Nintendo. With the company's public perception becoming cleaner and more akin to the multi-billion-dollar company they are, Super Mario Maker comes across as one final weirdly bizarre title that also managed to empower the player with creativity, giving us the ability to step into Nintendo's shoes and make our own Mario levels for the first time. What an incredible game this was.
With disappointing sales from Pikmin 1 and 2, Nintendo took their sweet time making the third game. The GameCube wasn't a commercial failure by any means, but it certainly wasn't the ideal console to launch a brand new IP either. That's why the third Pikmin game had a lot of pressure on its shoulders. It not only needed to be a good sequel to an already stellar formula, but capture a wider audience than the few million it got on the GameCube. But with a third game coming out the launch year for the console after the Wii, Nintendo's most successful console of all time, it finally seemed like Pikmin was gonna get the attention it always deserved. And it sold worse than the first game. But luckily the game was amazing. Despite the lacking sales, Pikmin 3 is a true evolution to the series, bringing some major innovations. Upping the captain count from 2 to 3 is especially cool, and with wide open maps and unique puzzles that utilize all 3 of them, it's a great evolution to the formula. Sending off one captain to a location, grabbing an item with another, then hopping to a different captain is a really engaging gameplay loop that puts your efficiency to the test. And the classic countdown to the end of the day is all the more intense, as you're desperately trying to get everything back to the onion in time. The new Pikmin types are great additions as well, as the rock Pikmin is just fun to chuck at enemies. Although Pikmin 3 didn't sell too well, it still stands as one of Nintendo's best games, and a stellar addition to an already amazing franchise. The original Star Fox on the SNES was revolutionary, as it was Nintendo's first foray into the 3D space, utilizing groundbreaking technology. For the time, many hoops had to be jumped through, however, for the game to even run, such as limiting the background to 2D, compressing the overall image quality, and including a specifically made chip inside the cartridge to boost the console's performance. All's to say, when the N64 was released and Nintendo's best franchises were officially upgrading to 3D, Star Fox was one step ahead, with the team being able to take everything they learned from the first game and enhance it with much more powerful hardware on the N64. And they did exactly that, releasing the iconic Star Fox 64. Star Fox 64 takes everything that worked from the first game and amplifies it. In this game, the story and gameplay are largely the same, with you playing as Fox McCloud, along with your squad, as you save Corneria in your R-Wing. But not only does the graphical leap stand this one apart from the original, but Star Fox 64 utilizes a new route mechanic compared to the first game. Instead of choosing your route at the start of the game, you can now influence which level you'll go to next depending on what you do in each level, which allows you to choose an overall easy, medium, or hard route. And by hard, yeah, it means hard. This is a really cool addition, with some of the requirements to reach different levels being genuinely difficult at times. And with such a bump up in gameplay quality, this adds a stupid amount of replayability. Overall, Star Fox 64 stands as one of the best games from the N64, and easily one of Nintendo's best.
Some may say that this game is just a tech demo.
But if you were to make a list of the most played video games of all time, this has got to be near the top. The game is fairly simple. However, that's what makes it so special. You didn't need years of video game knowledge to play Wii Sports. Things like camera controls and controller knowledge that come second nature to gamers are thrown out the window with Wii Sports. Everyone knows how to swing a baseball bat or bowl a bowling ball. All you had to do was use the motion on the Wii remote. This game itself brought on Wii Mania. People could not get enough of the Wii's motion controls, and Wii Sports single-handedly got the Wii into many people's homes. I'd even go as far to say that it was the second Trojan horse of Nintendo. Rob got the NES into people's homes, Wii Sports got the Wii into people's homes. However, this time, the gimmick was justified. It was something so unique to the gaming industry that Nintendo's competitors spent years trying to copy them. Everyone wanted a bite at that motion controls pie, but the game that brought everyone together was Wii Sports. For a game that has as little actual content as it actually does, the game always feels fresh and dynamic. I believe that comes from its social aspect. Not many games are able to pull this off well, but when they do, they're able to enhance a game's replayability 1,000-fold. Sure, you could play Wii Sports to earn medals and climb the ladder, but most of the time, it was just you and your friends bowling strikes and hitting dingers. It was you teaching your grandpa how to hold a Wii remote, and then 2 games later, he's kicking your butt in bowling. The barrier to entry to this game was so low that it was able to bring everyone together. No one feels intimidated by Wii Sports. Even games like Mario Kart and Mario Party, which are games I believe have incredible social pulls, don't have the inclusionary aspect that Wii Sports had. Casual gamers really don't have the capacity to learn one button at a time, and teaching your mom how to play 15 plus minigames in Mario Party is never a fun time. That's something that I think Just Dance and Jackbox games learned from Wii Sports. Just because the controls are simple and easy to learn doesn't mean a game can't be incredibly fun. It is your job as a casual game developer to make games fun, simple, and replayable. That's why I believe Wii Sports deserves a spot in this list. It's groundbreaking, it's fun, and it's inclusive. The game brings down all potential social walls, allowing people to feel a sense of belonging. Everything from making a Mii to the insanely catchy menu music. Wii Sports is for everyone.
While Mother 3 is definitely one of Nintendo's greatest games of all time, there's one big problem. You can't play it. Well, unless you speak Japanese, you're probably not going to enjoy it too much. Nintendo originally planned to release the game in English back when it was Earthbound 64, but after years of development purgatory, it ended up being released on the Game Boy Advance and only in Japan. There's all kinds of speculation as to why it wasn't released in other regions. Maybe Nintendo considers the game to be too offensive for a Western audience. Realistically though, Nintendo just thinks the localization would be more work than it's worth. That being said, it's kind of difficult to rank a game that's virtually unplayable. I mean, there's really no official way for a native English speaker to enjoy this game. No official way. Mother 3 is a game about a boy learning how to navigate the world while taking on responsibilities that are probably way too demanding for someone his age. It's an unconventional RPG with fun, wacky characters and an even wackier story. If you couldn't tell, this game is a sequel to Earthbound. That being said, however, with everything Earthbound does well, there's a good chance that Mother 3 does it better. And I mean, that makes sense considering this game took nearly 12 years to develop. It also was released in 2006, making it one of the latest GBA exclusives released, which would explain why the graphics and textures seem to push the limits of the Game Boy Advance with just how vibrant they are. One of the obvious things that Mother 3 does better than Earthbound is its combat. You still have the party system with different party members having various abilities, but now there's an entirely new rhythm-based mechanic, now being able to combo enemies by attacking to the beat of the music. Speaking of music, Mother 3 boasts a pretty impressive soundtrack, especially for a Game Boy Advance game, which is unfortunately not helped by the GBA's hardware limitations, but still good regardless. Now, when it comes to the actual story, I personally find Mother 3 to have a more interesting plot than Earthbound. There's definitely a lot of fun and humorous moments, and also a shocking amount of incredibly sad moments. Seriously, there's quite a lot of death in this game. Similarly to Earthbound, Mother 3's charm comes from its ability to break RPG norms and not be afraid of having its own identity. And there's a reason why we've recently seen a number of RPGs that take inspiration from this game. If only Nintendo would take some inspiration from their fans and consider letting them actually play it. But hopefully one day we'll be able to experience an official localized version. Oh my god, they did it! Yup, there it is.
Super Mario Maker was one of the biggest success stories of the Wii U, and Super Mario Maker 2 is how you do a sequel. Literally the first thing they show off was slopes, the most requested feature from Mario Maker 1, but then they just hit you over the head with content. Nintendo added so many new blocks, items, and enemies to this game that the levels you can make are nearly unrecognizable from the first title. New themes, styles, music options, sure, there's some more stuff from past 2D Mario titles fans could still want added, but honestly there's not a ton that's not already included in this game's intuitive yet robust level editor. As good as this level editor is, I truly believe Mario Maker 2's biggest wow moments come frequently outside of the creation experience. The massive 100 plus level single player campaign shows how Nintendo's current level designers would tackle creating NES and SNES 2D Mario levels today, and the completely unnecessary yet highly appreciated backdrop of helping Toadette rebuild Peach's castle makes this somewhat ironically one of the more interesting 2D Mario campaigns we've gotten within the last couple decades. The multiplayer is an absolute delight. With local co-op and online versus, there's just so much variety here, admittedly when everyone has a decent online connection. The crown jewel of this game, however, was its final update, introducing Super Worlds. I remember how much of a pipe dream this was for fans, as it just seemed like Nintendo would never allow us to link levels together in their own worlds. That would just be too much, and potentially eat into the sales of other 2D Mario titles. Not only can we make our own worlds, you can link worlds together to make your own game. If I'm being honest, the ability to make your entire own new 2D Mario campaign might be the single coolest free update Nintendo has ever released, as they're essentially handing over the keys to Peach's castle and saying, hey, you can create your own Mario game with unique levels, worlds, level design threads, etc. It's the absolute dream for any 2D Mario fan.
Man, Nintendo Land was dealt a bad hand. It seemingly fell under the radar due to that whole thing where the Wii U, almost kicked Nintendo out of the console-making business due to its horrific failure, but who cares? It is quite the shame that this game didn't get the attention it deserved, as it features some of the most replayable minigames Nintendo has ever made. The use of the gamepad in each game is super creative too, with just about every feature the Wii U was capable of being showcased through each minigame. Luigi's Ghost Mansion had everyone playing on the TV looking for the ghost, trying not to get picked off, while the player controlling the ghost on the gamepad tries to sneak around and ambush people while they're alone. And Mario Chase flips the script, with one player controlling Mario on the gamepad running away from the toads chasing him on the TV. There's games like Metroid Blast that uses the gamepad's gyro, Legend of Zelda Battle Quest that has people using their Wiimotes as swords, and the gamepad as a bow and arrow, and oh yeah, there's like 12 of these minigames to choose from. Now, not all of these are winners. I'm looking at you, Balloon Trip Breeze. But most of these you can replay forever. Although the Wii U's failure didn't quite let Nintendo Land shine as much as it should have, it is still solidly one of Nintendo's best games.
Oh boy, as I'm sure has been mentioned before, this list was decided by the 5 current members of SwitchTop. We did this to try and get a consensus and eliminate individual bias, as if we didn't, I'd have the 3rd generation of Pokemon games in the top 5 of this list. Pokemon Sapphire will always be one of my favorite games of all time, just through sheer nostalgia, but Pokemon Emerald deserves to be on this list as objectively it takes what Sapphire does and just runs it back, but better. Hoenn is one of the best Pokemon regions ever, with its diverse geography and weather effects lending to villages on rafts or perched amongst treetops, on a beach, or in a mountainous crater of a meteorite crash. The theme of this generation is learning to live in harmony in nature, which when you think about it is an absolutely perfect theme for a Pokemon game. Whether it's instantly being greeted by mover Pokemon helping you move into your new home at the start of the game, or keeping the evil teams from completely upsetting the Pokemon ecosystems, entering in a Pokemon contest, or stopping the legendary Pokemon from creating an eternal flood or heat wave, the intricate balance between nature, humans, and Pokemon is an integral aspect to this series, and in my opinion, Gen 3 shows off that balance the best, leading to a world that feels more alive than modern Pokemon games despite being restricted to the Game Boy Boy Advance graphical processor. Speaking of presentations, to me, this is Pokemon. The simplicity of the 16-bit art style, the pastel colors, the smooth 60 frames per second combined with sprite-based animations. There's a reason this style is often the most emulated in fan games, used in ROM hacks and incorporated into fan animations. There's something about it that just screams Pokemon. Pokemon Emerald also features arguably the strongest overall starter selection in the series, with the Torchic evolutions being the undisputed best Pokemon line in history. Yup, no bias here. For real though, all the Pokemon found in Hoenn are at their worst, at least interesting, and at their best some of the strongest designs in the series, such as Rayquaza. The music is absolutely top notch and remains my favorite Pokemon soundtrack, and the reliance on HMs actually provides a very tangible sense of progression as you unlock new parts of this world you simply didn't have access to before. While Emerald, in my opinion, actually has a less satisfying champion, that's the only misstep it takes from Ruby and Sapphire. The story of these two battling teams again is one of the best Pokemon stories we've gotten so far. It actually feels grand, and like Team Magma and Team Aqua each pose a threat to each other and this beautiful land. Speaking of differences between Ruby Sapphire and Emerald, everything else is a massive improvement, with the crowning jewel being the Battle Frontier, an incredibly replayable post-game gauntlet featuring boatloads of extra content. No matter how you slice it, Pokemon Emerald remains one of the best Game Boy Advance games, one of the best Pokemon games, and one of the best handheld video games of all time. There is just so much to love about this game. It absolutely perfected the classic Pokemon formula and stands tall in pop culture today.
Mario RPGs as a whole have quite the rocky history. Whether it's great first additions to their respective franchises like Paper Mario 64 or some underwhelming ones, before them all came Super Mario RPG. Prior to Super Mario RPG's release in 1996, Mario was mainly known for 2D platforming, but thanks to the collaboration of Nintendo and Square, they both came together and created this absolute masterpiece. Introducing the turn-based RPG game style to the Mario franchise thanks to Square, who brought that element over from Final Fantasy, straight up changed the game. Mario games are no stranger to being an innovator, and the new timed inputs during combat made this game so much more interactive, something that RPGs before them struggled to do. This game set the standard for future Mario RPG storylines, straying away from the typical save Princess Peach from Bowser and introducing new villains that aren't Bowser, such as the Smithy Gang. Oh, and speaking of Bowser, he'll actually join your party at one point and act as an ally, which was very surprising at this point in the franchise. Joining you as well in your adventure are fan favorite characters Geno and Mallow. Geno in particular though is my personal favorite character in the game, though I find that his popularity skyrocketed mostly due to fans requesting his inclusion into Smash Bros. But that's for another video. 27 years later, after being requested by fans for what seemed like the longest time, Super Mario RPG received a faithful remake on the Nintendo Switch, making an incredible game even better. Whether it's the new stunning HD visuals, the addition of triple moves, quality of life additions such as fast travel, auto-saving, and changing difficulty modes, it does what any great remake needs to do, respecting the past game that people love and appreciate while sprinkling in new features to modernize it. Mario RPG laid the foundation for so many Mario spin-offs, such as the beloved Paper Mario and the Mario and Luigi series. It's a one-of-a-kind game, breaking the barriers of the typical Mario formula and creating something new and refreshing. With amusing dialogue, great music by Yoko Shimomura, incorporating arrangements by Koji Kondo that have aged phenomenally to this day, and unique gameplay mechanics to the Mario franchise, this is an absolute classic that fully stands the test of time.
The Donkey Kong Country games are hailed as some of the greatest platformers of all time, and Donkey Kong Country 2 is a great example as to why. Truly adopting the if it ain't broke mindset, Donkey Kong Country 2 doesn't do a whole lot different from Donkey Kong Country 1, but arguably improves upon it in terms of level design, with some slightly better graphics and another killer soundtrack. Arguably the hardest game in terms of difficulty on this entire ranking, there are some brutally difficult levels here, but the rewarding sense of accomplishment given to the player is one very few other video games can replicate. With Donkey Kong being captured by K. Rool, Diddy and new character Dixie Kong embark on this epic adventure, together, each with unique moves that aid players throughout these challenging levels. Minecart levels, as well as levels featuring the iconic animal buddies, make a return here too, to provide variety to the gameplay, and I could go on and on and on about the absolute fire that composer David Wise laid down for this game's soundtrack. One funny thing to note about this game is the full title being Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest, rather than Diddy Kong's Quest. Most people don't even know this, opting to say the incorrect title of Diddy Kong's Quest, but Diddy's Kong Quest is a play on the word conquest, which I just think is kind of hilarious.
When trying to rank the best Nintendo games of all time, we knew a difficult challenge would be that there'd also be a 3D Legend of Zelda ranking inside it as well, as every game is amazing and iconic enough in their own right that they'd easily end up on the list. And deciding which 3D Zelda is technically the worst was quite the hard task, as the entire series, in essence, redefines what a Zelda game even is after each entry. So as hard as it was, there is a widely accepted quote-unquote worst Zelda game out there. But seriously, this is number 40 of the best Nintendo games of all time. So the fact that Skyward Sword is technically the least perfect Zelda game means it's still damn good. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword is the earliest game set in the Zelda timeline, answering a lot of questions fans have had about the lore and the infinite cycle the series takes place in. And the story in this one is one of the best in the series, with it not only giving you huge lore bombs, but just being an encapsulating story on its own. In the other games, Link and Zelda don't usually interact much until the story begins, but in Skyward Sword, they were childhood friends, and it feels like there's real history between the two, so your search for Zelda throughout the game is all the more engaging. This game also has some of the best music in the series, and that's seriously saying something. The game's main theme being a reversal of Zelda's Lullaby might just be the most impressed I've been with a piece of music like ever. Stand aside, Mozart. Koji Kondo owned your ass here. We haven't even mentioned the dungeons. Skyward Sword takes a much more open-ended style approach to the dungeons, and if you haven't heard this enough, they've gotta be some of the best we've ever seen. Introducing you to new items, enemies, and mechanics, then expertly putting your skills to the test as it all blends together. And yet another great thing about this game, the characters. Not just Link and Zelda, but the side characters too. Bruce is an all-timer, with his arc being genuinely great. I mean, look at him. He's Groose. So after all this praise, why is Skyward Sword the worst on the list? Well, if it isn't clear, just because it's the last 3D Zelda here, doesn't mean this isn't a near perfect game, because it is. There's just some minor hiccups this game has compared to the others. For one, the focus on motion controls can be a bit annoying for some, as sometimes you're not always in the mood to fling around your controller every time you want to play. Now this issue was touched on in the Switch port, allowing you to use a basic controller, but if we're being real, I actually really dig the motion controls. Having to find their weaknesses and openings, then strike from the right angle to defeat them. But just because you can use a controller instead of motion controls doesn't fix all the issues entirely. The unique ways of defeating enemies can sometimes get tiresome, as not every single enemy needs to be a puzzle. And also, the combat can sometimes feel a bit laggy, like there's an input delay. But some of this game's issues are a bit deeper than controls. This game feels much more linear compared to the others. The crazy thing is, most 3D Zeldas are fairly linear, but they don't feel that way. And as I'll explain in future reviews, 3D Zeldas are all about that feel. But with Skyward Sword, the feel is sometimes lost as you're funneled from disconnected level to disconnected level. But let's be real, this game is amazing. Especially with the HD port tightening up some of the annoying UI issues from the original, Skyward Sword has a lot to love. As much as I'd love to blush about this game for another hour, let's get on with the list.
Every game in the series has that one that old heads claim is better than the new ones. For Mario Kart, that's Mario Kart Wii. For Zelda, that's Ocarina of Time. But if there's one game that exemplified this kind of rhetoric, it is undoubtedly Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee is an entertaining case study, as it is truly the tale of two lives. The casuals Melee and the community's Melee. Melee, like most of us know, was made in just 13 months, and had one of the quickest development times in Nintendo's history. The GameCube needed games, and needed them badly. So, Sakurai cooked up Melee, thought nothing of it, and continued on to his next endeavor. Except, just like how penicillin was discovered by not cleaning out a petri dish before a scientist went on vacation, Melee was not cleaned up before its release. And because of that, this simple, kooky party fighting game that was made for kids to play during sleepovers quickly spread like bacteria. Hardcore fans were finding exploits to move quicker like wave dashing, and defining a meta surrounding the Spaceys in their beloved shine. Soon, tournaments sprouted like weeds in between the cracks in Nintendo's gaze. For as much as Nintendo came to despise the thought of their 2-decade-old Smash game being the one fans are attached to, cutting the root of weeds never meant they were gone for long. Players got even better, and the game got even deeper. Learning to play the game now meant much more than reading the manual. No, the community was the manual. L cancels, wave shines, chain grabs, wobbling. None of these were intended, yet it's the only reason the game is still played today. Well, not wobbling, but... If Nintendo were to release a Melee HD remake, I guarantee it wouldn't be popular, because the only reason people play this game is for those exploits. That's not me dogging on Melee. I think it's what makes it so damn cool. If you could speedrun Melee, I already know that Summoning Salt video would be legendary. Just because something is broken does not mean it's worse. Sometimes those mistakes are just happy accidents, and that is exactly what Melee is. Is it still an incredible Smash game outside of competition play? 100%. Melee was the natural progression of what Smash was and would become. But that 13-month hiccup made something so deep and fascinating that people are still playing it 23 years after its release. Tell me another multiplayer game that has that longevity. You can't. Melee is just that game.
Yoshi's Island, or internationally known as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, actually kinda deserves that Super Mario World branding because despite being nothing gameplay-wise like the original, with it being, if you could guess, a Yoshi game, it carries over that superb quality and replayability of Super Mario World. Yoshi handles amazingly. Instead of Mario's base moveset, Yoshi is decked out with a flutter jump, egg throw, and has unique transformations all throughout the game, like playing as a helicopter or even a mole tank. They hit the Yoshi formula out of the park their first try, with the entire game never getting stale the whole way through because of them. You won't go a minute without a new mechanic, transformation, interesting enemy, or Mario screaming his head off because you got hit by a Shy Guy. But that's a great segue, because one of the underlooked aspects of Yoshi's Island is that there is no conventional health bar like the normal 2D games. Instead, every time you get hit by an enemy, you have a certain amount of time to reach said screaming his head off Mario before you lose a life. That makes it surprisingly beginner friendly, as if you're fast enough, you can take more than a few hits and still have some time left on the clock. The only non-beginner friendly part of this game is the insta-death drops that'll make you restart the entire level. But regardless, Yoshi's Island is still iconic 30 years down the line for a reason. It is an awesome game that is always fun to pick back up.
Pokemon Diamond and Pearl released in 2006 as the first of many Pokemon games on the DS. Introducing so many new features, most notably online play, fans quickly fell in love with the Sinnoh region and so many of the amazing Pokemon that were introduced. Diamond and Pearl were good, but they had their flaws. 2 years later, a game that acted as the definitive version of Sinnoh was released. Introducing Pokemon Platinum. This game is just incredible. It took most of the flaws that Diamond and Pearl had, I'm looking at you, slow HP bars, and fixed them so it didn't feel like you were watching paint dry as Blissey's HP bar went down. Pokemon Platinum also increased the Sinnoh Dex by 59 Pokemon and gave Rotom new forms that we all know and love today. Even you, ugly Rotom lawnmower. Not to mention new forms for Shaman and the box art legendary Giratina. Speaking of Giratina, Platinum gave us one of the best legendary Pokemon story arcs ever, exploring the Distortion world, having one of the all-time greatest villain battles in the series with Cyrus, and finally capturing Giratina. I remember playing this for the first time, amazed that my weak DS Lite could handle the 3D shifting environment, and enjoying every single minute of it. The game's soundtrack is simply incredible. One of the most iconic themes in the series belongs to the champion Cynthia, who is also widely regarded as the best Pokemon champion we've ever seen.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Moving to the post-game, Platinum made some major upgrades compared to his Generation 4 counterparts. It replaced the Battle Park with the Battle Frontier, which includes a plethora of different battle facilities similar to Pokemon Emerald, as well as including a new building in the survival area, which has a rotating roster of key characters such as gym leaders and double team partners who you meet throughout the story, and you're able to battle them, which I thought was so sick. Pokemon Platinum is the definitive version of Sinnoh, and I still revisit it to this day. With the incredible vast region, great story, and post-game content, it's earned its rightful spot as one of the greatest Pokemon games ever created.
Spoiler alert for a 30-year-old game, but Link's Awakening might be the only story in human history where no one cares that they go, yeah, it was all just a dream at the end, because it actually works. This game is weird. You have to collect instruments to wake up a giant whale called the Windfish. There are Goombas, Chain Chomps, Kirby, Yoshi, and a dude from SimCity. There's 2D platforming sections. Kids explain how to save your game and then admit they have no clue what they're saying. It's a Zelda game taking place on some random island with only a passing mention of Zelda herself. The entire experience has this bizarre mystical quality which lends to the entire game feeling, wait for it, dreamlike. And the tilt-shift diorama style aesthetic of the 2019 remake only accentuates this out-of-body feeling. Link's Awakening is also a funny game, like really funny. Despite this, the standard 2D Zelda formula is nearly perfected here, incorporating some of the best tropes and mechanics from games past, such as a sprawling open world and various enemies, while introducing new characters and bosses to this delightfully charming game. To nail all of this in Zelda's first handheld entry is nothing short of remarkable, plus the music is absolutely incredible, with Tall Tall Heights and the Ballad of the Windfish being towards the top of the entire series' illustrious soundtrack. The previously mentioned 2019 remake includes the optional color dungeon from the Game Boy Color re-release, customizable dungeons, and quality of life changes such as permanently equipping the sword and shield, essentially removing a lot of key item management from the original. But no matter how you play this game, its great puzzles, dreamlike atmosphere, witty writing, and infectious charm are just some of the reasons why it's one of the best Zelda titles ever made.
Throughout your life, there are moments you will never forget. Your first kiss, your wedding day, the day your first child was born. However, after this game came out, I think you can add one more to this list. The day you played 1-2 Piranha Plants on Parade. Super Mario Wonder gave us what we never thought would ever happen again. A new, original 2D Mario. Since basically my birth, we've been cursed by the new Soup series. And as much as I like Chicken Noodle, 2D Mario needed a shakeup. Super Mario Wonder takes the best parts of the Old Testament of Mario, such as secret exits, fourth wall breaks, and blends it perfectly with what the new games did right, such as new characters, multiplayer, and a commitment to not committing. The ability to make a cool new element, squeeze every last drop out of that element to its fullest potential in one level, and then never touch it again is another. The Wonder Flower is Super Mario Wonder. Every level feels like a lotto machine the moment you see the Wonder Seed, wondering what cool effect this will have on any given level. Some of my personal favorites are the top-down perspective level, Boulder Mario, and, well, like I said, Piranha Plants on Parade. The character this game exudes is just absolutely masterful. Everything from Prince Florian to the weird talking flowers to the goofy sounding music just get you in the mood to play some good old 2D Mario. But it's not good old 2D Mario. It's good, new 2D Mario. It's a bright light that shows Nintendo hasn't forgotten how to make a good 2D Mario. They know when a formula has gone stale and can shake it up when need be. Take badges as a prime example of this. In addition to power-ups, badges act as attachable powers that you can put on at any level. Learning what badges work best in what type of levels is the exact type of depth 2D Mario yearned for. Even some special badges hinder your abilities and make impromptu challenges a possibility. It really feels like this game was made to respond to fans' complaints. It shakes things up without straying too far away from home. For instance, instead of the Mushroom Kingdom, this one is called the Flower Kingdom, because the flower was the second ever power-up. It's like they went on a little field trip to the kingdom close by to shake things up without being too far from comfort. Super Mario Wonder is truly a bright spot in the 2D Mario series, and it gets me so excited to see what the future of this series can be and will be.
Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story was the first RPG that I ever played. Yeah, not just my first Mario RPG, my first RPG. And it completely changed what I thought a Mario game was. I mean, we all know Mario. He's a silly Italian who runs around stomping on turtles. And sure, maybe every once in a while he enjoys some go-karting, going to a friend's birthday party, or just a nice round of golf. He's a simple guy. At least that's what I thought until this game completely blew my mind. The way this game opens up is so bizarre. Immediately, you learn about how the Toads have been plagued with some kind of disease that makes them blow up like balloons. There's this very overdramatic aura, and I can't tell if I'm supposed to be laughing or crying or calling for my mom. I think as a kid I probably did all three. But what I love about this cutscene so much is how it sets the tone, pretty much telling you to take any expectations you have and throw them away. The Mario and Luigi series has always been creative and a bit absurd, but that is especially the case in Bowser's Inside Story. I mean, the name of the game is all about exploring Bowser's inner workings, and while this is pretty invasive, it's also kind of Bowser's fault. It turns out that taking mushrooms from strangers is not a good idea. Of course, what makes this game stand out so much in the Mario and Luigi series is the playable Bowser element, which is a rare treat. In Super Mario RPG, you can play as Bowser, but mostly as a side character, with him being part of your party. In this game, it's the real deal. You don't just play as Bowser, you explore as Bowser, and a lot of the game takes place from the perspective of Bowser. We've really never seen him with this much personality, and it also kind of makes him more likable. You just have to empathize with this guy, especially because he's a bit of an idiot. Bowser's level of gullibility gets him in trouble more often than not, and you start to realize that he's really not the villain in this game, so you don't feel too bad helping him. And it certainly doesn't hurt that he comes with a few cool abilities of his own, like being able to throw punches, hide under his shell, and of course, breathe fire. Bowser's got some sick moves, but even the brothers have a few new moves of their own. The battle mechanics are even more polished than the game's predecessors, and the special attacks might just be the best in the entire series. This game's presentation is also just about perfect, and I love this type of pixel art, but even the sound effects are very satisfying and really help to bring these battles to life. Where the game kind of all falls together though is in its final sequence. This is one of the sickest final bosses of all time. Playing as Bowser as you take on an even more dark and sinister version of himself is epic, and the music especially wants you to know this. This game's potential is realized through having the bros work together with Bowser. Bowser fights his counterpart while Mario and Luigi take on the core, and what's really funny is that Bowser is completely clueless to the fact that he's even working with Mario and Luigi. It's really the enemy of my enemy is my friend situation. Seeing this completely new dynamic paired with some funny dialogue and compelling storytelling makes Bowser's Inside Story very memorable. I absolutely adore this game. I grew up with it, but honestly, I recently went back and played through the whole Mario and Luigi series, and this game still holds up the best. In fact, I kind of have a newfound appreciation for it. The battle mechanics are just really, really good, and with such fun and precise gameplay, I decided to finally face my demons and take on the game's boss gauntlet. And it's no joke, but I absolutely welcomed its level of difficulty. It's very rare that for a game I grew up with, I'm able to come back to it and like it even more. But this game actually did that. The Mario and Luigi series, there's really no experience like it, and Bowser's Inside Story is the peak of that experience.
The second entry in the Metroid Prime trilogy, Echoes, is a game that subverts expectations and creatively challenges the player to think outside the box. The game is set on the planet Aether, which has been split in half by a dark force into two different dimensions, Dark Aether and Light Aether. This allows the developers to use the same locations and flip them on their heads to create new, engaging experiences using these areas. That creative decision for most games might not work, but for Metroid, it does. If the series is known for one thing, it's making backtracking enjoyable. This is that flipped on its head. This game is much darker than the first game, which I think was a major step in the right direction for the series. The game feels gritty, isolating, and at many times, frightening. That heightened alertness while playing works well coming off the heels of Prime 1. And I'd go as far to say that this is my favorite atmosphere in any Metroid game. The sound design and music are absolutely brilliant and fit the tone of this game so brilliantly. Exploring the abandoned Torvus Bog, listening to this is genuinely terrifying. The music in this game is so gloomy and pessimistic, you'd forget you're playing a Nintendo game. One of my favorite parts of this game, as I stated earlier, were the Dark Aether sections. In the Dark Aether sections, Samus's suit gets damaged by the atmosphere. So to combat this, you have to recharge in safe zones. This might sound crazy, but it kind of reminds me of a water level without actual water physics. The safe zones act as a little pocket to keep the player alive, and without introducing a weak swim mechanic. This toxic atmosphere mechanically actually works really well to drive up anxiety and stress. Truly everything you'd want out of a Metroid Prime game. It's not only a unique entry to the Metroid Prime series, but a unique game that everyone should play.
Pikmin 4 is a game that in a lot of ways is a redemption story for the franchise, but not in the way you might expect. See, despite every entry being critically acclaimed, after the meddling sales of the third game, Pikmin fans were doubtful they'd even get a fourth entry, with the previous 3 games all releasing on Nintendo's worst performing consoles never seeming to sell too well. It was like the franchise was destined to be underappreciated. What business incentive did Nintendo have to even make a fourth game? But hope for the franchise was quickly revived when the series creator Shigeru Miyamoto told the press in 2015 that the fourth game was in development and was actually close to completion. In an instant, Pikmin fans went from doubtful and disappointed to over the moon that the Pikmin franchise would live on yet another day. Then 7 years went by. And after over a decade since the third game and years of anticipation, Pikmin 4 was finally released, and it is everything you could want in a sequel. Right off the bat, although there's not much hardware difference between the Wii U and the Switch graphically, Pikmin 4 looks genuinely jaw-dropping at times. The series left Nintendo's in-house engine to Unreal Engine for the fourth game, and the difference is night and day. Upping the resolution from 3 makes it so you can see each Pikmin clearly, making the moment-to-moment gameplay seamless. Across the board, the Pikmin gameplay is more streamlined than it's ever been, with things like a lock-on feature that allows easier aiming and combat, along with a huge overhaul in the UI, making everything easier to digest. Getting into the series before the fourth game can be a bit daunting, as there is a lot to manage and understand right off the bat. But Pikmin 4 shines with it not just being beginner-friendly, but allowing experienced players to maximize their efficiency, not just through things like unique button mapping, but through the use of Dandori challenges. In these challenges, your goal is to be as efficient as possible, battling against an AI. These can get super difficult, and will truly put your Pikmin skills to the test. And it's a crime I haven't mentioned yet another amazing addition to Pikmin 4, your new companion Ochi. He replaces the multiple captain system of the second and third game, with instead of being just a second captain, acts as a mobile base of sorts that can carry all your Pikmin, charge them into battle, swim across lakes, and even carry items back to the Onion. Ochi and your character also get brand new upgrades that can do things like give you new abilities or increase Ochi's lift limit, and so much more. Overall, Pikmin 4 is a stellar addition to the franchise that takes an amazing formula and fully realizes it with some truly amazing innovations. It's cathartic to see such an underrated series get the attention it deserves, as not only appearing on Nintendo's biggest console, but also being the best game of the series that appeals to newcomers and series veterans alike. Overall, Pikmin is cool.
In 2008, the Wii was just starting to solidify itself as one of the most impactful Nintendo consoles of all time. But when it comes to Nintendo consoles, to really define its greatness, you need a Mario Kart game. And Mario Kart Wii lived up to the hype. This game was a massive success. I mean, I'm talking in the same sentence as Wii Sports and Minecraft in terms of sheer popularity. Bringing people together like never before due to the success of the Wii, it's truly one of the best Mario Kart experiences you can have. When talking about a great Mario Kart game, there are so many factors to take into account. You've got tracks, character roster, battle modes, mechanics, items, and so much more. But Mario Kart Wii does all of this amazingly. Starting off here with the tracks, I truly believe, even with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe existing, this game has the greatest nitro tracks in this series history. I mean, we're talking about Coconut Mall, DK Summit, Mushroom Gorge, Maple Treeway, Koopa Cape, and I could just go on. It's stacked, and it truly will be a monumental task to do this better in future installments. The character roster covers every area of the Mario franchise at this point, and even does more than expected. Rosalina making her Mario Kart debut, Mii's dropping into the mix, but how could I forget about the real GOAT Funky Kong? Am I talking about the character roster mostly because I love Funky? Possibly, but how can you not love Funky Kong? He's just a cool-ass monkey with a surfboard. This game should be #1 just because of Funky, man. Moving to battle mode, it was done very well, including the staple balloon battle and introducing coin runners. There's 10 total courses, including 5 Nitro and 5 Retro. This mode was super chaotic and a blast as every Mario Kart battle mode should be. To the online, it got a massive overhaul since the mode's introduction in Mario Kart DS. You weren't limited on what courses you could play, nor did you have to play a limited race with a small number of players. There were very minor lag issues in my experience of playing it, and it honestly was amazing to play against people from all around the world, which worked better than expected considering the connection difference and where internet strength was back in 2008. This online mode truly laid the groundwork for what a perfect Mario Kart Online experience could be. Now let's get to the gameplay. Notably, Mario Kart Wii added tricking, bikes, and boost half-pipes, which were all welcome additions. And you could wheelie, which was so satisfying. Now, were the biking and wheelie stats on Funky Kong Flame Rider completely broken? Maybe, but it's just too enjoyable for me to care. Regarding control schemes, this game had a wide variety of options you could go with, whether it's the Wiimote and a nunchuck, or the iconic Wii wheel bundled with the game. That alone gave us a ton of options, not to mention the classic controller and the GameCube controller. The possibilities were endless, and that was really important for the game. Going back to the Wii wheel, this hunk of plastic paired with the Wiimote's motion controls helped introduce so many non-gamers to the world of Mario Kart, which helped catapult this game to one of the most accessible games of all time. Mario Kart Wii is just flat out fun no matter how you slice it. Whether it's Grand Prix alone, racing with your friends, or battle mode, it's just an all-time classic that I still find myself going back to constantly. It isn't the second best-selling Wii game for no reason.
Super Smash Bros. Brawl is an amazing game with straight up mediocre gameplay. Yet it is still easily one of the greatest games Nintendo has ever made, solely for the fact that this is a shot in the game. That's right, Smash Brawl's campaign, the Subspace Emissary, takes what has to be easily the worst Smash gameplay out of the series and carries this game from pretty good to every fanboy's dream. Seeing all these Nintendo characters interacting in high quality cutscenes is a sight to behold. And although Brawl's gameplay is questionable sometimes, especially with the tripping, there's still a load of fun to be had here. Whereas they could have done a bare-bones milquetoast story that kept most of the franchises separated until a grand finale, did the exact opposite, seemingly splitting up the well-known groups on purpose as to give us crazy pairings you could only find in a fan fiction. And don't look those up. Pikachu with Samus, Mario and Pit, and my personal favorite, Fox and Diddy Kong. There's even a mini character arc with Fox about coming around to helping others. This campaign's awesome, and you can't mention Subspace without mentioning the greatest video game villain of all time, Taboo. Sucks, get out of here. Master Hand is seemingly pulling the strings all the way throughout the story, and although it's a bit of a wet fart of an ending twist reveal, he's still alive in my book. This game was overall going for a much more gritty and intense vibe, and they absolutely nailed it, especially with that realistic denim. And the main theme for the game is stupidly epic. No other Smash theme gets you in that fighting mood as when you boot up Brawl. The campaign has so many cool locations, remixed music from the older games, and really unique enemies, some of which will have you wondering what sort of acid they were tripping on when creating these. You got your Boras, Gamgias, Bucculus? Yeah, I don't know. Nevertheless, this is one amazing game that still has its own merits even without the campaign. With Brawl, they introduced online play, a level editor that's technically not misleading even though there's like 5 blocks to choose from, and for the first time in the series history, third-party fighters with Sonic and Snake. Now Sonic makes all the sense in the world, it just fits. But as a kid, it was trippy as heck seeing this cheeked up grown man beating up my favorite Nintendo characters. And I didn't even know what he was from. Anyways, Smash Brawl is one great game, made even greater with Subspace Emissary.
Before it was the console-selling fiscal juggernaut it's seen as today, Animal Crossing was at, well, a crossroads. After the breakout performance of Wild World, the series did not find the same critical or commercial success with the Wii's Animal Crossing City Folk. To follow up City Folk and to make just the 4th game in the still young series, the Animal Crossing team knew that the series conventions were not 100% set in stone and could instead be molded and pushed in new directions. Given this, the developers of Animal Crossing decided to turn over a new leaf. Animal Crossing New Leaf marks an incredibly important chapter in this series' life. While it managed to successfully build and expand on the content the series was known for by featuring new villagers with different species and personality types, mechanics such as swimming, locations such as Tortimer's Island, iconic characters like Isabelle, and so much more, that's not all that the 3DS's Animal Crossing entry was able to accomplish. New Leaf marks the first time players were able to enact larger change within their town, as upon arriving, you're mistaken for the town's new mayor. As mayor, players can customize their towns by enacting ordinances and starting public work projects. A far cry from the terraforming god you become in the game's sequel, customizing your town in New Leaf is a fairly reserved affair, which forces players to methodically plan out their town's optimal layout. While the town customization in New Horizons is more in-depth and clearly has its fans, New Leaf's restrictive approach helps reinforce the game's biggest strength, its sense of community. This isn't just a sandbox for you to mold to your exact imagination, it's a community filled with charming characters, your friends. It's not just your town, it's everyone's. Everything in this game reinforces the idea of community, whether it's seeing plenty of new shops open up and grow on Main Street, or something as simple as playing hide and seek with your villagers, collecting signs for a petition, or helping pick up a part-time shift at the Roost. Animal Crossing New Leaf is a game that makes you feel like you stepped into a town that was here long before you and will be here long after you, so it's best to just try and be a positive influence and make sure it's better than when you found it. New Leaf quite simply has the most content in the series as well. While New Horizons took one aspect of New Leaf, the mayoral duties, and ran with it to the extreme, it results in a great title, but one that's almost entirely reliant on the players to customize their island. New Leaf instead has a ton of mini-games, thanks to Tortimer's Island and the Welcome Amiibo update, which were inexplicably absent from New Horizons. Plenty of unique and quirky locations appear as well, such as Club LOL, the Reset Surveillance Center, and a police station. Animal Crossing New Leaf is the type of game to just fully surround you and make you completely forget about any worries you might have. There's something so beautiful about feeling like you're an important part of a community, and there's few games that reinforce this feeling of belonging quite like Animal Crossing New Leaf.
Asking someone who doesn't play video games to name a video game character could yield any number of results. However, if you ask enough people, one name will come up above all else: Donkey Kong. This shouldn't be surprising. After all, he's the one who started it all, single-handedly positioning Nintendo for market dominance with one of the most popular and iconic arcade games of all time. After Nintendo moved into the home console space, they wanted to bring DK into the new age of platformers. Fittingly, Donkey Kong Country starts off with the old Cranky Kong standing on the classic red girders playing the music from the arcade game from a phonograph. All of this for Donkey Kong to come swinging in and effectively say, yeah, we're not messing around with that old stuff anymore. For a character as successful as Donkey Kong to successfully transition from the arcade to your TV and keep up with the changing video game landscape, Donkey Kong needed to reinvent itself, and Rare came in here and just showed everyone how it's done. The original Donkey Kong Country does not get nearly enough credit for just how many risks it took in pushing the industry forward. The unprecedented pre-rendered graphics helped this SNES game stay relevant against consoles like the PlayStation that released right after. The masterfully crafted score by David Wise, not wanting to be outshone by the visuals, is still potentially the most impressive video game soundtrack ever produced, especially when you consider the limitations imposed by the SNES. Despite the console's underpowered sound chip, Wise still beautifully mixes together ambient noise that might as well straight up been ripped from Donkey Kong Jungle itself with some of the most varied compositions I've ever heard. It cannot be overstated how mind-blowing it is that a song like Jungle Groove, with all its hypnotic percussion and catchy synths, exists in the same game as Aquatic Ambiance, which is a song so relaxing that hospitals should seriously start prescribing it to patients with insomnia. Despite reinventing the character of Donkey Kong and pushing the boundaries of gaming at the time, Donkey Kong Country also takes cues from the Big Ape's arcade origins, mainly in this game's difficulty. The DKC series has always been hard, but what makes you come back to try over and over and over again is the variety of content on display here. Levels aren't just themed with a different color background, but full, luscious landscapes that all house incredibly unique mechanics, tons of collectibles, and so much more. Everyone always talks about the minecart levels, and man, these are straight up evil, yet they do such a good job at emphasizing this game's insane movement, whether you're launching out of a barrel or riding one of the animal buddies. This game is so fast paced and kinetic, but it also knows that, so when you get hit, that brief little pause where your Kongs switch out is such a legitimately perfect moment. In fact, this game is filled with perfect moments. Reading some of the snarky fourth wall breaking dialogue, timing your perfect blast from barrel to barrel, listening to Aquatic Ambiance, finding a Kong letter in a level. This game is best described as a collection of perfect moments. However, this time you don't have to insert a quarter into the machine every time you want to experience them. You could not ask for a better way to transition an arcade icon into the era of home console platformers.
On a list full of the most incredible games ever made, Kid Icarus Uprising has an incredibly strong case to be the single most underrated entry on this list. A game reviving a random forgotten NES character with no real hardcore fans, who was thrust back into the limelight through an oddball inclusion in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, has no right to go this hard in every single aspect. Starting with the campaign, Uprising has absolutely everything you could ever want in a single-player game. Featuring on-rails shooting sections with massive spectacle set pieces, open areas to explore on the ground, 9 unique weapon classes which completely switch up gameplay, tons of items, and boss fights that truly test your might, it's crazy how much this game feels like an evolution of the single-player action formula. It feels like the Uprising team forgot the memo that this is a revival for a forgotten NES series, and instead was under the impression that for the last 30 years, Kid Icarus has been on the top of the action genre. As with any campaign, however, the gameplay can be seriously enhanced if you have a reason to emotionally resonate with what's actually taking place on screen. Luckily, I genuinely think the story and characters of Kid Icarus Uprising are amongst the best in any Nintendo title. First things first, this game is funny.
Remember, Pit, you won't be fighting alone out there.
You're going to send me a machine gun robot girlfriend?
No, I'll be guiding you on your journey.
Lance manager speak for fighting alone.
The constant banter between characters, all fully voice acted, is so sharply written, it's genuinely surprising it's from a Nintendo game. There's also enough fourth wall breaks to make Deadpool jealous if that's your sort of thing.
You'll have to take into account a power piece's size and shape.
Cool! Looks like all that Dr. Mario's about to pay off.
From Palutena making fun of how Pit didn't appear in Smash Bros. Melee, to Pit mentioning how the tower you're climbing up is so long there was even a loading screen in the middle of the level, getting him yelled at by Veridi. There are so many hilarious moments in this game, but to go through all the funniest ones here would first of all somehow double the length of this already insanely long video, but also be a disservice to anyone who hasn't played this wonderful title. Speaking of which, now's as good a time as any to mention this game's biggest flaw. It's at least as of right now, please Nintendo fix this, exclusive to the Nintendo 3DS, and it's beheld to a somewhat bizarre control scheme because of that. Despite only launching a year into the console's life, and still being one of the single most impressive technological accomplishments on the handheld, this game would seriously benefit from a remaster or remake, allowing players to experience this masterpiece with traditional controls on the big screen. However, when the only flaw of the game worth mentioning is the fault of the console and not the game itself, it's clearly more than worthy of its place on this list. Uprising's insane variety is another strong point of the game. The variable 0.0 through 9.0 difficulty found in Smash 4 and Ultimate's classic modes actually originated here, providing players with difficulty options and increased rewards to fit all skill levels. There's actually a lot of shared DNA between Uprising and the Super Smash Bros. Series in terms of mechanics and design, as both were created and directed by Masahiro Sakurai. One additional similarity is the soundtrack being an absolute banger. God, it's actually criminal how overlooked this soundtrack is, because in terms of epic orchestral pieces, this sits above even Skyward Sword in my opinion as some of the best Nintendo has ever produced. While the online is unavailable now thanks to the closure of the 3DS Wi-Fi service, the 3v3 Light vs Dark mode was, kind of ironically, an incredibly underrated mode even within this heavily underrated game. Everything about this package is just shocking. It's an absolute travesty that everything jam-packed into Kid Icarus Uprising is still stuck on the 3DS, but regardless, it remains my personal pick for the most underrated Nintendo game ever made, and it's one of the best games they've ever made as well.
The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess is in many ways the dream sequel for fans of Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask was a crazy oddball continuation. Wind Waker was, surprisingly at the time, criticized for being too cartoony, but Twilight Princess was what felt like the true successor of Ocarina of Time. Not just in its stories, but themes as well. It was dark and foreboding, cinematic and intense, but above all else, what truly gives away that it's a continuation of the Ocarina of Time has to be the beginning takes 3 hours to start again. Twilight Princess chronologically takes place 100 years after the Ocarina of Time, with Hyrule relatively in peace. for like 5 seconds. And although the beginning takes a bit to get started, when it's your first time playing, I almost see that extra padding as a plus. It gets you fully invested in this world, exploring Link's town, his connection to the residents, and teaching you the mechanics of the game all at it. Yeah, it drags just a bit in the beginning, but you can't deny that with a deepened connection to Hyrule, you feel that much more invested to save it. And as the game goes on, the narrative stands as one of the best in the franchise. This one feels like it pulls no punches, with a live, on-screen execution of Ganondorf, and the dude still manages to come back and ruin your day too. Everything to do with the Twilight Realm as well is a great addition. Although the gameplay can be a bit clunky at times, the sheer novelty of Link being a wolf running around in the Twilight Realm is just cool. Midna is a great companion too, with less "heys" and more "hey, I might let you die here alone." She's great. With the GameCube/Wii being one of the biggest leaps graphically from the previous generation, Twilight Princess packs a huge punch. The game just feels vast. In Ocarina of Time, things were heavily limited due to the hardware, and they still managed to make an iconic masterpiece. But Twilight Princess takes the scope of Ocarina of Time and blows it up tenfold, with wide open landscapes, huge intricate towns, and some of the best dungeon design we have ever seen. The graphics are also such a departure from the previous games, truly living up to the tech demo that was shown off years before. In fact, even with the latest games coming out, this version of Link is still the Link I picture of when thinking about this franchise. The character designs are purely iconic. Sometimes for the wrong reasons, but hey, at least it's unique. Overall, Twilight Princess is, if you could possibly guess, an amazing game that took the Zelda series into a brand new direction, solidly placing it as one of the best games Nintendo has ever made.
Pokemon was just coming off a massive success with Pokemon Platinum for the DS. Just a year later, they somehow one-upped themselves, releasing Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were remakes of Pokemon Gold and Silver for the Game Boy Color, while also sprinkling in some features and story elements from Crystal, and wow, Johto has never looked so good. Featuring graphics from the 4th generation games, Heart Gold and Soul Silver fully encapsulates what a Pokemon remake should be, appreciating the past while also innovating upon the region and making it the best it can be. Re-exploring the Johto region was an absolute treat. Whether it's visiting the Lake of Rage to catch the iconic shiny red Gyarados, or beating the Goldenrod City Gym and making Whitney cry, doing this all in the beautiful Gen 4 graphics just feels incredible. As I mentioned earlier, Heart Gold Soul Silver follows some story elements of Pokemon Crystal, most notably the Suicune storyline. Throughout your journey, you'll encounter the 3 legendary dogs once, with Suicune taking a like to you. You meet a character named Yucine, whose goal is to catch Suicune, but spoilers, you own him later in battle and catch Suicune yourself. And I can't forget to mention the Pokewalker. In every copy of Heart Gold or Soul Silver, there is a device included with the game called the Pokewalker. This allowed you to transfer a Pokemon to the device and train it by, yep, you guessed it, walking. Which for the time it came out, it was a super cool feature. I wonder where my Pokewalker is though.
And when I'm not playing, I have my Pokewalker on me.
And oh man, if you talk about Johto, you gotta talk about the famous Red battle. Mount Silver and his peak weren't done justice until this game. The blizzard in the back as you run up to him, and the iconic ... dialogue before Red pulling up with some over-leveled yet iconic Pokemon is something I'll never forget in the series. Oddly, some of my favorite parts of this game are small additions and quality life features. Firstly, Pokemon following behind you. This was a feature back in Pokemon Yellow that was brought back in the Gen 4 games, limited however, as there were only a few select Pokemon that could follow you while in a certain area called Amity Square. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver does it so much better, as all 493 Pokemon in the National Pokédex are able to follow behind you at all times, which is just an amazing touch. The quality of life feature I'd like to bring up is auto running, and oh my gosh, I never knew how much of an inconvenience it could be to constantly have to hold down a run button on the DS. But with Heart Gold Soul Silver, you can just toggle your running on the bottom screen and voila, you don't need to hold B anymore. For long gaming sessions especially, this is a godsend. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the greatest Pokemon remakes of all time. It takes Game Boy games that felt dated, gives them that Generation 4 coat of paint, and makes them some of the most content-filled, enjoyable, and replayable games in the entire franchise.
As I mentioned earlier, back in 1994, Super Metroid was redefining what video games could look like, and it obviously could not have done this without pushing the limits of its respective console. However, the 2D Metroid series would unfortunately end up being restricted by hardware limitations. As the Metroid Prime series was thriving on the GameCube and Wii, the 2D games were stuck on handhelds, and after Fusion, the next brand new 2D Metroid adventure would be developed for the Nintendo DS. This project began in 2005, and weirdly enough, this is where Metroid Dread kicks in. In fact, this project specifically was Metroid Dread. It had the same concept as the 2021 Switch release. So what exactly happened? Well, the game was obviously cancelled. Yoshio Sakamoto, the game's producer, wasn't satisfied with the game's development, believing that the DS and its limitations were hindering his vision for the game. Over the years, there was a ton of speculation about this lost Metroid title. However, being impressed with the Switch's technology, Sakamoto finally revived the project. What we ended up getting is what I consider to be a perfect interpretation of a modern 2D Metroid game. When I play Metroid Dread, I probably feel a lot like a kid playing Super Metroid back in 1994 would have felt. Sakamoto being able to take a dead project and make something that holds up to a 30-year-old masterpiece is incredible. It feels almost as if lightning struck twice. When you actually think about it, the genius of its level design is very apparent, but its genius lies in the fact that it's not apparent. This game doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't tell you what to do. You're not actively thinking about how the game was designed, and that's because the game's design is subtle. It guides you without making you feel guided. When I solve a puzzle or unlock a new mechanic, I feel smart. I feel like I actually did that. And that's something that's incredibly difficult to capture in a game. As a developer, you're obviously going to know how to complete your own game. But how do you put yourself in the mind of a player? And not just their mind, but their subconscious. Something that the player themselves isn't even considering. Of course, Super Metroid had already nailed this format. And what Metroid Dread does best is make it feel brand new again. Sure, you have the beautiful visuals, a big map, and cutscenes, but the actual mechanics are very polished as well. How Metroid Dread feels new is through its combat. Now with a controller that offers even more buttons, you can perform a ton of various precise input combinations. And trust me, the game is going to make you do that. There's an entirely new layer of difficulty added with Metroid Dread. You are expected to have your controls mastered, and while this is hard, it doesn't feel tedious. In fact, it's quite the opposite, with the movement in the game feeling super fluid and thus feeling super satisfying as well. Metroid Dread is great, and how could it not be when the developers refused to make anything short of the masterpiece they wanted it to be? The DS might not have been the best place to start, but on the Switch, this game feels right at home, and it's abundantly clear that Sakamoto never lost his touch. He's been working on the Metroid series for a long time, even working on the first Metroid title for the NES. Honestly, before this game was released, I had always thought that Metroid Prime was peak Metroid, and the 2D Metroid series merely walked so Prime could run. Dread taught me that that was far from the truth, as the 2D Metroid format still has a lot of life left to live, and I'm genuinely excited for what's next for this series.
Super Mario Sunshine was released in 2002 for the Nintendo GameCube, and it's one of the most unique 3D Mario games we've ever seen, even to this day. Starting off into the game, we watch Mario, Peach, and Toadsworth go on vacation to Isle Delfino. However, they are met with someone, spoiler, is just a kid with mommy issues, impersonating Mario, who paints the island with
this icky paint like goop. It's moving!
And gets framed. Mario, along with a robotic sidekick named Flood, have to clean up the island in one of the most eccentric Mario adventures ever. Starting off here, I'd be ignorant not to mention the hub world. Delfino Plaza is one of the best in gaming, perfectly capturing the island vibe and introducing us to the people of Isle Delfino, being the Piantas and Nokis. Delfino Plaza takes the hub world approach as Super Mario 64, housing the game's many levels. However, the stars you'd previously see on the level select screen are now replaced with the main collectible of Super Mario Sunshine, Shine Sprites. While exploring the many different levels in Super Mario Sunshine, try taking a look at your surroundings. In the background of many levels, you're able to see the island's other landmarks. For example here, you can see Gelato Beach in the background of Rico Harbor. It just makes this beautiful location feel so much more cohesive. Super Mario Sunshine also has some of the best visuals in all of Mario, and it's a GameCube game, which is so damn impressive. The underrated Bianco Hills is one of the best starting levels in in the whole franchise. Want a platform around an amusement park? Go to Pinna Park and ride Yoshi. Then there's Serena Beach, which includes the wonderfully haunted Hotel Delfino. Super Mario Sunshine encapsulates the island vibe perfectly, whether it's a beach, a harbor, or a resort. This is some of the best gameplay Mario has ever had. Introducing Flood was incredible as it adds an entirely new dynamic into Mario's moveset. Being able to float over spaces you couldn't before is a surprisingly great addition. What makes Flood so special are his multiple different nozzles. Whether it's the default squirt or hover nozzle, the turbo nozzle that sends you flying, or the rocket nozzle that shoots you high up into the air. Whether you're cleaning off a massive shine sprite or boosting up to previously unreachable heights, Mario Sunshine's masterful level design does an amazing job incorporating Flood and the different attachments throughout the entire game. But oh boy, if there's one complaint I have about this game, it has to be the blue coins without question. There are just so many issues regarding them that, if fixed, would propel the game even higher on this list. As I referenced earlier, this game was released in 2002. Back then, I don't think the developers quite took into account that a specific blue coin tracker might be useful, so it could keep you from second guessing which blue coins you got and from what episode, as depending on the episode selected, each level has different blue coins that are exclusive to that episode. 10 blue coins can be exchanged for one shine sprite in Delfino Plaza, and there are 240 blue coins in total. Ironically enough, the best way to go about blue coins is to not collect any at all throughout your main playthrough and wait until the end to 100% it. If there's an instance that the best way to 100% a game is not to engage with the content, then clearly there's an issue. Fortunately though, you don't need to 100% this game. Hell, you can go through the entire game and not collect a single blue coin and still get the same ending. But I would be naive to not mention the game's biggest red flag. Regardless of that though, Super Mario Sunshine is one of the best 3D Marios of all time without question. It's undeniable that the game has amazing visuals that still hold up to this day, and its gameplay as well as unique mechanics are unmatched by any other game in the franchise. Truly a timeless classic.
With the introduction of 3D Zelda games, 2D Zelda was on a downward trend. Sure, there were still several 2D Zelda games being released, and a lot of them were pretty good, but none of these games managed to capture the magic that Link to the Past had years ago. That's when Nintendo decided to look back to the past. Literally. After over 2 decades, Nintendo began developing a direct sequel to Link to the Past for the Nintendo 3DS. In a lot of ways, A Link Between Worlds is to Link to the Past what Tears of the Kingdom was to Breath of the Wild. You have a familiar world with a completely new story, but the world has also received some major changes as well. One key difference, however, is that this is a completely new incarnation of Link, with the game taking place many years after its predecessor. The main gimmick of A Link Between Worlds is shockingly your ability to link between worlds. Just like how you could explore both the light world and the dark world in Link to the Past, you can now explore both Hyrule and Lowrule. Link Between Worlds, however, introduces a completely new feature, as you now have the ability to merge into walls, which forces you to consider an entirely new perspective. Literally. This gimmick ties into how you can even enter Lowrule in the first place, but it also is used for various puzzles and dungeons and even in the overworld. Even with a 2D top-down Zelda, the developers wanted to emphasize that this is still a 3DS game, and having the ability to transition from various forms of 2D, which really are more like 2.5D, it's kind of the perfect way to do this. I will say though, the 3DS features do not feel forced at all. The bottom screen primarily functions as a real-time menu showing off your map and item selection, and at the end of the day, Link Between Worlds is a successor to Link to the Past, rather than just some 2D Zelda on the 3DS. One of the most fascinating things about A Link to the Past is just the amount of items it has, and a ton of these items return in Link Between Worlds, with a couple of new items as well. You can purchase items from this rabbit guy named Ravio, who I'm sure isn't like super important to the story or anything, and you can also now rent items, which I'm pretty sure I never did. See, when you die, all of your rented items get Prime delivered back to Ravio, and that includes when you're already in the middle of a dungeon. I can see why this system would be cool for something like speedrunning, but it's also a bit tedious. The coolest thing about purchasing items is that you can upgrade them. Collect 10 of these little Mai-Mais, return them to their mother, and you'll unlock a cool new ability. Now, where Link Between Worlds shines the most is easily through its puzzles and dungeons. This is some of the greatest level designs in gaming, arguably the greatest puzzles offered in any Zelda game. There's multiple ways ways to progress through each dungeon, which is great since you kind of just choose which items you want at which time. The boss fights are great too, with some returning boss fights and also some brand new ones, including a new major antagonist. A lot of these boss fights also do a great job incorporating Link's new abilities, making them feel much more unique. Honestly, the gameplay here is nothing short of incredible, and while you could definitely say the game is on the easier side, there's even a hero mode that you can unlock upon completion, making you take 4 times as much damage. As for the game's art style and presentation, it looks just like a modern Link to the Past, which is perfect. But I've also got to admit, when you blow this game up on a big screen, it doesn't look too good. Obviously, it was designed for a tiny little 3DS game where it looks great, but I can only imagine what a full HD version of this game would look like. And honestly, I kind of understand why so many people were disappointed with the art style of Link's Awakening HD, especially since it seems like this is just what 2D Zelda games look like now. The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds is nothing short of a masterpiece, and even though it was supposed to be a follow-up to one of the greatest games of all time, it definitely proved itself to be a worthy sequel. Being a sequel, it obviously isn't as revolutionary as A Link to the Past, but it is still an absolutely amazing experience. With such a fun story, a great presentation, and practically flawless gameplay, I think it would honestly be completely fair to put this game even higher up on the list. And if anything, having this game at only 22 says less about this game and more about just how many incredible games Nintendo has released over the years.
The story goes that the development team creating Super Mario Galaxy had so many ideas they couldn't fit them all in one game. First conceived as DLC, the team began work on a project simply codenamed Super Mario Galaxy More. The funny part is, that's almost exactly what we got. Super Mario Galaxy 2 doesn't concern itself with being as tight of a package as the original, lacking the gravitas of the predecessor's intro, the wonder of its hub world, or the serene and solemn moments that make Galaxy such a fun package. What it does instead is turn the core gameplay up to an 11. Of course, there are the notable additions of Yoshi and the much improved power-ups such as the Cloud Flower, but Galaxy 2's true brilliance comes exclusively in its level design. The developers essentially say, yup, you better have played the first one, and thrust you headfirst through new mechanic after new mechanic, gimmick after new gimmick. Everything feels more interactable in this sequel, whether it's the level changing with the music, or Cosmic Cove Galaxy literally freezing over. You never know what to expect. In all honesty, Galaxy 2's breakneck pace would be overwhelming if it stood on its own. But given players are expected to have a handle on its predecessor, you just have to wonder at how much more was able to be squeezed out of what already felt like a complete experience. Developers at Nintendo are so often required to develop these incredible systems and mechanics such as Sunshine's Flood or Odyssey's Cappy, just to use them once and toss them aside and begin working on the next game. It's so refreshing to see them actually take another stab at the gravity mechanic here, with the knowledge that this is no longer a foreign idea to the player. They build on Galaxy's mechanics in such natural yet inventive ways that as a player you can't help but marvel at how you didn't think of some of these ideas while playing the original. Just on premise, Super Mario Galaxy 2 will always go down as one of the most odd 3D Mario games to ever be released. Yes, it's weird we got a numbered sequel to a 3D Mario game. Yes, it's weird that the game opens up with a less dramatic retelling of the original's intro, inexplicably in 2D. Yes, you can basically ignore the entirety of Starship Mario, turning the level selection into a new Super Mario Bros. Style experience. By far the worst of any 3D Mario game to that point, and yes, this arguably isn't as cohesive of a total package as Super Mario Galaxy. But it's not Super Mario Galaxy. It's more Super Mario Galaxy. More incredible orchestral music, more unique gravity mechanics, more inventive power-ups, and more of the best level design in the history of video games.
Being a sequel to Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask seems like it would be a somewhat easy game to develop. Ocarina essentially laid the groundwork for this title, so it didn't really have to revolutionize the Zelda format to be good. However, you could probably say the same about Zelda 2, and that game is kinda bad. What likely made Majora's Mask a difficult game to develop was the amount of crunch time it required, since it was developed in under 2 years. Because of this, the game borrows a lot from Ocarina of Time, including its art style and combat system, but the story and many of the gameplay elements are completely original, making this game feel like its own. So while it may be a sequel, I wouldn't really call this game Ocarina of Time 2. In several ways, this game is almost a slap in the face to Ocarina of Time. Play this game for 5 seconds and you'll immediately get an eerie vibe. Majora's Mask underlying creepiness is entirely intentional. The story is creepy, the characters are creepy, even the visuals are creepy, although this probably has a lot to do with the N64's graphics. Some people absolutely love this unsettling theme, and some people hate it, but what you can't deny is that Majora's Mask had no issue redefining what it meant for a Zelda game to be a Zelda game, and you can only respect the risk it took. Something that is even more divisive, however, is the game's story, and that is because of how it ties to the actual gameplay. The moon is threatening to crash into the Termina village. This dude absolutely hates the people of Termina. Seriously, just look at his face. With the looming threat of the moon, you only have 3 days to figure out a way to, well, not let the moon kill everyone in Termina. This was a completely new concept for the Zelda series. Having to actually manage how you use your time, it keeps you constantly on your toes. But it can also be a bit of a distraction, especially as you try to progress through the story. And thankfully, to avoid your imminent demise, you can play the Song of Time to reset back to day one. With its unconventional overlying story, the story really excels through its world building. You start to realize that this isn't just your story, as many of the other characters are dealing with their own story as well. It's fun to meet various characters, but just as the main storyline has a creepy undertone, the smaller story elements are often incredibly sad and depressing. Helping the individual characters along your journey becomes more rewarding than completing your main objective. Sure, you can save the entire village, but seeing how the characters actually interact with each other feels much more real. Like when you help to cure a mummified man so he can reunite with his terrified daughter. The actual gameplay and mechanics of Majora's Mask is fairly similar to Ocarina of Time, with various items, dungeons, and side quests. A completely new gameplay mechanic, though, is obviously the mask. There are 24 of these, each with their own ability, and some of them will completely transform you. And in the spirit of Majora's Mask, you're of course greeted with a traumatic cutscene when you try one of these on. I will say, however, being able to fly in the air or roll around at an incredibly fast pace makes for a pretty fun mechanic. So overall, was Majora's Mask a perfect follow-up to Ocarina of Time? Well, it certainly wasn't Ocarina of Time, but I think that is what makes it perfect. It is perfectly its own game. Sure, it's a bizarre, creepy, depressing game, but it still offers a great story, some fun gameplay, and an absolutely unforgettable experience.
They numbered these things back then? Super Mario Bros. 3 was a colossal next step made by Nintendo when progressing the Mario series of games. Super Mario Bros. 3 took everything that made the first game great and nothing that made the second believe it ever existed, and created what many argued was the greatest 2D Mario game of all time. For me personally, I think it's the best NES game of all time. All jokes aside, this game is incredible for what hardware it's working with. This is what we were getting out of those black box NES launch titles. And this is Super Mario Bros. 3. They don't even look like they're the same generation, let alone the same console. The introduction of a navigable hub world was insanely cool. Being able to pocket items was incredible, and overall, this game just feels perfect. I absolutely love the theme of this being a stage play and every level ending with Mario coming off stage. The only flaws that you can make out of this are its age. But what do you expect? This is an NES game. Of course there's going to be a weird blinking line of discolored pixels on the right side of the screen. That's just how this works. The power-ups are fun as long as you don't notify PETA, and the level design is just so dynamic compared to past entries. Every entry adds another brick to the foundation of what the Mario series would become, and Super Mario Bros. 3 adds the second. Momentum plays a key role in Super Mario Bros. 3, and momentum is what it brought. Truly an incredibly well-made game that outperforms the hardware of its day.
In the late 1980s, the Metroid series was just getting on its feet, releasing 2 titles, 87's Metroid and 91's Metroid 2 Samus Returns. But as they say, third time's the charm, and when Super Metroid released in 1994, I don't know if the developers at first realized that they just had struck gold. Booting up the game, you can immediately get a sense of what you're getting yourself into. Facing off against Ridley as he steals the baby Metroid, then having to quickly flee the space colony, then landing onto the eerie planet Zebes is nothing short of an exhilarating way of kicking off your journey. The mysterious music as you explore this planet is a perfect tone setter of what's to come. It's often overlooked how much of a jump Super Metroid took over the 2 previous entries in the franchise at this point. Taking full advantage of the hardware of the SNES, this game took exploration to a whole new level. The previous entries struggle with linear exploration and simplistic backtracking due to the hardware limitations of the NES and Game Boy, but with Super Metroid, the possibilities are now endless, now making backtracking worth the journey, collecting missiles that were previously unreachable without a new power-up, finding secret walls or floors to blow through to find energy tanks and more. It truly is a blast exploring the vast planet as Zebes even all these years later. Despite having a similar control scheme to the previous games, Super Metroid made a massive improvement when it came to movement and combat. Now being able to jump, run, and shoot with more accuracy, combined with the addition of wall jumping and other movement-related power-ups like the iconic screw attack, in terms of gameplay, it feels 10 times smoother than other games that came before it. Super Metroid is historic in more ways than one, inspiring countless games after it under the game genre aptly named Metroidvania. You may know a few modern Metroidvanias past Nintendo, like Hollow Knight or Ori and the Blind Forest. And just to take it a step further, on Steam, which is one of the largest gaming marketplaces, there's even a whole category dedicated to Metroidvanias itself. It's honestly crazy how much impact this game had. Even for all Metroid games, I'd argue the groundwork always comes back around to Super Metroid. It just had such an early and influential success in the industry. Not many games reach legendary status, but with its timeless gameplay, exploration, and helping to popularize Metroidvanias to the high pedestal they're on today, Super Metroid is truly a legendary title that won't be forgotten.
The Legend of Zelda is such an important franchise in gaming history, and The Wind Waker marks an incredibly intriguing time for the series. First off, to many people watching this, The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker might not feel like an old title, but then you realize this thing is well over 20 years old at the time of writing this video. That's insane, as graphically the original still looks stellar, and the somehow decade-old remaster looks better than many games releasing today. Its cartoon cel-shaded graphical style was controversial upon release, but it's safe to say now that it was objectively the right decision. However, fans of this game often talk about how well it's aged, but they don't just mean its presentation. The Wind Waker still boasts an incredibly engaging story, in tandem with the open sea and clever dungeons, turning it into the most inviting 3D Zelda game to date. Despite releasing almost 15 years before the Zelda team would coin the open air style of gameplay, Wind Waker's, well, open sea style creates an incredibly charming gameplay loop of looking for islands, getting distracted by buried treasure, and ending up sailing to conquer some unimportant side quests that is genuinely reminiscent at times of Breath of the Wild's gameplay loop. Despite this, the game still maintains the more linear quest lines of Ocarina of Time before it, and Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword after it, resulting in a 3D Zelda game that truly encapsulates the entirety of the series in a very unique way. In terms of combat, 3D Zelda has just never been too complex, so the fluid animations here mixed with action commands create a system that easily makes you feel like, well, the hero of time. Wind Waker is truly the most accessible this series has ever been, but don't make the same mistake of gamers from the early 2000s writing this off as a watered down experience. Okay, I'll see myself out. The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker is a game that simply hasn't been replicated since. Every year that passes results in this game deserving more and more praise as it continues to stand up not just graphically but from a gameplay perspective as well, with its ability to supply players with a traditional 3D Zelda campaign including brilliant dungeons, supplemented with a vast sea filled with engaging optional quests. Continuing with the inviting nature of the gameplay, the story is intimate while not lacking grandiose moments, and the fact that I haven't even mentioned the masterful soundtrack shows how much this game really is just the full package when it comes to 3D Zelda.
Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is a game we don't see much of anymore. Maybe? Originally releasing in 2004 as a sequel to the N64's Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door takes everything unique, creative, and fun from the first game and dials that baby up to 11. More interesting locations, more unique characters, and dear lord, more walls of text. Funny walls of text though. This game seemingly knew exactly what worked from the first game, elevating it to a new level. Partners are more helpful and interesting, the story is genuinely intriguing with twists and turns, and the gameplay straight up peaks here, even 4 games down the road. The RPG mechanics feel perfectly dialed, as to have a strong sense of progression without it being a confusing grind fest. And although there was some questionable backtracking in the original, let's put a fat asterisk here and say that this one's talking about the remake, where they largely fixed most of the issues, all with a fancy new coat of paint. And that paint is quite fancy, as this is one of the best looking games on the Switch. The new paper transformations are a perfect touch as well, that spice up the overworld gameplay, turning Mario into objects like paper airplanes or boats. It makes revisiting older areas that much more rewarding. The entire world is interconnected seamlessly, so having unique gameplay in between traveling with certain areas, being visible but not quite reachable until you get a new transformation, is always rewarding. And the partners in this game are seriously the best we've ever had in the series, with each one having their own unique character arcs, personality, and combat mechanics. And it just keeps this game fresh throughout its near 30-hour playtime. And although the backtracking, even in the remake, can be a wee bit absurd at times, that's nothing compared to the amount of charm bursting from this game. It's hard to go 1 minute without finding a cool new badge, encountering an interesting character, or traveling to a location Mario has never visited. With such a creative story, unique characters, and some of the best humor in the series, The Thousand Year Door is easily one of Mario's greatest adventures.
In my opinion, the greatest sequel of all time is Wii Sports Resort. It took an accidental global phenomenon that was barely more than 5 minigames and transformed it into not only just a bigger and better minigame collection, but a fully fledged world with lore and environment. It took what Wii Sports did well and had a volcanic explosion of ideas and creativity. But most of all, Woohoo Island set the backdrop to what many of us would call the game that defined our childhood. Yes, this is the most nostalgia-rated game on this list. That's what you get when you ask 5 Gen Z Wii kids to make a list of their top 100 Nintendo games. You're just gonna need to deal with it. So, where do we begin? Let's start with the new games. Swordplay is a major standout. Both Duel and Showdown are all-time classics, and Speed Slice is a fun reaction time game as well. The new water sports add to Woohoo Island's charm and really bring you into the vacation environment. 3-on-3 basketball is an instant classic and might be my favorite sport in the series. But the one that, in my opinion, brings it all home is Island Flyover. Island Flyover as a concept is already cool, but having each eye point give a little bit of lore about Woohoo Island really brings Wii Sports Resort together. Whether it be flying through the bridge out to the Gulf Island or into a frickin' volcano, Island Flyover brings everything together. Like we said earlier during our Mario Sunshine ranking, having an environment that works together to make the location feel cohesive is not an easy task. But when done right, it makes the game feel like a living, breathing world. And this is without it being an open world. As cool as it would be to bike around the island free roam, which you can basically do already, Woohoo Island is able to pull off this concept through its backgrounds. Seeing the cruise ship next to the basketball court, wakeboarding around the island, or the tennis courts downtown when you can't even play tennis because all the frisbee dogs stole the balls, it comes all together to make Woohoo Island feel cohesive. Yes, there is a menu screen, but once you're in the world, you're in it. I also guess if we're talking about Wii Sports Resort, we have to talk about Wii Motion Plus. It's a bit funny having an accessory that does what the original product was meant to do in the first place. But besides that, I think it works great. Precision in the games like Archery and Speed Slice are impressive, and the updates to games like Bowling changed the game just enough to make it fresh without ruining the core gameplay. There's even a whole new mode called Spin Control where you can test your new bowling precision by spinning the ball around obstacles. Wii Motion Plus was a great addition, even if the extra cost was a little bit annoying. Wii Sports Resort was able to make a sequel leaps and bounds better than its predecessor. It created a theme and stuck to it, and in turn created the greatest motion-controlled game of all time. No game since has been able to reach the peak of what Wii Sports Resort was able to do, and for that we have to give it its flowers. It may not be a groundbreaking achievement in gaming, or the most critically acclaimed game of all time, but it's the game that defined a generation, so for that alone, it deserves its respect.
The idea for the next 3D Mario game after Sunshine was workshopped all the way back at Space World 2000 in the form of Mario 128. In it, 128 different Marios run around an ever-changing spherical surface to showcase the GameCube's power. Mario 128 was produced by none other than Yoshiaki Koizumi, who was inspired by the tech demo to create the next 3D Mario system seller for Nintendo's new console, the Wii. He envisioned a Mario game like none other, a game set in space, with planetoid surfaces, and a unique gravity mechanic alongside it. A grand orchestral soundtrack, all under a cinematic frame. And in 2007... to say about Mario Galaxy that hasn't been said by 1,030,something YouTubers? Literally nothing. But we're in our 20s. Mario Galaxy rocks. For a Wii game, it is shockingly beautiful, with a silky smooth camera and gorgeous space backdrops in every level. From the Aurora Borealis-inspired Freeze and Flame Galaxy to Space Junk's dark, beautiful abyss, Mario Galaxy truly stands itself apart through its sheer scope and vibe. The second the game begins, you know it's going for something different, something a bit more serious and heavy. With most Mario games, it makes sense to get the player into the action ASAP, no time to waste. That's really just game design 101. And shoot, this game's sequel, Galaxy 2, did exactly that. I think you have all of 2 minutes after you hit start to where you're playing the first level. But Galaxy decides to take a different approach. It opens with the Star Festival, where you can run around and see Toad celebrating. This is the first time up until this point where we get to see anything outside of Peach's castle, giving you a sense that this is an actual place. But like the predictable turtle he is, Bowser crashes the scene, but things can't help but feel different this time. The cutscenes feel intense and cinematic. We're given time to soak in what's happening, what force we're dealing with, and even an alien ship that literally just doesn't show up for the rest of the game. And if things didn't feel intense yet, Bowser isn't just taking Princess Peach, but her whole dang castle along with him. And as Mario gets to his feet to save the princess, he's blasted away into the dark abyss of space. Jumping straight from the intense action, the game takes its time to slow down in its tutorial, with Illuma waking Mario up, as he realizes he's ended up on this strange, lonely planet. This is the only time in a Mario game I can remember where it purposely slows down, letting you soak in the atmosphere. It makes sense that we want to hit the ground running and start the gameplay immediately, but for cornballs like us that like a little extra pizzazz in our Mario games, we eat this stuff up. And after acquiring your spin ability from the mysterious princess / omnipotent space god, you're sent off to the stars. And although the mission-based gameplay loop was nothing new at this point, the sheer novelty of flying through space with a booming orchestral soundtrack behind you justifies the price of admission alone. But where Galaxy also soars is its missions. It's no secret Sunshine, despite being amazing, has some questionable missions sometimes. But Galaxy took the time to iron out just about every level, with no two levels feeling derivative of each other. There's one thing Galaxy does better than any 3D Mario, it's consistency. You know that in each new Galaxy, you'll find a new boss to fight, or a new mechanic to try out. And although this game takes quite a hit to the fast-paced gameplay of the two previous games, it's complemented perfectly by the creative setting, cinematic angle, and booming orchestra. Overall, Mario Galaxy is a series-defining game, and is truly one of the best games of all time.
What's better than one of the greatest Mario games of all time? How about two of the greatest Mario games of all time? This one might be cheating, but I don't care. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Ironically, 3D World is arguably the least 3D of the 3D Mario games. Like 3D Land, it adopts a lot of the features from Mario's side-scrolling adventures, including a traditional world map and having each level end with a flagpole. Frankly, this is not an open world experience, and some might even use the dreaded word linear. However, I don't think linearity is inherently bad. In fact, I would say that 3D World's linear format helps to make it the amazing game that it is, and that is because of its brilliant level design. Each level truly feels like a brand new experience. There's constantly new terrain to platform across, new gizmos to interact with, and of course some very fun power-ups. By restricting the amount of freedom the player has, it gave the developers a ton of creative freedom themselves. And who cares if you're completing the game in the exact order the developers intended when the developers are
are creative geniuses. Seriously, this game is littered with surprises, and there really isn't any opportunity for boredom, making each level feel very much like its own level. 3D World is never afraid to try new things, even breaking decades-old conventions. Instead of using traditional pipes, which are really nothing more than loading screen triggers, you can now travel using clear pipes, which you can actually control your character inside of. Flagpoles will run away from you. Bowser can use power-ups, leading to an impressive yet cursed final boss. Anything and everything goes in 3D World, and the double cherry is my favorite example of this. This power-up was originally a glitch, but the developers saw it and just decided to make it part of the game because it was fun. Speaking of fun, you could argue that one negative effect of the linearity is that this game is less replayable. Except, you're wrong, because that's where the multiplayer kicks in. Not only is this game an absolute blast, but you can experience this absolute blast of a game with 3 other people. Even if you've played a level before, 3D World's multiplayer is nothing short of pure chaos. Sure, you could try and make it cooperative, but any chance of that happening is completely ruined by the existence of the crown. Whoever has the highest score after a level is rewarded with this crown, and if you can keep it on till the end of your next level, you're rewarded with even more points. The crown, however, can be knocked off by another player's ground pound, and there's something about this that just triggers some sort of primal instinct. When you see the shiny object, you need it and no one else can have it. Wearing this crown literally doesn't affect the gameplay at all, but that doesn't mean you can't expect an absurd amount of death and betrayal just out of sheer pettiness. In a way, this crown might just be the perfect metaphor for 3D World. People can point to this game and say it doesn't have the same level of influence or meaning as Mario's other 3D endeavors, but at the end of the day, it still feels special. Sure, it might not be the most open 3D Mario game or have some kind of epic, overdramatic story to tell, but it also doesn't pretend to be anything more than what it is. That being one of the most fun video games you will ever play. You can even see this in this game's music. Instead of something like Galaxy's more orchestral soundtrack, this game uses a lot of upbeat jazz, basically reminding the player that this is a Mario game, so jump around, grab a catsuit, and have fun. I love 3D World. This game is incredibly meaningful to me as I've been enjoying this game since 2013, and I enjoy the Switch port all the more. There are so many upgrades to the Switch version, but none more important than the addition of an entirely new campaign, Bowser's Fury. Bowser's Fury is the yin to 3D World's yang. This game features cats, and I mean a lot of cats, with pretty much every possible object taking on the form of a feline in some way. However, this is one of the only things that's similar between Bowser's Fury and 3D World. The multiplayer is incredibly dumbed down, with the second player only being able to control Bowser Jr., who's effectively just a modern version of Player 2's Wiimote in Super Mario Galaxy. Instead of a bunch of small, barely connected levels, you traverse across one giant level that connects smaller islands. There is no flagpole, just collect the cat shines as you please. In a lot of ways, Bowser's Fury is the antithesis to 3D World. It's the complete opposite, yet also equally an enjoyable experience. However, I will say complete opposite is a bit of an overstatement. In fact, a major reason that I think Bowser's Fury is so fun is because of one of the things it shares with 3D World, that being the quality of its level design. As I mentioned earlier, Bowser's Fury's levels take on the form of these smaller islands, and like 3D World, each one of these levels has its own creative theme. Whether you're navigating through a maze of clear pipes, tiptoeing across an invisible path, or scaling a ridiculously tall windmill, each one of these sub-levels is awesome, and the actual quests for collecting cat shines are equally as awesome. You could get a cat shine for doing pretty much anything, like returning stray cats to their mother, chasing down a Shadow Luigi, or collecting these cat shards while skating across an intense obstacle course. Pretty much every second of this game is fun. Hell, even just aimlessly running around is fun thanks to these slingshots that will send you absolutely flying, and your own little Plessy taxi service, which makes Lake Lapcat feel all the more connected. Now, one thing I will say about Bowser's Fury is that it's short. In fact, you can completely 100% the game in just a few hours. However, for such a short game, it's genuinely surprising how much depth it actually has. There's a lot of charm here, and some pretty wholesome moments. Of course, it's cool helping Bowser Jr. reunite with his dad, but I also like all these little details, such as being attacked by an army of kittens, as they nuzzle up against you if you're wearing the catsuit. Lastly, I cannot speak on Bowser's Fury without talking about what I think its coolest feature is, the final boss fight. Now, you probably won't appreciate this through your entire playthrough. Getting interrupted by Fury Bowser when you're trying to get a cat shine can be pretty annoying, but for a grand finale, this is nothing short of epic. Thanks to the Giga Bell, Lake Lapcat is no longer a massive overworld. Instead, it becomes your own little playground. With the islands you've become acquainted with now being the final boss arena, the stakes could not be higher, so pick up the stakes and chuck them at Bowser's face. Your final encounter by Fury Bowser
Bowser is punctuated by this insane chase where you're riding on Plessy trying to dodge all the obstacles he's throwing at you, and altogether, this is seriously one of the most creative boss fights I've ever seen, probably the most creative final boss in any Mario game. Even though Bowser's Fury is short, it still manages to pull off something incredible, and while the game might not stand so well on its own, pairing it with Super Mario 3D World, which is one of the most fun games you'll ever play, certainly makes for one of the best Nintendo experiences you can ever have. Metroid Prime is such an interesting game to talk about, I'm not even entirely sure how to start. Let's begin by saying this should, in theory, be a depressing game. There is not a line of dialogue throughout the whole campaign. Samus Aran is alone on a desolate planet surrounded by aliens that want to kill her, all while the players are experiencing this sense of isolation in one of the most immersive first-person shooters ever. This immersiveness is solely thanks to Samus's visor, which is so sick, and the fact that you can see yourself as light reflects Samus off of the glass, little details like that genuinely do so much for this experience. In this game, I'm playing as Mario. Here, I am Samus. However, the actual gameplay of Metroid Prime is hard to even categorize. I said first-person shooter earlier, and while this game is first-person and you do shoot stuff, the suit just locks on to different objects, and this is your main way of interacting with the world. It ends up turning this game into some sort of mix between a shooter, a point-and-click adventure game, an action platformer, a puzzle game. Okay, there's somehow even more, but I have to stop. This damn suit can do so much, and it's all just so fun. And of course, the HUD of the suit itself truly puts you in Samus's mindset. That's why, no matter how atmospheric and isolating it feels, I can only ever play this campaign with a smile on my face. Whether you're in the morph ball mode pulling off physics platforming puzzles, or simply scanning, well, pretty much anything with your visor, there's just so many different types of engaging gameplay here. The campaign knows this and spaces everything out so you truly feel like you're becoming more and more powerful as you explore this masterfully crafted alien world. Backtracking is simply never a severe issue since there's so much that's constantly being added to the gameplay which changes every location between visits. The grander story of Metroid Prime is honestly better left off as a mystery, so I'll just say this. This story is so good and works so well because it's such an immersive game. The way everything unfolds is perfectly paced with this gameplay, and I can't recommend this package enough. Speaking of which, Metroid Prime Remastered is now conveniently on Switch, and I cannot speak highly enough of this remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it. They modernized the controls, allowing for true twin-stick aiming, and the graphics have been completely overhauled, with this game now firmly being placed amongst the best looking Nintendo titles ever. With this game in particular, graphics matter far more because they serve to enhance this game's biggest strength, just how immersive it is. When everything looks so much more realistic, it's a lot easier to feel like you're stranded on a desolate planet. And somehow, Prime Remastered is only $40. Genuinely incredible from who else but Retro Studios. Do these guys ever miss? Metroid Prime Remastered is now permanently in contention for the best Nintendo deals of all time, and the best game of all time as well. If there's one way I could describe the brilliance of Metroid Prime, it would have to be through its density. This is an unfortunately ancient relic from far before the age where single-player first-person shooters were seemingly designed with whole sections trying to keep you from the fun stuff. This is a game that does not waste your time. It's a tight 12-ish hour campaign, but with more content than some modern games packed into it. All of this content masterfully layers on top of itself, weaving together gameplay systems, styles, and mechanics to create an experience which lowest moments will genuinely top pretty much any other single-player first-person shooter's best moments. If you have not played Metroid Prime, the remaster has made it easier than ever. Please play this game.
On the surface, 2D platformers are pretty simple. You move around two directions, jump, maybe have a twirl or a punch or something, and that's about it. What truly makes a 2D platformer is what the developers are able to do with that concept. Luckily for Donkey Kong fans, Retro Studios does not miss. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is the pinnacle of modern 2D platformers, and nothing else really comes close. The first thing you'll notice upon playing this game is just how much is constantly on the screen at all times. It feels a bit counterintuitive praising a 2D platformer by discussing the backgrounds, but there are times when Tropical Freeze doesn't even feel like it's a 2D game because Retro smoothly integrates the background into gameplay, both tangibly, for example with this octopus boss right here, and intangibly as in these little owl dudes blowing the horn causing these leaves to rise, because we're not just placing those leaves on a track. It is unbelievable how the developers are able to contextualize everything that happens like that. In Mario, if you ground pound a block beneath you, it breaks. In Tropical Freeze, they get launched straight out of the screen towards you. After you realize just how much diegetic detail is compressed into every single level, you turn your attention to the animation of DK himself. It's just oozing personality no matter what he's doing. Then you see other characters, then the enemies, then you see just how varied each of these brilliant levels are, and even when you put the game down, you're humming any one of the brilliant compositions created by the legendary David Wise. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze just throws so much at you over and over and over again that when it does give you a minute to breathe, the serenity pierces through the screen despite the game itself never really taking a break. I say this because damn, this game is tough. DKC games have always been difficult, but never have I felt a game pace its difficulty as eloquently as Tropical Freeze. Every level, while not directly building off the previous mechanics and gimmicks, feels like an extension of the journey that you're on. Everything from the boss fights, platforming, underwater sections, minecart levels, it all feels like one naturally progressing challenge, which might be the highest praise I can give a 2D platformer. I genuinely think Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is an unbelievable achievement in gaming, as it's literally hard to believe it. The DKC series on its own doesn't even make sense. Yeah, sure, let players control this giant gorilla in a 2D platformer. That'll go well. Then you look over and there's some of the greatest platformers of all time while pushing the graphical limits of what was even possible on the SNES and having just an absurdly good soundtrack to boot. Then cut to Tropical Freeze and just wonder, why is there so much passion and love being put into this game about frozen bananas? Should this game really have some of the most detailed level designs ever made? Should it really have some of the best video game songs ever performed? Why yes it should. And Retro Studios is right here, making sure they continue the legacy of this great series into the modern era, by culminating years of artistic intent into a title that's such an expression of pure joy and love for the medium of video games. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is quite literally everything you could want and more.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe should not be able to exist. Hearing that there's a Mario Kart game with 96 tracks, it just doesn't feel real. It quite literally nearly took a decade to get there, but now we're here and man, it is glorious. While Mario Kart games have always been intended to be played by the masses, never has there been one as inviting as 8 Deluxe. The tilt controls that propelled Mario Kart Wii to the previous highest heights of the series, mixed with more forgiving settings, such as smart steering and auto acceleration, make this the easiest Mario Kart to pick up and play, but don't be mistaken, it's also by far the most balanced. More consistent statistics amongst kart parts and characters, a streamlined set of items, removal of objectively broken mechanics such as fire hopping or wheelies. Not only is this game the most balanced though, it's also the most competitive, featuring 2 item slots and dual item boxes, a third tier of mini turbo incentivizing tight lines, and coins providing racers with a tangible stat boost. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is simply the best Mario Kart game from an accessibility perspective, from a balance perspective, and from a competitive perspective. But what about the content? Okay, you already know where this is going. I actually want to start with the battle mode, as it was the original selling point of 8 Deluxe. 8 courses with their own unique layout is great, but the 5 modes are what I want to focus on here. Balloon Battle and Coin Runners have always played somewhat similar, and Bob on Blast is just Balloon Battle if the WTF slider was turned up to an 11, but the introduction of Shine Thief and Renegade Roundup take battle mode from a tacked on side mode to a strong way to spend a play session. Each of these 2 modes play entirely different from anything else we've seen in Mario Kart, and I'm so glad they took the time to design an entirely new battle mode for this game, as Renegade arcade roundup is an absolute joy with the right crew. Turning our attention to the actual racing, and before the Booster Course Pass, I would have argued that the 48 tracks included make this the best course roster in series history. Original tracks such as Mount Wario and Sunshine Airport sit amongst the best in the series, while retro tracks such as Ribbon Road are updated with such care it's hard to even consider them in the same vein as the types of retro tracks we've seen in the past. Actually, looking at the roster of this game, it's insane how many future classic tracks there are. Look at Super Bell Subway, Wild Woods, Cloud Top Cruise. Few people talk about these tracks, but they're up there with the literal best we've ever gotten. Then you take this already insane number of 48 tracks and double it? It's simply unfair. Sure, the Booster Course Pass doesn't maintain the exact same quality as the base tracks, as a handful of new courses are visually worse, and many of the city tracks are just a bit bland, but again, 96 tracks. It simply doesn't matter, especially when the Booster Course Pass did end up giving us not only most of the greatest tracks that weren't already in this game, but also giving us some new instant classics such as Yoshi's Island, which is a beautiful love letter to the SNES Classic and instantly became one of my favorite tracks in the franchise. The Booster Course Pass also added 8 new characters to the roster, rounding out the most content we have ever seen in a Mario Kart game by far. And this is not a case of quantity over quality, as literally everything in this game is Mario Kart at its best, save for a small handful of Booster Course Pass courses that are still about 95% of everything you'd want in a modern Mario Kart course. This also very well might be the best looking video game Nintendo has ever made. The models, the texture work, the incredible lighting, the weather including rain streaming down the screen. It is all beautiful. Watching back races in Mario Kart TV provides a detailed look at the animations as well, which are some of the most expressive I've ever seen. There's simply not enough words to describe how good this game looks on your TV. It's a mix of brilliant artistic direction, one of the best lighting systems ever in a video game, and a ton of modelers, designers, and animators executing at the top of their craft. I'm not even really sure if I need to mention the music here, as it's pretty much universally known just how good Mario Kart music is. However, if we did post this video and I didn't get to gush about one of my favorite video game soundtracks of all time, I would be punching myself. Whether it's the insane saxophone of Dolphin Shoals, the funky 5/4 groove of Wild Woods, the electrifying synths of Big Blue, okay, I have to stop. This soundtrack, much like the graphics and the gameplay, is also leading the conversation for Nintendo at the top of their craft. I think there's always some sort of bias against games like Mario Kart on these best game of all times rankings, because Mario Kart is meant to be fun, that's it. It's not supposed to take you on some crazy emotional journey, send some profound message, or anything of the sort. It's supposed to be fun. And to be honest, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the highest selling Nintendo game for a reason. They took one of their most tried and true formulas and refined it to a T, while giving it more content than we even thought to be possible. This game is an absolute miracle that shouldn't even exist and has probably provided more hours of pure joy to more people than any other game on this list.
In 1989, a new game developer burst onto the scene, a Japanese studio named Game Freak. Their first project was an NES game named Mendel Palace, which was a simple action puzzle game involving monsters. Dreaming bigger, 7 years later toward the end of the Game Boy's life cycle, Pokemon Red and Blue were released, and oh boy, they had no idea what was to come. Pokemon Red and Blue were trailblazers to the JRPG genre. Even today, people try to chase the success of what this game had, often failing in the process. Typical JRPGs had a definitive main character, and your party grew in size as the story progressed, but Pokemon masterfully expanded upon that concept, as you caught, stored, and filled up your Pokédex with all 151 Pokemon. I mean, the catchphrase "gotta catch 'em all" became probably the most iconic catchphrase in gaming. Beyond catching Pokemon, players go on to defeat all of the gym leaders in order to challenge the Pokemon League, all of the while Team Rocket is standing in your way. These systems combine to form a feeling like no other in gaming, and a vast catalog of JRPGs spanning so many years have failed to replicate what Pokemon nailed on their first entry with Red and Blue. Fundamentally, exploring the unique region you're dropped in for each Pokemon game is the most important aspect of each game. If exploring a map isn't fun, the entire concept falls apart. Luckily though, Game Freak really knocked knocked it out of the park on their first try as we were introduced to the glorious Kanto. And man, what a region it is. Gen 1er isn't a coined term within the community for no reason. Even for the technical limitations that the Game Boy had, every town was so immersive, each being so unique in its own right. Whether it's Cerulean City surrounded by water, the Nugget Bridge and Cerulean Cave, home of Mewtwo, Fuchsia City featuring the Safari Zone, or Celadon City with lots of nature, tall buildings, and a casino? Go figure. People complain about the region constantly being remade, but Kanto truly is great and it does live up to the hype. I'd be remiss not to talk about the audio in this game. And I know that may be strange to hear at first, but let me explain. Firstly, the music is excellent, as everywhere you go, there's a new track. You're on your bike, here's a bike theme. You're in a new city, here's a city theme. And it is so damn good every time. You're constantly filled with emotion, whether you're relaxing while traversing through a new route, or getting pumped up as you're about to challenge a gym leader for a new badge. Now, before when I said audio, I'm also including Pokemon cries. These became so iconic almost immediately, and most notably helped this series mascot we all know and love, being Pikachu, rise to fame with the signature. Red and Blue has one of the most iconic soundtracks of all time, whether you're a gamer or not. Pokemon Red and Blue were a smash hit on the market, reaching 31 million global units sold, and it's still the best-selling game in the franchise today. Due to the instant success of these games, Pokemon was catapulted to the massive global brand it is today. With an anime that's been running since 1997, an ever-growing trading card game, merchandise, and many games following them, Pokemon Red and Blue are single-handedly responsible for spawning the most financially successful media franchise of all time. Though there are arguably better games later on in the series, they owe so much of their identity to these titles. Red and Blue will unquestionably be remembered as some of the most important games in Nintendo's history till the end of time.
The N64 is known for many things, but one of its biggest achievements is being the console that launched Nintendo's two biggest franchises into the world of 3D. In 1996, Mario 64 revolutionized 3D platforming, giving Mario his iconic voice and delivering one of the best games of all time. And 2 years later, The Legend of Zelda got the same treatment, creating a game so iconic that it still influences the gaming medium nearly 30 years down the line. This is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. I think any game quite sucks you in as much as this opening shot does, perfectly setting the mood that this game isn't just taking the franchise into the third dimension, but that these games are about feeling the freedom that comes with riding around Hyrule, feeling the somber melancholy from some of the Ocarina songs, and feeling horrifically bored because this game takes like 3 hours to get started. But besides the opening, the feel of Ocarina of Time is the definition of perfection. Not only does it nail the 3D Zelda formula its first try, it honestly feels like it's a few games in at this point. Not just carrying over the 2D Zelda formula over with some open fields, but adding so many unique mechanics along with it. The combat feels perfectly dialed in, with a clever lock-on system that lets you focus enemies while evading shots and using your shield. But what has to be this game's greatest achievement is its dungeons. There's 12 throughout the game, which is absolutely insane for the franchise's first 3D game, and most all of them are flawless. Each dungeon feels carefully curated to teach you the game mechanics and put your skills to the test with unique enemies and creative and satisfying puzzles. The final bosses to each dungeon are especially impressive, with each one being the culmination of everything you've learned from the dungeon in one amazing boss fight. Sure, there's plenty to this near 30-year-old game that shows its age, but with it being such an iconic gaming landmark and without any true game-breaking jank, its old age actually allows you to appreciate the absolute scope they achieved through such limited hardware. The use of the ocarina is one of the coolest mechanics in the series as well. It not only brings along some of the series' most iconic tunes like Lost Woods and Zelda's Lullaby, but is used for puzzles, calling your horse, and even sending you to the future. This is what I mean by this game feels a few sequels in by this point. This game could have totally gotten away with its first few hours of gameplay stretched to a full game. Young Link, a few dungeons, fight Ganondorf, the end. But the use of the ocarina and an entire day-night cycle where NPCs and events happen at different times is one of the things that makes this game truly stand out. The moment you pull the Master Sword and transform 7 years in the future as Young Link is one of the greatest moments in gaming, period. Seeing Hyrule Castle 7 years in the future is genuinely unnerving, with this game holding some pretty intense stuff for that E rating. Overall, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is a game so infamous and iconic, it's difficult to list off everything it did to pioneer the series. It truly is one of the greatest games of all time.
The Legend of Zelda is pretty good. I mean, the game had a gold cartridge, how could it not be? But I've always found that underneath all the gold is just a little bit of tungsten that weighs the game down. Sure, it revolutionized games, it redefined the genre, yada yada, it's an open world adventure. However, the open world isn't all that hype when it looks like this. Obviously, Zelda's shortcomings are no fault of its own. The game came out 40 years ago for the NES. Take for instance the phrase, "It's dangerous to go alone, take this." The reason this phrase has become a meme is because it's just ridiculous. Because of hardware limitations, this is just how the story must progress. Hey kid, here's a sword. There's a lot you could say about this game. You could say it's way too easy to get lost. You could say the game has aged horribly. But what you can't say is that the idea behind the game has aged horribly. With enough changes and fewer hardware limitations, the Zelda format could be taken and turned into a timeless masterpiece. Cue The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. That was way too cliche. I'm sorry. The first thing you'll notice about this game is the visuals. Compare this to the original Zelda, and it makes that game look like baby vomit. This game's graphics has aged phenomenally. Obviously, it's pixelated, but if an indie game looked like this, I wouldn't bat an eye and consider it to be nothing less than charming. And yes, that's not your color blindness deceiving you. Link does have pink hair now, and nobody really knows why. The hair dye isn't the only new feature, however. Just about everything is new. And since this game, the Zelda series hasn't had to do too much new stuff. Okay, that's definitely an exaggeration, but seriously, so much of what this game introduced has become integral parts of the Zelda series. The items, the music, the characters and enemies, even introducing the Master Sword, which is the most iconic weapon across the Zelda series, maybe even in gaming as a whole. Honestly, the reason so many of these features have returned in later entries is because they were already so perfect. Roasting enemies with the fire rod or zipping across rooms with the hookshot are very satisfying. And in the original Zelda, basic items like a boomerang or a bow and arrow are neat, but these items feel much more original and creative. The main appeal this game has over the original Zelda, however, is just how much bigger it is. You have a vast world to explore, including both a light world and a dark world, and the dungeons actually start to feel like dungeons instead of just random caves you just kind of stumble across. The puzzles are also so much more detailed and incredibly rewarding. And when it comes to the game's story, well, the game actually has a story instead of just go save the princess and figure out the rest for yourself. Probably my favorite improvement is the game's bosses. These fights are so much more intricate, with the boss's weaknesses often being tied to a specific item you needed earlier in the dungeon. Zelda's transition from the NES to the Super Nintendo was simply incredible, and Link to the Past genuinely hasn't aged much at all, even 30 years later. Of the more traditional Zelda games, there's a good chance that Link to the Past isn't even your favorite one, and honestly, it's not even mine. However, what this game did for the Zelda franchise is undeniable. Even a game like Ocarina of Time, which you could easily argue was just as revolutionary, it could not have existed without Link to the Past. The miracle behind Ocarina of Time wasn't as much how it redefined the Zelda format, rather it was how it was able to convert an already good format into 3D. We've seen many different Zelda games over the years, but until recently, the format was generally unquestioned. Across all these games, things like the story, items, dungeons, music, and bosses, these features didn't have to reinvent the wheel, and the reason for that is simply because Link to the Past has withstood the test of time.
Super Smash Bros. Is the most iconic fighting game franchise of all time, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate reminds us what sets it so far apart from other fighting games. Smash Ultimate released on the Nintendo Switch in 2018 and needs absolutely no introduction. With the highest sales, the most characters, the most items, the most stages, and the most refined mechanics in the series, it truly is the ultimate Smash Bros. Game. Starting off with the roster, in usual Smash Bros. Fashion, it broke the internet multiple times. Whether it was silencing the doubters by revealing Ridley at E3, the Sephiroth trailer that gave us endless Mario Dead memes, the shocking Sora reveal to cap off the second Fighter's Pass, and Steve literally breaking Twitter because of his trailer, the reveals were like no other, which to me is the most exciting factor of Super Smash Bros. With this amazing content rollout, legendary Smash Bros. Director Masahiro Sakurai has stated on many occasions dating back to 2019 that Smash Ultimate was his last mission from late Nintendo CEO Satoru Iwata, helping motivate him to create the biggest and most groundbreaking roster that any game has ever seen. When breaking down any Smash Bros. Game, the mechanics of said game are definitely a hot topic, but Smash Ultimate does this best out of the entire franchise. A point of contention that lots of fans have is that Smash games past Melee are drastically slowed down in terms of movement speed, but coming around to Ultimate, it sped up the gameplay and fixed many issues that fans had spanning to Smash 4, such as tripping. Smash Ultimate has the most refined gameplay in the series, taking the best of Melee and Smash 4, blending them into one. This game improved upon what I consider a lackluster online experience from Smash Bros. Wii U and 3DS, replacing the 4 Fun and 4 Glory modes with Quick Play and Battle Arenas. Quick Play is the standard online mode in which you can customize your battle format, rules, time limit, types of stages, and items, and now you have Global Smash Power, which essentially acts as ELO. If you win enough games with a certain character, you can be put into Elite Smash, which will match you up with the best of the best. I also love Battle Arenas, as you and your friends can enter an arena, set the music, change all the settings I mentioned, and duke it out King of the Hill style. If you keep winning, you keep defending the arena. This far and away has to be the best and most refined experience for Smash Online, something the team couldn't quite get right with the past 2 entries. This game's adventure mode is called World of Light, and although the opening cutscene sets this up to be an epic adventure with the character roster getting absolutely wiped off the face of the earth, the moment-to-moment gameplay of World of Light takes a different direction from the story-heavy campaign of Subspace Emissary. It's impossible to discuss World of Light's gameplay without detailing spirits. Smash Ultimate features over 1,500 unique spirits, hailing from hundreds of different gaming franchises that each represent a sometimes iconic and sometimes not so iconic character. Every spirit has its own spirit battle, where certain attributes and rules are changed to make the battle unique to the source material. I always thought this was a clever way to pay homage to many more characters that missed the cut of the game's already massive roster. World of Light is essentially just hundreds of these spirit battles placed on a beautifully drawn overworld map. A handful of bosses are thrown in as well, cementing World of Light as a fun single-player detour from Ultimate's main gameplay offerings. Speaking of the main game, it's genuinely shocking how much is constantly thrown at you here. Everyone talks about the massive 82 character roster, which expands even further if you count Echo Fighters, and for good reason. I'll say that again, an 82 character roster. I mean, how is that even possible? Well, somehow Sakurai found a way, but they didn't just stop there, bringing back almost every single fan favorite stage in series history, over 1,000 songs, which is much more than every other game in the series combined, and the previously mentioned spirits, which while small inclusions, help to make this game somehow feel even more like the true celebration of gaming that it is. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is not just the peak of the Smash Bros. Franchise, not just the greatest gaming crossover to date, but one of the single best multiplayer titles ever produced. The core gameplay itself is so addictive, but when you pair that with the sheer amount of playable fighters, stages, items, modes, and more, it's almost impossible to imagine a Smash Bros. Game that ever surpasses this one. However, with Sakurai and his team at the helm, I'm sure they'll find a way.
For many people, Super Mario 3D World just wasn't the 3D Mario game they were looking for after the cinematic, planet-hopping adventure of the Galaxy games. Not us though, we ate this game up, but it was no secret that some people were waiting with bated breath to see what direction the next 3D Mario game would go. Would it be in the same vein as the earlier games, focusing on player freedom and exploration, or would it follow the, at the time, popular new Super Mario Bros. Games that were more linear and multiplayer oriented? And with Nintendo's next console rumored to be a funky, hybrid handheld home console system barely more powerful than the Wii U, the hope of many fans was quickly fading, as the thought of another grand 3D Mario adventure was long behind them. So at E3 2017, it was quite a shock to fans when the next 3D Mario game wasn't quite following in the earlier game's footsteps, but instead was something so much better. I can't think of a better game to symbolize the Nintendo Switch than Mario Odyssey. and Breath of the Wild, but we'll get there. But in Mario Odyssey's case, it seemed to expertly take influence from all the games that came before it, enhancing what worked, fixing what didn't, while adding plenty of unique and genius ideas, delivering one of the greatest experiences in video game history. And just by looking at Mario Odyssey's sales, this game obviously did something right. So right that we still don't have a sequel. But let's blush about this game some more. As I just said, Mario Odyssey takes the best aspects from the older games and creates the perfect blend of old and new, nostalgic and modern, creating a game with so much to do that the majority of the complaints about this game is that there's too much to do. With 17 unique kingdoms and 880 moons to collect, this game is absolutely overflowing with things to do. And I think I have a reason as to why. Every Mario game has collectibles, yeah, but why did we jump from 120 stars for 4 games in a row to 880? Well, as you may know, moons are much easier to find in Mario Odyssey, with the main goal of this game being to run around a level, gathering enough moons to power the Odyssey, and taking you to a new kingdom. But where in the previous games with mission-oriented collectibles, Mario Odyssey drops you into a kingdom and says run around and explore. And in most of the 17 kingdoms, you won't go a minute without finding a new platforming section, puzzle to solve, or businessman who just wants a friend. And from all of those, you'll get moons. Yeah, there's some mission-based moons and boss fights, but the large majority of your time spent in these kingdoms will be small, bite-sized challenges. And that's exactly the genius of this game. What was the Switch meant to be again? A pick-up-and-go type console. So games like Mario Odyssey are meant to be played in as little as a couple minute chunks. Not me though, check out this run. And whether or not it was intentional, Nintendo striked, in my opinion, the perfect balance and progression for such an open 3D Mario, where you're rewarded for exploration or pulling off a sick move. Not just with a 1-up or some coins, but with the main collectible that forwards your progress. So much can be said about the inspired levels or amazing music, but the very core of Mario Odyssey's stellar quality is that freedom-based progression. Doesn't mean I won't blush about that other stuff though too. The music in this game rivals Galaxies as one of the greatest in the series, with tracks like New Donk City, Steam Garden, and Fossil Falls being instantly iconic the moment they dropped. Not to mention Jump Up Superstar. That entire section is so inspired and well made, it can bring a tear to a grown man's eye. And it's a surprise I haven't mentioned the newest addition to Mario's moveset, Cappy. It's kinda weird to think about it, but Mario's moveset kind of peaked with 64, with each subsequent game having a moveset addition, but it was more so a gimmick than anything. But Cappy truly feels like the first moveset enhancement Mario has ever gotten. He's used to hit enemies, give yourself a higher jump, double jump, and is even used to pull off some crazy moves that the developers will even reward you for completing. But that's only half of what Cappy brings to the table, with his main ability being capturing. Although not all of these are winners, the sheer novelty of throwing out Cappy and capturing enemies like Chain Chomps, Bullet Bills, and so much more cannot be understated. It adds a whole new layer to the gameplay that 100% didn't even need to be here to make this game great, but dang it, Nintendo really wanted you to control a T-Rex with a hat, and I couldn't be happier. With all that being said, the progression system, gameplay enhancements, and so much more, Mario Odyssey is a very special game, and one we can only hope will inspire future Mario games for years to come.
Open your eyes.
I am a loss for words about this game. Breath of the Wild is a game so deep and rich that if I wanted to do it justice, I would need to make a 7-hour video essay. But to contain my thoughts to just a few minutes is nearly impossible. But I'm going to try. The context behind this game is just as important as the game itself. This game wasn't just the biggest Zelda game or even Nintendo's biggest technical achievement. It was perhaps their most important game they've ever made. The Switch needed a blockbuster launch title, and since Zelda U didn't release on time, Breath of the Wild was granted the task of carrying the Switch through its launch. And carry it did, garnering so much traction that it sold over 32 million units and becoming the 4th best-selling game on the console. But you don't want to hear about sales numbers. You want to hear about the game. Breath of the Wild was the first open world game in the Zelda series. It provided a major shakeup to the 3D Zelda series, as for the first time you could take up the dungeons in any order you like. Or should I say, Divine Beast. Yeah, some long-term Zelda fans might not have been a fan of the huge shakeup, but for myself, I think it rocked. The game starts out on the Great Plateau, already a massive open area that you could fit all of Lake Lapcat in twice. But after acquiring the paraglider and descending onto high Hyrule, you truly get a taste for what you've gotten yourself into. This map is massive. Riding along to the ambient noises in this game with the click-clacking of the horse's hooves, prancing away is something I could do for hours with no goal in sight. The Skyview towers in this game also work as mini collectibles, helping you fill out your Hyrule map. The shrines are basically mini dungeons in this game, and each have a challenge, puzzle, or enemy to take down. Each gives you a power orb that helps you fill out your hearts or stamina. Saying this, it sounds like I'm just listing off different mechanics of this game, but the way in which it all works together is so seamless and fun that a typical play loop might go something like this. You see a tower in the distance, you ride your horse over and climb it. Once on top, a chunk of your map is opened and you see shrines in the distance. You glide over to one, go inside, and beat it. You see another tower in the distance and ride over there. However, you notice while climbing that there's a Bokoblin tribe guarding it. You try climbing around it, but your stamina is too low to ascend. So what do? You find more shrines, you find better weapons, navigate more discreetly. Every challenge in this game literally has an infinite amount of solutions. Not one solution is the correct solution. Not one route is the correct route. Hell, you can literally beat this game without going to a single divine beast. You've got to be insanely cracked, but even the option of being able to do that is just bonkers. What makes Breath of the Wild stand out from previous Zelda entries is its ability to be a unique personal experience for each and every player. Not one player's playthrough is going to be the same as another. This isn't an adventure on rails. This is an adventure on trails. This is an adventure where you're in control of your destiny. You can explore each crevice of the land, or just chase objectives. Not one experience is incorrect. The game is designed for you to take the reins and make memories. Climb that mountain, scour that forest, ride that shield. But of course, there is an objective. Destroy Ganon. Maybe you're overleveled and destroyed him handily. Maybe you barely scrape by but win narrowly. Maybe you fail time after time and have to go out and find better weapons and get a better game plan. In the end, your story will play out the way it's supposed to. You'll ascend the Great Plateau one last time and view the land that was once your playground. The world doesn't seem so big anymore. You did it.
What Link to the Past was to the original Zelda, Super Mario World is to the original Super Mario Bros. It took a good idea with some major hardware limitations and completely expanded on it. Except one key difference is that there were several great sequels between Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario World, namely Super Mario Bros. 3. Even without an entirely new console, Super Mario Bros. 3 was already completely pushing the boundaries of the NES. With a giant world map and unique bosses, this game had already taken the original Mario format to greater lengths. Frankly, the fact that this game was on the same console as the original Super Mario Bros. Is nothing short of a miracle. However, some limitations were still present, and entering the 16-bit era, Super Mario World was set to prove that Mario could be so much bigger even still. Super Mario World truly feels like an amalgamation of Nintendo's grand vision for the Super Mario Bros. Series. An obvious example of this is the inclusion of Yoshi. Miyamoto had wanted Mario to ride a dinosaur when developing the first Super Mario Bros. Title, but he couldn't because, well, if you couldn't guess, it's this stupid piece of plastic that doesn't play Mario Paint. But now with a console that can play Mario Paint, you can also ride dinosaurs. I don't feel like I need to say this, but Yoshi is awesome. And there's a reason he's gotten his own series while also being an essential character in any Mario spin-off. However, Yoshi is just one of the many things that make Super Mario World so impressive. The power-ups are great, with the various Yoshis being one of them, but even the cape is incredibly fun to glide around with. Where I think this game really comes to life though is through its levels. There are a ton of levels, an amount that was completely ridiculous for its time. You also have one giant world map that makes everything feel intertwined, and you can find so many secrets through hidden exits that will reveal that this map is even bigger than you once thought. You can unlock hidden blocks or even a trip to the Star 5-star road, which will then take you to yet another secret world. My favorite secret is probably this one level, and I'm sorry for spoiling, simply called Top Secret Area, that you can unlock from a ghost house. This level literally just gives you free power-ups and a Yoshi to boot, but it's just one of those many things that makes your playthrough feel special. I remember finding this as a kid and thinking, wow, Top Secret Area? Only real gamers would find something like this. So, the secrets are cool, the map is cool, Yoshi's cool, and the game is a step up from Super Mario Bros. 3, but is it really fair to say that Super Mario World is the third greatest Nintendo game of all time? What actually makes it qualified to hold that title? Well, it's the absolutely flawless level design. Super Mario World, at its core, is fun. With every level, there's a unique gimmick that you've never seen before. Even in the first level, you're just casually taking a stroll, and there's a giant bullet bill heading right towards your face. Whether it's buzzsaws on zip lines, slingshots, or rafts that take you across rivers of lava, you don't know what to expect. Even just the game's new enemies are fascinating. You have some now iconic enemies like Monty Mole and some new sub-bosses, but there's also a lot of cool enemies that are unfortunately forgotten nowadays, especially the dinosaurs like Rex or the Dino Torches. I love these guys. That being said, all of this is why I can confidently say that this game is an amalgamation of Nintendo's grand vision for the Super Mario Bros. Format. The amount of creativity is absurd, and where this creativity came from was simply years and years of ideas that were unfortunately impossible until a new console provided a means for them. However, what's good level design without good movement? And once again, the word flawless comes to mind. Every action in this game feels so fluid, from running and jumping to new mechanics like tossing objects in the air, performing spin jumps, soaring around with a cape. We don't talk about the pea balloon. When you combine perfect level design with perfect movement, that's when you get a game this high up on the list. Super Mario World hasn't aged one bit. I was born a decade after this game released, and every time I've played it, I've always had fun. And trust me, I've played this game many times. I remember being at a friend's house years ago, and he happened to have a Super Nintendo. We decided to play Super Mario World together, and he pretty much just ended up watching me play since it took me nearly the first 3 worlds to die once. And I had never even held a Super Nintendo controller before. The game's entire design is incredible. Even minute details like the sound effects are so fitting and perfect. Super Mario World is over 30 years old, and I still don't think there's a 2D Mario game that surpasses it. Every time I play Mario Maker, I always want to make levels in this theme because it's simply the best. The 2D Mario games are so important to gaming, with Super Mario Bros. Essentially saving the home console market single-handedly, and I genuinely doubt that a new 2D Mario game could surpass its greatness even today, because everything about this game is flawless. Except Tubular. I hate that level.
It's me, Mario! Hello! Okie dokie.
Super Mario 64 is the second best Nintendo game of all time. As heinous and annoying as that may be to some people, you literally cannot deny the impact and unique nature of this game. There was never a game like this before it came out, and there will never be a game like it again. Super Mario 64 has 3 things that put it above every other Mario game. Yes, even Odyssey. 64 is groundbreaking, 64 is freeing, and 64, for as much jank as it has, is personally the most fun and replayable Mario game to ever exist. Firstly, let's go over 64's accomplishments. Of course, I must talk about its role in 3D gaming. It may have not been the very first game to be set in 3D, but impact-wise, it basically fits that role. Super Mario 64 took that ever-daunting transition to 3D gaming and pretty easily stuck the landing. So easily, in fact, that the failure was never even seen as a possibility. At the time, series like Sonic were pretty close competitors with Mario, but after the 3D transition, it was all over. Super Mario 64, in my opinion, locked in Mario's legacy. After 64, every future Mario title was just a victory lap for them. As for how they executed this flawless transition, you need to understand how difficult what they pulled off was. Every part of this game's developmental process was about running into roadblocks and taking detours. Innovation wasn't an option, it was a requirement. Everything from level design to new controller functionality to the very polygons that made the worlds themselves was a necessary hurdle to conquer to make this game work. For example, they didn't have have the technology to build a game with hundreds of 3D levels. So instead, they built 15 levels with the depth of 100. When making this game, they fundamentally ripped up the floorboards and banisters of what a Mario game looked like and used what was left to create a blueprint that every game going forward would uphold to. For example, let's take a look at what I would consider Super Mario 64's greatest innovation, the hub world. Super Mario Bros. 3 and Super Mario World's hub worlds, while filled with exciting secrets and levels to explore, still took you out of the game and its immersion. Peach's Castle, in my opinion, was the key component that made 64 work. Even outside of the level, you control Mario the exact same. From the moment you come in through the pipe to the moment you defeat Bowser, you are Mario. Jumping, cartwheeling, wahooing Mario. From there, the castle takes on what I like to call the 3-act structure. Act 1 is the main floor. This is where you grasp your bearings and learn that the stars in the levels don't have to be collected in order. Your adventure is yours and yours alone. Act 2 is the basement, where Nintendo introduces the twist. This is where you are introduced to a majority of the cat power-ups, and you learn that this game isn't always about the final destination, it's about exploration. Then we have Act 3, the upstairs. What I find so cool about the upstairs actually starts with this door here. From the moment you enter Peach's Castle, you see that door. It's front and center, begging you to open it, yet surprisingly holds the end game. Most people, including myself, try to open the door after getting their first key, but are surprised that it actually unlocks the basement. The upstairs door and so many other stars in this game are visible before they're even ready to be collected. The answer to your problem is right in front of you. It's your responsibility to uncover the solution. That's what the 3-act structure does. For a game with as simple of a story as Super Mario 64, breaking the game up into 3 distinct parts adds a solid pace that keeps you exploring and progressing. All the levels in each area are roughly the same difficulty, so there's no need to dwell on a level that you're stuck on. Just go find a new star to pursue, and keep the fun coming. But what if you don't exactly want to chase after the star? That's fine too. The game gives you the freedom to play in a safe environment outside of the levels, and if you're lucky, you'll even find some secrets along the way. That's what, in my opinion, makes this game so special. It wasn't afraid to take chances, because like I said, it had no other choice. The Mario series was forever changed after 64. It no longer was just another 2D platformer. Mario became a borderline adventure series. Each 3D Mario game that follows takes this theme to greater and greater heights, but it all starts with 64. The secrets within these walls hold decades of stories and memories. It's up to you to discover them.
When declaring a game as the best Nintendo game of all time, how is it even possible to begin to bestow that honor? These are games adored by millions upon millions of people, but for plenty of different reasons. Would the correct #1 game be the title that brings the most people together, garnered the most critical acclaim within the community, or influenced the most future releases? Well, when making and remaking this list, we decided the correct #1 game could only be a title featuring some of the finest gameplay mechanics ever developed, the greatest open world ever created, and a game with frankly more extremely high quality content than any other game I've played. The best Nintendo game of all time is The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. I'm already expecting a vocal minority to start commenting about how absurd it is that we gave the #1 spot on this list to a glorified DLC. And while I'm sure any game that we'd place atop such a monumental list would garner its share of controversial comments, I can't lie and say that these inevitable remarks won't bother me. I simply do not understand how any living, breathing creature who happens to be the same species as me could even begin to experience this game and write it off as a potential update to Breath of the Wild. The primitive Sheikah Slate runes have been completely changed, which affects every minute of gameplay here. Of course, abilities such as Ascend act as newfound quality of life changes, but I wouldn't even be able to begin to do this game justice without talking about the single most impressive mechanic Nintendo has ever produced: Using Ultra Hand in Tears of the Kingdom is a cathartic experience, unlike one I've ever had in my nearly 2 decades of playing video games. I've played so many open world games, but have never been able to interact with said open worlds to this degree of freedom. Even games with extreme emphasis on creativity like Minecraft have their limitations, such as the block-based system that makes their open worlds feel restrictive in comparison to Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule. In Cyberpunk, I can drive into a tree. In Minecraft, I can cut down a tree. In Tears of the Kingdom, I can cut down and then drive with a tree. Number 1 spot completely earned. Obviously, I kid, but the Ultra Hand ability genuinely does feel like after 40 plus years of making games and trying to empower players to creatively engage with their games in uniquely personal ways, Nintendo has finally taken that idea to its logical extreme. Every single problem you encounter in this game could literally be solved in hundreds of ways thanks to this ability. River needs to be crossed? Make a boat. Make a hover bike. Make a human catapult, or make a really long bridge. Player expression has never been so emphasized, and for Ultra Hand to just work this fluidly is just a technical marvel. Every single item or object in this game can just be glued together, whether they're as simple as a rock or one of the Zonai devices that can take your invention to new heights, or just help you commit genocide. You could throw the most insane invention together, and while it might not work the way you intended, it'll do what it's supposed to do, and considering all the dumb stuff I tried making in my first playthrough, I can't help but just applaud the work that went into making this game's unfathomably polished engine.
What the hell was that?
Next, let's talk about Fuse, which completely overhauls Link's combat in this game. The ability to combine items into new weapons is not only inherently fun, but remedies one of the biggest flaws with every open world game, items not being important to the player. Find a cool gem? Sure, you could just sell it for some cash, but that could also make the dope sword you just found set enemies on fire. This additional layer of player agency adds so much depth to the combat, as you're constantly reacting to Link's situation with new inventive solutions. You're at half a heart? Yeah, just glue your spear to your other spear. Fuse an eyeball to an arrow to make it hone in. Get up close and put a smoke bomb on your shield to disappear, or just put an actual bomb on your shield, curb stomp it, and send yourself and an enemy flying. These 2 abilities alone, I kid you not, make Breath of the Wild feel like a tech demo in comparison. I'll say that again. Fuse and Ultra Hand alone give Tears of the Kingdom such unfathomable new depth and so many new possibilities that it makes Breath of the Wild Game of the Year, common consensus one of the greatest games ever made. We just ranked it 4 on this list, Breath of the Wild, feel like a tech demo. These new mechanics aren't just plopped in though, they're placed in the greatest open world ever in a video game. Tears of the Kingdom uses Breath of the Wild's Hyrule as a base, and many people seem to point to this as where Tears of the Kingdom falters. Defenders are quick to point out the Sky Islands and depths as reasons that Hyrule has been sufficiently expanded upon, and don't worry, we'll talk about those soon enough, but hot take incoming, Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule itself has enough changes on its own that it doesn't even need those new additions to justify its existence. Did everyone just forget about the nearly 150 new caves added across the map? Tons of these caves expanded to massive cavernous mazes, featuring hordes of enemies to fight and treasures to find. Not to mention the hundreds, probably thousands of alterations across Hyrule from new and reworked towns, massive dungeons, new enemy encampments, points of interest, and more. Combine this with Link's vastly different and improved abilities, and it doesn't even feel like you're exploring the same world. Supplementing the main overworld of Hyrule, you're awaited by the Sky Islands and depths. While only a handful of Sky Islands include open areas for you to explore, they all feature either bite-sized puzzles, boss fights, movement tests, or more, which provide players with incredibly important, quick, optional content that still feels rewarding to complete. Jumping down to the depths is a whole different story. This dark and gloomy underworld spans the entirety of Hyrule, and it's just so easy to get lost down here for hours. The dimly lit environment, paired with the permanent erasure of your hearts, makes sure that even those players with a complete mastery of this game's core mechanics still have a unique and challenging gameplay experience awaiting them. Finding the Rito's Dungeon boss rematch down here remains one of the most terrifying yet enthralling gameplay experiences I've ever encountered, and I genuinely don't know if any game will be able to recapture such an intense feeling of pure fright and awe for seeing a boss that I have already defeated. Okay, so you have these 3 massive open world areas, the best I've ever played in, all built on top of one of the most most robust yet polished engines I've ever played with, somehow running on a mobile chipset that was already dated by the console's release in 2017, with no loading screens or slowdowns when traveling between these massive landscapes? I'm sorry to keep harping on the technical aspect of Tears of the Kingdom, as admittedly that's not really important to what makes this game so special, but what the hell black magic did Nintendo cook up to make this game? This simply shouldn't exist. I don't know how it's possible. There's simply so much to talk about with Tears of the Kingdom because the game is so massive. The main campaign itself is a vast improvement over Breath of the Wild, with more engaging missions upon reaching the 4 regional phenomena, vastly improved dungeons with unique theming and mechanics, a more interesting story depicted through better cutscenes, and a far superior final boss. There are better Korok puzzles throughout Hyrule, more engaging shrines that take advantage of Link's better mechanics, more systems to work towards upgrading such as your Zonite charge, and more challenges to test these systems throughout the vastly expanded open world. You can pilot a giant mech in this game, and it's not even something people mention when talking about Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know what else to say. The presentation has only been improved with more varied location and new music that rivals the series' best. This entire long-ass video could have just been about Tears of the Kingdom, and I'd only be scratching the surface. With so many unique mechanics and systems at play, they all come together elegantly to somehow, some way form a cohesive experience that, despite this, feels meticulously deliberate but entirely natural and unique to every person fortunate enough to experience this miracle of a video game. For 40 years, Nintendo has been creating video games meant to empower creative expression, encourage out-of-the-box ideas, spawn countless joyous moments, and bring one simple feeling to the player: fun. Tears of the Kingdom does all of this and then some. Is it perfect? No game is. In fact, there are probably games on this list with less flaws, but no game is as wondrous, as wholeheartedly ambitious, as profoundly massive yet meticulously minute, and just as fun as Tears of the Kingdom. This is a culmination of every game Nintendo has ever made, and beyond a shadow of a doubt, our pick for the best Nintendo game of all time.
Well, you made it. There's so much more we want to say about probably all of these games, and we will be doing so in the comments section, but here in the video, all I want to say is thank you guys. As we said before, we have been working on this video since April. It ended up taking way longer than we thought, but that's just cause we had so much fun with it. Whether or not you agree or disagree with our picks, I truly hope that you can at least understand where we're coming from, and that we were able to communicate the passion we have for each one of these games through this video. Whether you sat through this entire 4-hour epic, or just skipped to the end and commented about 2 minutes ago about how laughable it was that I said Tears of the Kingdom's story is better than Breath of the Wild's, yeah, I'm expecting a lot of those down below. All I have to say is thank you guys. Truly, from the bottom of my heart and the other 4 guys that work on Switched Up with me as well, this video is one of the things I'm most proud of in my life. Seeing all my friends and coworkers just repeatedly raise the bar for these mini reviews was genuinely the highlight of my last year. I cannot give a bigger shout out to Mac, Kgan, Zach, and PJ for joining me on this journey to pour out our blood, sweat, and tears into this massive project that, for me, kind of bookends the last 7 years of my life. I started this channel in 2017, the same year the Switch came out. If you asked me if I'd still be making videos in 2025, I would have laughed at you back then. But thanks to those guys I just mentioned, and thanks to you all in the comment section, I'm having more fun than ever. So think of this as not only our 250,000 subscriber special, but also the culmination of the Nintendo Switch era as we move into the era of Switch 2. Also have to give a huge shout out to members of this channel. There's like a 3-hour VOD going up for members only that's just us in a call all the way back in April, starting to create this list. The list eventually evolved beyond that, but not a ton, and it's genuinely a hilarious video, so if you're interested in watching that, joining as a member is the best way to directly support the content we do here. And with that all out of the way, I cannot believe it is finally over. Click the video on screen right now to watch us rank every single Mario Party minigame. That was an equally absurd concept. Anyway, I'm Thomas from the Switched Up signing off, and thank you guys for watching for the last 7 years.